If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 166, Chapter 163, A King's Return. Why can't things ever go smoothly? A question Axel had asked himself probably a million times. He had seen it happen to other people, getting everything to happen exactly how they wanted it to be. But it just never seems to happen with him. The only explanation he can come up is, someone must be fucking with him. Why else would he be sitting in a prison right now when he had come here expecting royal treatment? How did this happen? Well, let's go back a bit. Axel had teleported right to the place that was supposed to be the entry point for Atlantis. It was a heavily warded and fortified island, also known as the entry point to Atlantis. Few people even know about this place's existence, and even few are provided entry. This place is called Atlanopolis, the city of false hopes and wealth. People who come here are either extremely wealthy, or extremely hopeful, or both. This place, run under the strict supervision of the royal family, provides limited services of the real Atlantis. Since direct entry into the city is prohibited via wards, Axel teleported to the edge of the island. Though, something happened as soon as he appeared. What the fuck? His knees buckled as he went through what some sort of sensory overload. The sea churned, causing the whole island to quake. The guards were, of course, alarmed, thinking that they had been attacked. Though very quickly, the disturbance stopped. The sea calmed down again. Axel opened his eyes as slowly stood up. Holy shit! He murmured. Now he understood the word home domain really meant. This island was in the middle of ocean. There was water all around him. Right now, he felt powerful. Too powerful. No time to waste. Axel didn't dally. He got to work. First, he quickly transferred almost all of his things from his storage bag into his ring, leaving a few things like money and basic necessities to not raise any doubts. Now, system, buy that Atlantean language. Atlantean language will be installed into your mind. Buy for 1000 SP. Yes. Instantly, Axel learned a new language. Even though he knew they had translation devices, Axel still learned the language in case he needed it. Now finally, the last arrangement. Disguise. Axel changed his appearance with the handy skill he had learned for occasions like this. He was an arcane thief. Of course, changing his appearance was included in his class description. He just didn't like to use it since, well, he'd rather just turn invisible, or put on a mask. But since he can't choose either of those options this time, he has to go with disguise. He changed the color of his eyes from amber to onyx, removed the scars on his face, and changed his facial structure just a tiny bit. Now he didn't look like his father at all, and even looked quite different from himself due to the lack of scars and his striking amber eyes. With little changes, the difference was so huge that no one attributed him to Axel at all. Though if they knew it was him, they'll realize that nothing much had actually changed about his face. With his disguise set in place, Axel was ready to go. He began marching into the island and the royal seal in hand. But, after arriving in front of the place, he was surprised to see the situation. The towering walls were being guarded more tightly than he thought, and the wards in the place were crackling with power. Guards could be seen stationed at the top of the walls, carrying what seemed like magical guns, their armors streamlined with glowing blue lights, making it appear futuristic. There were big signboards hung on the walls, saying the word closed due to internal issues in different languages. Axel was stumped here. This isn't how this place was supposed to be in the memories he got from Theron. There should have been plenty of people coming and going into the city right now. Might as well try it out, thought Axel, boldly moving forward. Halt! You can't advance forward. But he had only walked a few steps, numerous red dots appeared on him, making him stop and raise his hands. Axel took out the shell he had taken from Theron. I have the royal seal. That seemed to do that trick. The guards frantically talked among themselves, and rang the higher-ups, and very soon, they were rushing towards him. Axel found all this normal. After all, he had the royal seal. Though, he found out something was wrong soon enough. He was strapped with handcuffs and the seal snatched from his hands, and so was his space pocket along with it. Hey! What the hell? That's my seal. Not even the space pouch. His protests were ignored as he was all but dragged inside the city through the smaller entrance of the looming gates. Gentlemen, I think there is a misunderstanding here, he began to say, but the guard at the back gave him a shove, almost making him fall. "Keep walking, you thief!" he barked, his voice automatically getting translated into English. "Me? A thief?" Axel was stunned, by how right they were. "How'd you know that?" That's what he wanted to ask. "Why would you say that?" he asked instead, trying to sound offended. Though, the next thing they did was put some sort of advanced mechanic gag on his mouth to make him stop talking. Axel sighed. That's why he hates following rules. He was only using his mother's royal seal to enter his own kingdom, and this was the result. What had he done wrong? He hasn't even cursed anyone yet, at least out loud. And that's how he found himself in his current situation, sitting in an advanced magic security prison. It has been more than 2 days since he was thrown here. And he is at the limit of his patience. No matter how high secure this place is, it can't really hold him if he doesn't want to stay. But the thing is, if he sneaks inside Atlantis illegally to fight Kraken, he would be a fugitive for both sides, which is going to make things much more difficult for him. He wanted to avoid such a situation if possible. Of course, revealing his identity is not an option right now either. He needed to understand the situation first. Axel needed his freedom. He doesn't want to be tied up to any place. For all he knows, he might never be allowed to live in peace if they found out he was supposed to be the inheritor of the throne. They might not let him leave, and if he leaves, they might even use force to bring him back. Maybe, they don't want a new successor, so they might just decide he was a threat. Thus, revealing his identity could lead to a whole lot of trouble. He has to choose between the other two options. Just when Axel was just about to get serious about breaking out, he heard movement outside the cell. Where is he? The one who came into his view was a middle-aged man in heavy armor. Unlike the guards, his armor was a shining silver color, and the magic glow in it was much more pronounced. He had an air of authority about him, and just by looking at him, it was apparent that he was someone important. "Yes, General, right this way." The guard who had acted like an asshole to him had now turned into a pussy. An extremely loose one at that. He looked at the man with reverence, fear, and respect. "You could have just sent up an order, we would have brought him to you ourselves," the guard said anxiously, looking like he would piss himself any time. The general had an exasperated look on his face. "Can't do anything about it. It's the princess's orders." The two of them finally arrived in front of the right cell and looked at Axel, who was sitting there with a somewhat annoyed look on his face. The person who was called the general studied Axel with a critical eye while Axel did the same. "Looked enough?" Axel asked in English, but of course, it was translated to him due to their communication devices. The guard was instantly triggered. "You insolent outsider! Don't worry, General, I'll teach him a lesson for disrespecting you." Not only Axel, but even the general seemed annoyed by the excessive boot-licking. "Just opening the cell and undoing his restraint will do." "But sire, the guard seemed to want to say something but stopped himself after realizing who he was talking to. He punched in a code in the lock, the cell which seemed to have been powered by magic, opened up on its own. The guard entered inside and did the same with his handcuffs as they opened with a click. He glared at Axel. "Listen, that man can kill you with a swat. So, you better behave, or you won't know when you died." Axel ignored the dog. His eyes were trained on the general the whole time. This man, he got the feeling that he was much stronger than even Theron and Nerio. The general also seemed to be a bit perplexed looking at Axel. "What is your name?" he asked, translating his words into English. "Chris." The general seemed to be expecting a more elaborate introduction, but he just nodded. "Outsider Axel, you have been called directly to the royal court by the princess. It's considered a great honor." Axel didn't move yet. "Gee, thanks. But why was I locked up in the first place?" he asked, making the guard almost pounce on him. "Such disrespect. I don't know the details. My only orders are to bring you to her, unharmed," said the general, glaring pointedly at the guard. Axel got up. "Well, let's meet her then," he said, slowly getting up. It looked like he wasn't being taken, but having the general escort him to the princess. "Unharmed, right?" Axel gave a tight slap to the guard on his way out, making the man fall to the ground. Axel rubbed the hand he had used to slap the guard. "Ouch! Do punish him for hurting my hand," he muttered. The general's eye twitched, but he continued leading Axel. He was taken out of prison, towards an even more heavily guarded place, beyond which was a portal. Axel was pretty sure it led to Atlantis. The restrictions around the place were removed as soon as the general arrived, giving him free passage to the portal. "Well," said the general, stepping aside. "Go in." "Well, that's more like it. It seems that the royal seal did work after all. Now, he wouldn't have minded sneaking into that place on his own, but it is just much better this way." Axel stepped into the portal, followed closely by the general. It would have been quite funny if Axel were to suddenly disappear at this moment, but he decided against it. Appearing on the other side, Axel was stunned, as his glowing blue for a moment. He could feel it. They are hundreds of thousands of miles deep into the ocean, covered by water from all sides. He was feeling invigorated, refreshed. The air breathed felt like he was breathing for the first time. Axel slowly calmed down as he checked his surroundings. And the view made him catch his breath. Unlike what others might think, Atlantis was not submerged underwater. A huge protective bubble surrounded the city, seemingly extending till forever. The vast ocean could be seen beyond, unable to crush the bubble despite the overwhelming pressure. As far as the eye could see, he could towering buildings seemingly made out of metallic rocks, their shapes varying from spiral to conical. Various vehicles could be seen flying around at high speeds. "Looked enough?" asked the general impatiently, though there was a hint of pride in his eyes. He waved his hand and what looked like a silver chariot appeared floating in the air. "Hop on," said the general, stepping onto the chariot. Damn! Axel didn't need to be told twice. The general tapped a few buttons, and a transparent magical field surrounded, before they were off at a tremendous speed. Axel had to strain his eyes to take in the scenery rapidly whizzing by. Atlantis was big, probably bigger than Britain. And beautiful. No doubt about it, but something was wrong. A lot of buildings were damaged. There weren't many people on the streets. "You've come at a wrong time," said the general. He increased the speed further, as if not wanting Axel to see the sights. Within a few seconds, they had already covered a huge distance, arriving at their destination. The buildings were gone now, and replaced by a vast lake of crystal clear water. The only structure dominated the area. In the middle of the luminescent lake stood a colossus castle, looking like a marvel of ancient magical architecture. It had multiple towering spires, each magically reinforced to touch the very top of the protective bubble that encapsulates Atlantis. "Can't imagine what's so special about that she'd send me to get you, especially at this time," muttered the general. "If Atlanopolis had high security, this place would have to have 100 times that." Axel could see thousands of soldiers milling around at the borders of the castle. At this time? What is that supposed to mean? At this moment, a notification rang in his head. "Mission, A King's Duty. Atlantis has officially entered into a war against Kraken. Help your kingdom achieve victory." Fuck. It now made sense. The weird atmosphere in the city, the damaged infrastructure, even the advanced security. He really came at the wrong time. Chapter 167, Chapter 164, Meeting the Ant. As they approached the castle, the general turned to him and gave him something. It was a translation amulet similar to the one they were given at Hogwarts in the beginning of the year. "Put this on. The princess should have to bother translating to your language. And here, keep this in your pocket," said the general, handing him an enchanted seashell. "You can't get access to the castle without it." As soon as Axel grabbed the shell, a magic current ran through him as an imprint appeared on the shell. It seemed that now, no one else other than him can use it. Though, Axel didn't think he needed it. As soon they entered the wards, he felt it. A connection, a calling. It was as if the castle itself was welcoming him. The fuck? Axel flinched. He looked at the general, wondering if he noticed something, but the man seemed too busy with his own concerns. He was barking orders at the communication device on wrist, surveilling the castle from the height. Unnoticed by everyone, a throne lit up deep inside the castle. Too bad, no one was there to see it. The general took Axel to what seemed like the training field of the army. In the vast space, a huge number of Atlanteans were milling around. A number of ninjas were also intermingled among them, but they seemed to be mostly training others rather than training themselves. As the general arrived at the field, everyone stopped what they were doing to make a 3 signal with their fingers and put it adjacent to their chests. "General." The general nodded before continuing to walk. As Axel followed him, multiple glances were cast on him, some curious, some puzzled, some outright hostile as whispers followed. Outsider. That was the word used multiple times, which was apparent by his clearly different style of clothes. Soon, the general reached a particular section of Atlantis where there were a lot of women. Surprised by the general's presence, they parted to reveal a woman in light blue armor busily discussing something with several people. Princess Antilla, I have brought him as you ordered. The princess turned around to the general, then to Axel, and quickly nodded in understanding. She excused herself and parted from the meeting. It's him, right? She asked the general, gesturing towards Axel. Please, come with me, she said to Axel upon receiving confirmation as she began to lead him away. While walking, Axel studied the woman. This was his aunt, right? He could see the resemblance with his mother. She walking with grace befitting a princess. Her long blue hair blew in the air as she walked and her soft blue eyes would look back at him to make sure he was following. Overall, she gave the impression of a kind and wise woman. She led him to a secluded resting place at the side of the field and gestured for him to sit. After that, she studied him with a critical eye. Have I seen you before? She asked all of a sudden. Axel controlled his expression to not appear nervous. Well, have you ever been to the outside world? He asked back. The princess chuckled. I wish. Pardon me, it was silly of me to ask that. What is your name? It's Chris. Chris, the reason I called you here is because I just came to know that someone, an outsider, no less, used a royal seal, said the princess, looking at him like he was a naughty child. Now, possessing a royal seal without having directly received it from the royalty is a punishable offense. And all the shells given by father and I are accounted for. So, she paused, narrowing his eyes at him. I want to ask you, how did you, an outsider who has never been in contact with us, came in possession of the seal? Busted. Thought Axel. He hadn't thought that the royal seals would be so heavily regulated. Though now that he thought about it, it does seem quite impossible for an outsider to have even met the royalty, let alone get a seal. Unless... It suddenly clicked to Axel. If this princess really thought he was guilty, she wouldn't have directly sent the general to bring him. And neither would she have taken the time to meet him in person and treat him so courteously. There actually was a way in which he could have had contact with the royalty, even while being an outsider. Axel activated his trusted skill again. Bullshitting. Your lies would sound more convincing. He pretended to be angry. Well, I don't know anything about what you just said. All I know is that the lady who gave it us said we can go to Atlantis and show this in case we needed help. The princess's eyes widened in expectation as half of her suspicion seemed to vanish. Yes, what was her name? Can you tell me more about her? She called herself Atlina, or Adelnina, I think that was her name. She was trying to find her husband. My uncle Thor didn't know who she was, but he helped her anyway. After that she revealed her identity and gave him this seal, to look for her in case we needed help, said Axel, a look of remembrance on his face. I was too young back then. But I do remember blue hair. We don't have those around there. And also, he paused, pretending to dig around his storage pouch. We have this. A portrait of her husband. We used it to find him for her, he said, taking out his dad's portrait which Bellatrix had given him and hammering the nail in the coffin of lies he had created. You are finally useful for once, you motherfucker. He thought inwardly, looking at the annoying portrait. The final bit of suspicion gone from the princess's eyes as soon as she saw the portrait. A look of loathing appeared on it instead. Well, they weren't officially married. He was only her lover at best. Axel took some indirect damage from that. Thanks for calling me a bastard, auntie. He thought. Anyways, the princess bowed. Let me begin by saying that I am so sorry for the inconvenience you had to go through. And I am sorry for testing you but I had to be sure it was not pretender. She apologized sincerely. The one you helped was my sister, the successor to the throne. Her gaze went back to the happenings of the field, and at the communication device on her wrist that was continuously blinking. As you can see, the situation around here is extremely chaotic right now. We are preparing for war. So my subordinates didn't consider it important to report to me about this matter. I had you summoned as soon as I heard of that someone from the outside world had come with the royal seal, she explained. Axel was not much moved. But why put me in jail if it really was the royal seal? Those guards didn't even bother checking its authenticity. The princess sighed. Once again, I am deeply apologetic for that. Actually, it is forbidden for any outsider to possess the royal seal. Whether it was real or fake, the guards considered it crime. Of course, rules never seem to apply to my sister. Fortunately, I found soon, the princess bowed again, this time in sincere gratitude. Thank you for helping my sister. Unfortunately, she is no longer with us. She died saving this kingdom, she said, a flash of pain flashing through her eyes. That's really sad, said Axel, it was the first truth he had said. There was no point hating or blaming her if she was already dead. The princess nodded. It is, isn't it? But, let's not dwell on that. My sister's favor is Atlantis's favor. Tell me, how can I help? She asked directly. It was obvious that Axel was here to ask for something. The princess seemed to decide it best to just fulfill his demands and let him leave while it's still safe around here. Well, Axel didn't shy away. Even though he didn't really help her sister, well, this was his aunt. He was allowed to ask for a favor, right? She can do this much for her sister's son, right? He'll save her kingdom in return. Axel raised his hand and removed the bandages, revealing a clear scar that was now connecting his once severed hand. I heard this can be fixed here, he said, flexing his fingers to show that they weren't working properly. The princess checked his hand. Was it severed? Cut off? Yeah. I had it reattached but it's still not working smoothly. Oh. How old are you again? Asked the princess, now a bit concerned. Is the outside place so barbaric that to talk so casually about such injuries? Even though they can be fixed, the pain is still real, right? I'm 16, maybe almost 17, he said, adjusting it to fit his story. The princess nodded. I see. Well, I can arrange it to be healed. But, is that it? Yeah, that's about it. The princess was surprised. She had thought that someone from the outside world would get greedy upon getting such an offer. After all, this was a favor directly from the Princess of Atlantis. There is so much he could have asked for. I will arrange for it right now, the princess tapped her wrist. Sylthia, could you please come here? Moments later, a tall girl made her way toward them with purposeful steps. She had a graceful and upright posture. Yes, princess? She asked. She had bright emerald hair which were arranged in neat braids and her prideful emerald eyes focused only on the princess, directly ignoring Axel's existence. A shining green emerald was tied to her wrist, which seemed to radiate power. Princess gestured towards Axel. Sylthia, this is Chris, my guest. Take him to the medics and have them treat his hand injury. Give him a tour while you are it as well. Your guest. The girl regarded Axel with a very gaze. Yes, treat him well, said the princess, standing up. Chris, I am extremely sorry that I can't give you the tour myself. Come meet me after you have your hand fixed, okay? She said, looking apologetic. It's all right. Axel was already surprised with this much. The princess didn't put on any airs and treated him fairly. So his first impression of his aunt was, she's all right. This way, Sylthia said as she began leading him away. Axel followed the girl who was storming away as if not wanting him to follow. As soon as he would match pace with hers, she would walk faster, keeping away from him. As they walked, the males would glance in their direction, first at Sylthia and then at Axel. Sylthia finally glanced at him when she realized she couldn't outpace him. Is it true? That you're an outsider? She couldn't seem to help asking. Axel shrugged. Yeah, sort of, he muttered. He was an outsider, but he was also the prince and heir to the throne. Anyways, where is my tour? Axel couldn't help but ask after realizing that the girl seemed to have no intention of giving him one. Sylthia rolled her eyes. But she began speaking. Right now, we are in the militia layer. That over there is the training field, and the academic layer is in the wing across it, she said, point at the training field. Academic layer? Militia layer? I thought this was the royal castle. Sylthia gave him a "you are an idiot" as expected look. This castle spans over tens of hundreds of kilometers of land, not counting the fact that its internal space is almost infinitely extendable. What is the royal family supposed to do with all that? Only the internal layer is for the royal family. But the rest is the royal military and royal academy. Only the most talented prodigies in the whole kingdom are allowed here. Sylthia seemed to respect the princess, because she was still explaining despite all the disdain and contempt she seemed to hold for him. Oh! Now it made sense why he was seeing so many soldiers and what seemed like students here. So, are you a student or a soldier? He asked. Judging by her looks and well-developed body, she could be anything between 17 to mid-20s. Sylthia looked like she had been insulted. I am neither. I am the heir to the Varnox family. I am, of course, a relic wielder, she said, stroking her bracelet. Relic wielder? Is that a different category? Of course. It's everyone's dream. Relic wielders are the top of top, whether it's power, respect, or wealth. Right now, there are only 12 in this whole castle. And you are one. Yes, which is why I can't understand why the princess would give me such a menial task, she complained. Axel found that to be true. A relic wielder should be someone as powerful as Theron and Nerio, right? They were the overseers of Kraken. It was enough to make him curious. So tell me, what does it take to become a relic wielder? He asked with some interest. Chapter 168, Chapter 165, War, Entry. What does it take to become a relic wielder? Axel asked. Sylthia had a proud look on her face. It's not something anyone can do. A relic chooses its own wielders. You either have to be completely compatible with it, or you have to obtain the right qualifications. Axel's eyes narrowed in confusion. What does that mean? Could she not explain clearly? There are two types of relic wielders. Chosen ones and acquirers. Only people with extremely high talents in specific fields are chosen by the relics. Those who readily get selected are called chosen ones, and those who train themselves to be worthy of a relic are called acquirers. Sylthia suddenly paused. Wait, wasn't she supposed to be only giving out a perfunctory tour just because the princess asked her to? This was an outsider. How did she end up having an immersive conversation with him? Why do you even want to know that? Disdain flashed through Sylthia's emerald eyes. You are never going to need the knowledge anyway. Relic wielders are existences far beyond your reach, she said coldly, increasing her pace. We're almost here. Axel clicked his tongue. But, he could understand why she had such high pride. The relics of Theron and Nerio were extremely formidable in their respective fields. The armor was unharmed till the end, and he had no direct solution to the extreme casting speed of Nerio's magic. They both walked in silence as Axel shifted his focus to his surroundings. The corridors were brightly lit, but there seemed to be no sources of light. The infrastructure was a blend of ancient architecture, mixed with marvels of magical advancements that synchronized to make the castle extremely beautiful. As they walked, anyone passing by would stop to greet Sylthia, who would only nod at them with her chin held high. What are the badges for? He asked, not at all caring about the fact that Sylthia did not want to explain at all. Axel had by now noticed that many people around here were wearing different kinds of badges on their chests, even Sylthia. They were of different colors, each containing different numbers of stars on them. Sylthia had a red one with 6 stars, while most of the people at the only have 1 or 2 stars. Sylthia glared at him, but still answered. The badges show your status. Red is for relic wielders. Green is for menders, doctors, blue is for soldiers, and so on. The stars on the badge represent your authority while the color represents your division. Relic wielders have 6 or 7 stars, just below the authority of the general, who has 8 stars, she explained, almost as a warning. I don't even interact with anyone below 3 stars. Fancy. Axel's lip curled up in derision. He didn't care about those stars. Sylthia noticed it. Her gem on her wrist glimmered, causing a gust of wind to blow in the corridor, fluttering their clothes. Ignorance can be such a bliss, she murmured to herself. She looked annoyed and amused at the same time. Anyone who has witnessed the power of relic wielders wouldn't even dare to look directly at one, let alone act so unbridled. While on the other hand, Axel has shown her no respect at all. Watching him, one would think that he is not at all guest, but the king of Atlantis himself. Soon, they reached their destination as Axel saw the letters Royal Sanatorium written on the wall. A blue ball was embedded at the side. It flashed, as if scanning them, and the door disappeared, giving them entry. This is the Royal Sanatorium. You can get the best healing aid in the world here, Sylthia still introduced, looking at him as if to say, you better appreciate it, 'Cause you sure as hell don't deserve it. Axel glanced around. It was a spacious circular hall, with multiple doorways at its circumference. Each of the doorways was labeled with different words according to the type of medical aid they could provide. Maybe it was due to wartime, but the place was bustling with activity, with many people going in and out of the place. Most of the people here had green badges, which must be equivalent to the medical division in the Muggle world. The staff at the reception greeted Sylthia politely while throwing curious glances at Axel, who was in a unique attire. Ignoring everyone, Sylthia brought him straight to the department that was labeled injuries. Inside, multiple compartmentalist rooms could be seen. "You are here again," said a voice as they reached deeper inside. "How many times have I told you to take it easy when training?" It was from a middle-aged man who had just seen them come in. He had a pair of lenses hanging off of his neck, and a green badge with 5 stars glinted on his chest. "I'm not here due to my own injury," Sylthia said sullenly. "It's for him." The man's gaze shifted his gaze towards Axel, who stood casually beside her with his hands in his pockets. "Oh? Who is he?" asked the man, looking at Axel in bewilderment. "Princess's guest. Don't ask the details. Just treat him quickly," said Sylthia, though her tone was not as harsh. The man obviously had a lot of questions, but just by the number of stars he had, it was apparent that he was not idle or insensitive enough to question further. "Greetings, I am Kaltus," he said, turning to Axel. "Where is the injury?" Axel raised his hand, pointing at the scar on his wrist. "It's been reconnected but still not as good as before." Kaltus frowned upon seeing the injury. "Let me see," he said, putting on the black lenses that were hung by his neck. He cringed upon seeing what he saw. "Who did this?" he asked in disgust. "But it was not for the one who cut his hand. It looks like it has been reattached by some stupid blobfish," he observed, taking off the lens. Indeed, his disgust was for the people who reattached it, nor for the ones who cut. He dragged Axel to one of the rooms. Manipulating one of the magical contraptions, he put Axel's hand in front of it for further observation. "You are not from here, are you?" he asked after taking a look. "Those clothes aren't from here, and this type of crude yet meticulous attempt to patch up your hand can only be done by the primitive people outside." "No shit. But can you fix it?" Axel asked directly. He didn't care about the insults at all. In his opinion, even the Atlanteans weren't much of a big deal themselves in comparison to the other worlds, where someone like Voldemort can casually annihilate this whole kingdom. There was nothing to be proud of, nothing to be ashamed of. It was what it was. Kaltus began doing more tests on his hand. "Of course I can fix it. But your people should have just chosen to regrow a new hand. Reattaching it is so much more complex, and they didn't even do it correctly. It will be much more difficult now since the hand was so crudely attached." Kaltus suddenly paused, as his eyes widened. What is it?" asked Axel, wondering if there was a problem, or if he somehow found out that it had been cut off by Nerio's relic. That wasn't what baffled Kaltus. He put Axel's other hand under the device for observation and his frown deepened. Kaltus manipulated the machine and a number of bars came up on the screen, along with a string of numbers. What are you?" he asked, looking at Axel. "There's a limit to magical enhancements," he said, taking a step backwards. It was as if he was afraid of Axel's hands. Axel peeked at the screen. Since he had integrated the Atlantean language through the system, he could see in the screen that Kaltus was currently looking at the parameters of his hands, which included muscle strength, flexibility, bone density, along with other things he didn't know could be measured, like magical conductivity, muscle memory, etc. "Damn it," thought Axel. A thief's most important tools are his hands. His hands were the part of his body which Axel had trained the most in his life, whether he was before or after he got the system. Whether it was the physical parameters, or magical, his hands are on a level far far beyond the norm. "What do you mean by that?" asked Sylthia, still ignorant of the matter. "Just heal my hand, will you?" said Axel, glaring at the nosy doctor. Kaltus felt a prickling sensation on the back of his neck, giving him goosebumps. When he touched it with his fingers, they came back bloody. Kaltus almost peed his pants. Just now, he didn't even see Axel move. Or more precisely, his eyes couldn't register it. But it was definitely his hand that moved. It was apparent from the sudden dramatic spike in the stats on the screen. Kaltus realized that he could have died now. The thought made him want to run. Everything suddenly made sense. Why the young man in front of him is a royal guest and why his hand was reattached, not regenerated. With those extreme stats, his hand itself can be called a relic. But when it's regenerated, the stats would be back to a normal hand, which would have been equivalent to destroying a relic with your own hands, except the relic is your own hand, if that makes sense. Of course, this put Axel on the same level as the relic wielders, the ultimate existences in Atlantis. People who you can only kiss up to, and not offend. It's nothing. Just a glitch, he told the suspicious Sylthia. Let's fix your hand. Once the doctor had stopped bullshitting, the process was extremely fast. First, Kaltus completely cut off Axel's hand again, since it was not attached perfectly in the first place. Then he reattached it using the right procedure, perfectly reconnecting every nerve, muscle, tendon, and bone. Finally, it was healed using a subrelic, completing the process. Once they were done, Axel examined his hand, and as he did, a small grin uncontrollably crept up on his face. Because he knew, his hand was back. Only now did he feel like had recovered somewhat. After losing his magic, his hand, and the ability to move his body, he had to face two fearsome relic wielders on his own. Not even considering Theron, just Nerio could have killed him 10 times in 1 second if that was his motive. But no more. Now the scenario has changed. He has his hands back, his body is back to its peak, and he now has Zen Focus and Water Monarch to make up for his magic deficiency. Kraken, relic wielders, anyone, come at me now, he thought, his confidence coming back. He was ready for war. On the return journey, Axel was in a good mood. Well, relatively better mood all things considered. Daphne would be happy, he thought. But she would also be worrying about him a lot. As for Martina, she would literally drool after looking at the technology. The civilization around is advanced enough to fascinate even him. A geek like Martina would definitely see this place as heaven. But one who would want to be here the most would be Akiko. Akiko, the one who wants to take down Kraken the most. With most of her life spent training for revenge, he could imagine how much she would have wanted to come. Of course, he couldn't do anything to bring her with the situation like this. But all of them would also be worried, he thought. It would be better if he informed them that he was fine. But, when Axel took out his Magi mirror to inform them about his situation, he realized that there was no signal. We're deep inside ocean. What did you expect? His logical mind scolded him. Hey Greenie, can you help me contact someone in the outside world? He asked Sylthia. It took a second for Sylthia to register the fact that Axel was talking to her. Her mouth opened and closed like a fish as she looked at him like he had committed an atrocity. Greenie? Greenie? How dare you? Well? Can you, or can you not? I thought you had a lot of authority, Axel continued to ask, unaffected. No. Why not? Because, I don't want to. An outside communication is impossible in Atlantis. Axel paused. What? It's prohibited. Atlantis has only been in contact with the Japanese ministry. That too is done by the elders. I have no idea how to do it. Sylthia suddenly realized that she had once again been drawn into Axel's rhythm. But I wouldn't have helped you even if I could. She harumphed. Well, it can't be helped, thought Axel with a shrug. Daphne is going to cry, but there's nothing he can do for now. Though, it did make sense that Atlantis has no contact with the outside world, or at least in the last year, or someone would have seen him on the internet and realized the resemblance between him and Tristan. Can you walk faster? I have somewhere to be, said Sylthia urged, walking faster. Oh, where? The shinobi reinforcements are finally coming today. I have to be there to why am I talking? Sylthia couldn't take it anymore. She couldn't understand why she hasn't been able to keep her mouth shut when she plans to ignore him the whole time. Axel smirked. Silver tongue. This skill implies a smooth, persuasive way of speaking that can convince or manipulate others. A thief with a silver tongue would be adept at using words to extract information without raising suspicion. Well, looks like it works. Axel has been using this skill the whole time. Since he is on an espionage mission here, he ought to have the equivalent skills as well, right? Poor Sylthia. She has been quite a useful siren. She has sung a lot of information to him. Hey Greenie. What did you call me? You still haven't told me how I can try being a relic wielder. Sylthia snorted in disbelief. You can forget about it. Relics are strictly regulated treasures. Even the princess can't give you one if she wants to. You neither have the minimum criteria of 5-star authority, nor the approval of the majority of elders. Stop talking. Slydia's gem glowed. Suddenly, Axel found his mouth forcefully pressed shut by an external force. I guess, it's enough, he lamented. They walked the rest of the way in silence, while Sylthia kept giving him murderous glances. With nothing to do, Axel checked the notifications from the system. Mission: help Atlantis win the war, gain as many merits and recognition as possible. Mission: join any department and reach 5 stars as soon as possible. These missions weren't going to get him any particular rewards, but they were going to get him the most records, which would strengthen his soul and regain his previous magic limit. Something he could definitely use. When they finally returned, the princess was once again busy with various activities. But upon seeing Axel and Sylthia returning, she excused herself from the bustle. So, how's your hand? She asked, walking over. Axel flexed his fingers, rubbing his wrist. It's healed. Thank you. The princess smiled. It was a small matter. I hope you do realize that you can ask me for more. Is there anything else I can help you with? Axel hesitated. Can I really? Of course, you have my word, I will help you as long as it's something that doesn't harm Atlantis. Then. Axel looked directly at the princess. Let me join the war. Chapter 169, Chapter 166, Trial. What? It was understandable that the princess was dumbfounded. What was your request? She asked again, thinking she must have heard it wrong, or maybe there was a fault in the translation. I want to join your side and participate in the war. I want to stay. I want a citizenship, or something. Axel stated his intentions as clearly as possible in case he hadn't been specific enough. Why? The princess couldn't help but ask. Axel shrugged. Well, I have my reasons. What you need to know is that there is no one to object to my decision on the outside world. It's just a matter of whether you have the power to allow it or not. I can allow it, but... The princess was genuinely at a loss. When Axel finally said he wanted something more, she had thought that sure enough, the kid couldn't resist asking for more of the benefits that Atlantis could provide, but after listening to his request, she was stumped. What kind of request was this? Let me make it clear to you. The situation here is actually very severe. Our enemy's strength is unpredictable, and they are extremely strong. There have been numerous deaths and your safety cannot be guaranteed. In such a situation, while I would have been glad to welcome you, but the longer you stay here, the more danger you will be in, said the princess, explaining the situation to him without holding back. Furthermore, if you do become a citizen, or if you stay here for more than a few days, you will no longer be allowed to leave, or have any contact with the outside world. Axel mentally rolled his eyes. This aunt is so overprotective even when I haven't revealed my identity. What would happen after I reveal it? Princess, I know the risks. I am an adult, and I can make decisions for myself. I am simply asking what I want in a fully conscious state of mind, knowing all the risks and dangers involved. Are you going to fulfill my request or are you trying to go back on your words? Asked Axel. He was finding this situation a bit absurd. Besides, I am just a random nobody. In this time of war, why are you wasting so much time thinking when someone is trying to help? Surely you have much more important tasks than worrying about me. The princess's blue eyes widened, as her lips parted. That's right. The princess realized that her behavior was a bit abnormal. This boy was just an outsider, and yet, she was caring for him a bit too much. It's wartime right now, and there are many pending tasks on her list that could be considered much more important than this. Why is she paying so much attention to this matter? It seems that his headstrong and reckless attitude, and along with the way he carried and presented himself seemed too familiar. This combined with the fact that he had helped her elder sister, she feels like he's linked with her elder. That's why she is subconsciously treating him more favorably. No, you can't go on like this anymore, she chided herself. She was too soft. She knows that. The fact that she's here personally dealing with such trivial issues is a proof of that. Even the boy in front of her can see that. But this is wartime, and she cannot continue to go on like this. She has to put her focus on important tasks. She can't personally care for everything by herself. Thus, the princess hardened her heart as she nodded. If that's what you wish, then I will fulfill your demand. From today onwards, I declare you a citizen of Atlantis. Your living arrangements will be supported by the royal family. But, the princess paused there, leveling Axel with a stern gaze. Your selection in any of the enclaves, and your position, depends on your ability and merits. I cannot help you with that. Also, you will go through a strict screening beforehand to make sure you aren't a spy. Axel nodded. Thanks. Can't ask for more, he thought inwardly. There are limits to how much he can get from that royal seal. It seems that while the princess is kind, she is not foolish. The princess turned to Sylthia. Take him to the trials. Sylthia hesitated. But princess, the shinobi reinforcements are coming. Don't worry. This is the royal castle. They won't try anything. Besides, I will have Uncle Nort with me. Sylthia very much looked like she wanted to protest further, but she held it in, knowing it was not her place to argue with the princess. Instead, she glared at Axel like he had committed a great crime as she began dragging him away. Hey! I can walk on my own. Axel protested. The way Sylthia was dragging him was attracting a lot of looks. Most of it seemed envy. It seems that the people here have some weird interests. Though, more annoying was the fact that they seemed to be recording them through the device on their wrists. What are they doing? He still asked Sylthia, pointing at them. Sylthia only now realized the attention she had attracted. For Triton's sake, do these people have nothing else to do? She snapped. A strong gale blew in the area, causing everyone to stop staring in fear. She tapped her wrist a few times and an interface popped up, showing photos of Sylthia and Axel with various comments below it. The gale intensified when Sylthia saw the contents. Axel took a glance. It was similar to social gossiping applications that the students of Hogwarts used. Since he knew the language, he could read the comments. Most of them were simping for Sylthia while some were trying to guess his identity. Axel sighed. Great, so the low-profile plan is out, I guess, he thought with some irritation. It looks like Atlantis also has something like the Magi Hive here as well. Why can't they leave me alone? Sylthia grumbled in annoyance. Well, maybe you should try dressing differently, suggested Axel. While most of the people here were dressed in similar uniforms or armors, Sylthia was wearing a vibrant green dress with deep slips along her legs. Whenever her emotions fluctuate, the wind blows, and her dress flutters, revealing her long legs. Combined with her long green hair and exquisite features, and her stern expression, it is apparent why she is attracting so much attention. Axel's suggestion was extremely reasonable, given with sincere intentions, and yet, Sylthia gave him a murderous look. Why would I change it? It's a rank 4 sub-relic, with thousands of years of history. She uttered, looking offended with the idea that it could be the cause of the problem. Suit yourself, Axel muttered with disinterest. Why are you getting angry at me? Because you are disrupting everything by coming here. Instead of focusing on war preparations, the princess is paying more attention to you. And with me not guarding her, the princess's security is being compromised because of you. How is it being compromised? Just a few ninjas are coming, right? You won't understand. It's not a common occurrence. It's been 5 years since anyone legally entered or exited Atlantis. There's no telling what those tricky shinobis would do, said Sylthia as she continued dragging him. That means that they haven't heard anything about the outside world for years. Axel furrowed his eyebrows. A thought suddenly occurred to him. Why is the entry and exit so strictly regulated in Atlantis? He was curious. Why does Atlantis not let outsiders in? Or let its people go out? It couldn't just be an extreme aversion. It's because. Sylthia suddenly paused, realizing that Axel was doing it again. She directly sealed his mouth again, dragging him to take the trials. This person is too dangerous. She was just about to spill royal secrets without resistance. When Sylthia unsealed his mouth again, they had arrived at a place in the castle as huge as the Great Hall at Hogwarts. Upon their entry, many students were pointing at Sylthia, their gazes full of admiration and worship, as if seeing a celebrity. But no one dared to recklessly approach her, all keeping their distance. The place was quite crowded, just like the grounds they were previously in. The difference would be the fact that there were a lot less armored men and women and more boys and girls in uniforms. Meaning there were more students here and less soldiers. It looked like a very advanced gym of sorts, with all types of machines. In the middle, there were several fighting rings where the students were sparring. It also happened to be the most crowded place. As Axel watched, one of the fighters in the ring knocked down the other, causing cheers to erupt among the onlookers who were surrounding the ring. The screen above, which was projecting the fight, lit up brightly, showing the winner's face, and the numbers beside his name changing. "Where are we?" asked Axel, his muscles unconsciously flexing and unflexing, getting ready for some action. Sylthia looked around at the place with some nostalgia. "We're in the academic block. This is the trial field of the Royal Academy. We're here to test your qualifications." Axel cracked his neck. "Well, what are we waiting for then? The testing criteria is based on your enclave. Which enclave do you want to join?" she asked impatiently. "Enclave? It's the field you want your career in. I know that you want to participate in the war, but there are many ways you can do that. Military, mending, magical research, technomancy, there are many enclaves. What do you specialize in? What are you interested in? Depending on that, I will check your qualifications." "What I specialize in?" Axel thought about it. "Stealth, assassination, infiltration, subterfuge, deception, stealing." The things that came to the forefront on his mind weren't exactly good. Thankfully, he knew what he was interested in. "I think I'll choose military," he said. What he wanted was to fight Kraken head-on. Sylthia did not seem surprised by his choice. Only disappointed. Which division? Frontline or logistics? Was that even a question? "Frontline," answered Axel without blinking. Which cowardly idiot would join logistics? Sylthia's eyes turned colder. "I suggest you rethink it. In the time of war, military is the fastest way to gather merit and gain promotion, but it's also the enclave with most risk. It also has the most number of members, and the fiercest competition. Your outsider status doesn't help either. You could be deployed to the most dangerous areas without taking your safety into consideration." A grin came on Axel's face upon hearing those specifications. "Sounds perfect. Why did I even bother?" she muttered, walking away. If someone has a death wish, she's not going to try and stop them. Since you're in the front line, physical fitness is a must, regardless of whatever specialization you choose. "So the trial is going to begin by testing your physical parameters," said Sylthia as Axel followed. "Strength, agility, stamina, speed, endurance, flexibility, coordination, balance, reaction time, and so on. After that, it's going to test the main factor, your fighting power. Your career ahead will depend upon this. But since you haven't gone through any preliminary training or enhancements, it's better that you don't hold out much hope." Axel's eyes gleamed. "What kind of qualifications do I need to directly fight in the war? What do I need to do to reach 5-star authority?" he asked. Sylthia gave him a dismissive look. "You can forget about that for now. It's impossible for you." Axel frowned. "Why is that?" "Firstly, a student has to go through several years of schooling in the field they have chosen. Only when they are ready, can they graduate and get a star, meaning they can now enroll into their chosen enclave's military, court, sanatorium, research, etc. You," she said, looking down at Axel, "haven't even proven to have the qualifications to even enter the Royal Academy, let alone graduate from it and get a star. So, right now, you can't participate in the war. As for getting 5-star authority, you know how unrealistic that is, don't you?" Axel was deep in thought, not at all looking offended. "What, if I am more than qualified? That won't be possible. Only the best of the best are admitted into the Royal Academy. The education here is much better compared to the outside world. There has rarely been a case that a shinobi warrior has been able to match an Atlantean warrior if they are the same age. But what if I can? What if I can even match a 5-star warrior?" Sylthia rolled her eyes. "Stop daydreaming." She didn't believe Axel at all. He was what? 15? 16? But she knew that it was the age of delusion and boasting, so she didn't mind. But, Axel was serious. Right now, the only thing he was concerned about was, how much should I show? Chapter 171, Chapter 167, Trial 2. How much should I show? It was something to think about. Truthfully, Axel would have liked to have kept his powers a secret. He was a bit conflicted about this. He wanted to go all out. At least for once. Right now, he was under a disguise. He wasn't Axel, who was being targeted by the organization, but Chris, an identity he could discard without consequences. Showing off his power won't impact his real identity. It is also a fact that the more power he shows, the higher he'll be able to rise, which would make it easier for him to accomplish his goals. That's why, he definitely had the license to flex. But the problem is, this place isn't exactly safe for him. From what he has gathered so far, the king is sick, the princess does not have too much power, and there is something called the Council of Elders who wield considerable power. That is not even mentioning the relic wielders present on their side. Between all these people, with his past record, Axel is completely certain that at least one of them would want him dead at some point. Thus, it would be for the best if he doesn't show everything. 60%. 60% of his total power. This is the max limit Axel has drawn for himself in this war. But, that 60% is more than enough. Considering the fact that he has only shown 2 to 5% to take out the whole Mahout Okoro team, it can be estimated just how high he is going to go this time. Sylthia first took him to an area where tens of transparent cylindrical pods were arranged in rows. She tapped a few times on the screen of one of them, and it opened from the middle with a swoop, its surface lighting up. Axel pursed his lips in distaste. "Don't tell me I have to go inside." "You have to go inside," said Sylthia firmly. "It's to check whether you are a squid or not." "A what?" Axel was stumped. "Isn't squid just a tentacle sea creature? What does she mean by that?" "A squid. Meaning if you are not a member of Kraken or not." "Oh. Squid is a derogatory term for members of Kraken." It made sense now. No wonder Sylthia got suspicious when he expressed reluctance over going into the pod. If this device can check if he's from the Kraken, then it seems he really has to go in. But how does it distinguish between someone who is from Kraken and someone who is not? He asked. Silver tongue. Every Kraken member has a particular energy inside their bodies. This machine can detect traces of that energy inside you. Sylthia paused as she gritted her teeth, realizing that she had yet again revealed secret information to him. The look she gave him could kill him 100 times. "So, it's like this." Axel paid no attention to her. He was still analyzing the new information he just got. "So, the members of Kraken have a particular energy inside them." From Theron and Nerio, he had already deduced that they had been granted some special powers that weren't their own. Those tattoos, for example, and those mental barriers. Theron's armor took too much power to control. It wasn't something that a person can do by themselves. And the reaction speed of Nerio was unreal. Furthermore, their mental barriers were powerful enough to defend against even his legilimency. This must be the energy Sylthia is talking about. The question is, how? "Why aren't you going in?" asked Sylthia, her jewel already glowing. She was growing more and more suspicious of Axel. First he asks so many questions, then he wants to contact someone in the outside world, and now he is stalling to get checked. Axel was really hesitating to enter the pod. Of course he did not have the tattoos, neither did he have those mental blocks. But there was still some risk. His father was a fucking member of the organization. A very powerful one at that. So he wondered, is it possible that Axel might have some of that energy inside him? Axel only entered the pod after confirming with the system. Fortunately, he was found to have passed the test. Strange. Sylthia was still a bit confused. Even though he passed the test, there were faint traces, ones which can only be found in people of Atlantis. If this guy really has had no contact with Kraken or Atlantis, then how come he has them? Maybe, its influence is spreading faster than we had anticipated, she thought gravely. "What's next?" asked Axel, snapping Sylthia out of her thoughts. "Now, I will take you to the trial rooms." The trial rooms. It has been mentioned many times, but Axel still doesn't know exactly what the trial really is. It's essentially a set of tests that you are going to take in order to judge your overall capabilities. The rest, you'll understand when you see it, she said meaningfully. Their destination was at the opposite side of the huge hall. Upon arriving here, Axel realized that the crowd here was second densest after the fighting rings. Large doors were built into the wall side by side, and above each door was a wide screen that displayed different kinds of footage. In one was the screens, a student could be seen shooting a horde of creatures, in another, a student was fighting soldiers in close quarters. In some they were running through different types of obstacles. From time to time, they would die too. Sometimes they would revive while sometimes they would quit. The students standing outside were spectating the participants while discussing among themselves. They would cheer and exclaim from time to time when something surprising happens. By Magellan's teeth! The way he's running! Eder might break the record soon. He's not there yet. The running record has been unbeatable for 5 years straight. What a shot! Keep shooting! Nert's fighting power seems to have increased again. Carlton died horribly this time. That must have hurt like painifer. Listening to the conversation, Axel was able to guess what the trial room seemed to be about, and his gaze flickered with astonishment. Sylthia looked at the country bumpkin by her side. A trial room is an advanced Atlantean technology that simulates real-life situations through which you can test and improve your overall combat abilities without any risks. Do you understand now? Axel nodded his head, still looking at the screens. Sylthia was satisfied with his bumpkin-like reaction. I've heard from the shinobis that the outsiders are still far from developing any such technology, so be grateful that you are getting a chance. Since the rooms are limited, even the students of the Royal Academy get a fixed quota of how many times they can try this. If it were in my hands, someone like you would have never gotten a chance. She said, going towards one of the rooms that had just gotten empty. Axel seemed to not mind her insulting words at all. Sylthia has been nothing but unhelpful and annoying so far. By now, he had already thanked the system for having him purchase the Zen Focus. After training that skill, Axel was able to control his temper much better. Otherwise, he would have lashed out by now, no matter the consequences. Even though he could calm his mind through occlumency, the source of his unstable emotions has always been his messed up soul. Now that he has adjusted it somewhat through Zen Focus, he can stop himself after considering the overall situation. But of course, his extremely petty and vindictive nature is still unchanged. The most Zen Focus can do is delay his revenge. Well, when I become the king, I know who to pick as my cupbearer. I'll have her wear that emerald bracelet she likes to flaunt so much around her neck, like a pet collar while she serves me drinks. I'll slowly crush that pride until there's none left. That's what he was thinking while walking with light steps, his expression serene. Ahem, it seems that he has only become a more dangerous enemy to have. Previously, the retaliation would have been swift and shallow. But now, it is going to be long and extremely tortuous. Unaware of the future humiliation she had secured herself during this half an hour of company, Sylthia walked straight towards the crowd. Out of the way! She said, blowing a gust of wind. Suddenly, the students who were busy looking at the screens, turned to find Sylthia walking over. Flabbergasted, they all stumbled to make way for her while saluting her. They weren't prepared to see someone high as like Sylthia so close to them. The crowd parted to make way for her. Walking through the path created like it was a matter of course, Sylthia flashed the communicated device on her wrist to the control screen, and the interface flashed with a welcome, Sylthia Orinder. So, which path do you want to choose? She asked him over her shoulder. What is this path now? Asked Axel in annoyance. First, there are various enclaves like military, mending, technomancy, court official, etc. Then in the military, there is the frontline and logistics division. Now, what are these paths? There are 4 basic paths to choose in the frontline division: shooter, gladiator, spellcaster, rider. Which ones of these would you like to try? I can select more than one. Sylthia clicked her tongue. Someone explain it to him, she ordered, gesturing towards Axel. The students hesitated at first due to nervousness, but knowing that it was a good opportunity to curry favor with Sylthia, a student stepped forward. You can choose more than one, but only if you are capable. The more paths a student or soldier is proficient in, the better his or her prospects will be, he explained. More the merrier, hey. Axel pondered over what to choose. Warrior? He could dabble. Shooting? His aiming has been honed for years. How difficult can it be? Rider? World-famous Quidditch player here. Spell casting? He could see that the Atla Ntia spell casting was a bit different, but it seems he can try those as well. I'll choose all 4, he decided. Everyone looked at him strangely and Sylthia snorted. Another student stepped forward to explain. I don't recommend you choose all. The trial will be designed to test all the aspects of the paths you've chosen. So, the more you choose, the more difficult it will be. Axel nodded. I choose all. Those words made Axel look ignorant and overconfident, and their impression of him fell several degrees. You should not underestimate the trials. Since it's safe, their difficulty level is beyond even 2-star soldier level. Students die many times while attempting it, and even though the death is not real, the pain you'll feel is very real, one of the more empathetic students kindly explained. If Axel is someone important enough to be escorted directly by Sylthia Orinder, then it's better to make a good impression. That's why, several students seem to want to persuade him further. After all, facing those situations and dying is no joke. Lots of students get traumatized due to it every year. If it's too much, they stop even going to the trial room. On the other hand, many others were just happy to see him make a fool of himself. Why? The bastard is able to be so close to Sylthia. That's right, they were just jealous. Who is he? But, Axel was thinking of something else entirely. Only 2-star. Since the difficulty level only reached 2 stars, it seems that he won't be able to show off much after all. So, what will happen if I clear it? He asked, but maybe the question was ridiculous, because several snickers were heard from the surroundings. This again. Sylthia was exasperated by Axel's delusional questions. Most students can't even pass the endurance test, or die at the second stage. The trial is just to test how far a student can go, not if they can clear it. If they perform decently, they will be admitted, and then they train for years so that they can get a satisfactory score and graduate. So, his question about clearing it is just plain ridiculous. What is your full name? Sylthia asked, tapping the control screen. She no longer cared if Axel died many times inside and failed. She just wanted to get this over with. Axel clicked his tongue. Would it kill her to give him a straight answer to his questions for once? Chris Martin. Axel gave out a random surname. Sylthia quickly entered his name, selected all of the basic paths and tapped Simulate Trial. Just go in already. And be warned, don't blame us if you get trauma from dying, she said, turning to Axel. Maybe, she'll be more cooperating after the trial. Fine. Axel decisively walked into the trial room. The door closed behind him, and the screen above lit up, showing Axel. Inside was pitch black, except for these words. Welcome, Chris Martin. Your very first attempt will begin now. Are you ready? Ready. 3, 2, 1. Slowly, a narrow path appeared in front of him, being cleared out of nothing and stretching out for a distance. First stage, obstacle course. Start running. Chapter 172, Chapter 168, Showing Off. Outside the trial rooms, the number of people gathered had begun to increase at a rapid rate. From the moment Sylthia had arrived in the trial grounds, more and more people had started paying attention to her movements. What is Sylthia Orinder doing in this area? Usually, she is only seen accompanying the princess. But today, she had a boy in strange clothes walking side by side with her. When they noticed Axel and Sylthia walking towards the squid detection pods, and then to the trial rooms, they realized that Axel was actually taking the enrollment test. What kind of person was he to have Sylthia Orinder personally take his test? Everyone was curious, so, they all began making their way towards the trial rooms, curious to spectate. When those who still had no idea what was going on saw everyone gathering at one place, they also followed to find out. And that is how, Axel now had a big audience watching his match. Not only that, many of the students had begun recording and streaming him through their wrist devices. Who is this new fish? I don't know either, but he's with Sylthia, so there must be something, right? Look at his clothes. What kind of fashion is that? He's so handsome. Someone tell me his oshagram. All kinds of discussions regarding Axel were going on. But the most prevalent one was, look at those loose clothes. 100 Atten says he won't be able to even pass the physical stage. I bet he'll go down on the first obstacle. 300 on third obstacle. Yep, they were betting on how much he'd last. 3, 2, 1. Begin running. In the screen, the trial had already started, but they could see that Axel still had not started moving. Instead, he was stretching his muscles lazily, warming up. The confusion of the crowd was palpable. Did this guy not know what he was supposed to do? Run, said Sylthia through the microphone, in case he hadn't yet realized. But Axel still took 5 seconds to complete his stretching routine. Then, he began jogging on the path. Is this a joke? What the hell is he doing? Is he mad or what? The crowd felt like they had wasted their time coming here. A lot of booing and jeering sounds were heard. But, some perceptive people didn't take their eyes off of Axel. Somehow, the way he behaved, and his each and every movement gave them an inexplicable feeling. Sure enough, Axel's speed was increasing at a constant rate. He was still steady and relaxed, but his hands and feet were moving faster and faster. Not only that, the steps were gradually getting larger, making him cover more distance in the same amount of time. The crowd was no longer so rowdy now. Axel was now running at a speed that seemed as fast as any of them, even though they had been going through enhancements here. So, he can run, muttered someone unimpressed. Running wasn't really that important. The first stage was a test of stamina, endurance, reaction speed, maneuverability, balance, coordination, etc. Agility was just one factor. But very soon, people noticed something abnormal. Is he still getting faster? Everyone else also realized it. Axel's hands and feet were still moving faster and faster. People couldn't understand how that was possible. What kind of training and enhancement did he receive to be able to become so fast at such a young age? Is he from one of those aristocratic families? Look, he isn't slowing down. Someone pointed out in urgency. The beginning was a straight run to warm you up and tire you out somewhat, but the first stage truly begins when the obstacles start coming. Axel was now entering into the true beginning of the first stage. He's going to die. That was the conclusion people reached when they saw him still somehow increasing his speed. Someone tell him. Another person yelled. If Axel kept going like that, he would get seriously injured, or might even die. Even though it won't be real, but it's still a really unpleasant experience. But, even after the urging of the person, Sylvia didn't warn Axel. She just stood there, gazing at Axel in surprise. Sure enough, the first obstacle came without warning. A block manifested out of thin air right in front of Axel. And since he was running so fast, he hardly had the time to even detect it, let alone stop or avoid it. Arcane footwork. In the next moment, Axel appeared on the other side of the block, as if he had passed right through it. His speed hadn't decreased at all. In fact, it was still increasing. His hands and feet were almost a blur by now. Jaws were dropped, pupils were dilated, and eyes were stretched wide open when they saw this. What the hell? Is he a ninja? Even they don't move like that. They didn't know, it was just the beginning. As more and more blocks materialized in the path, Axel didn't slow down at all, passing by the manifested blocks as if he was going right through them. The only silver lining was, he seemed to have at least stopped accelerating further. Excuse me. Sylvia came out of her trance-like state when someone addressed her. Looking back, everyone was looking at her inquiringly. Can you please enlighten us about his identity? The students couldn't hold back their curiosity any longer. Who is he? Sylvia realized that she had no idea. She had thought that he was just a nobody who was bewitched by the prestige of Atlantis and wanted to climb high without having any abilities, but it seems that it was no longer the case, was it? It seems that Axel can at least run very well. But so, he's a bit good at running, thought Sylvia with a huff. She didn't believe it would be anything more. Since he had chosen all the paths, the trial will be designed in order to test everything. Just good running is not going to help very much. Meanwhile, in the trial, the next obstacle came, the laser field. He'll slow down now, right? Said a student. Everyone has to slow down here. You simply cannot pass through that field without taking the utmost caution. The lasers are densely aligned, and you have to slowly move your body through the field without touching the lasers. It's not even about how fast you can go anymore. It tests your balance, flexibility, and core strength. Trying to run through it is madness. But it seems that Axel was going to attempt this madness, because he still hadn't slowed down despite the laser field getting closer and closer. Slow down. Touching the lasers can be fatal, said Sylvia in the microphone. This time, she decided to warn him. It could be considered an apology for underestimating him. He wasn't a complete weakling at least. Too bad, her kindness was ignored by Axel, since he didn't slow down at all, making her wonder why he even bothered. Die then, she muttered to herself. But Axel didn't even do that. As soon as the laser field came, Axel's eyes sharpened. The world seemed to slow down for him as the details he could capture increased. A path quickly formed in his mind, as his brain did calculations to find the quickest and safest route out. Just when the laser field came, he jumped right in, causing the spectators outside to grimace. They thought they'd see Axel getting cut into multiple pieces. But what they saw was parts of Axel's body continuously bending into different angles, until he emerged on the other side, completely unharmed. There was pin-drop silence outside. Everyone was still comprehending what they saw. Only after Axel glanced right at them with a disdainful look did the exclamations begin. What did he do just now? It can also be done like this. Can he become intangible? Does he have a relic or something? What Axel was doing right now was just too absurd, even by Atlantean standards. Woohoo! This guy's awesome! Someone exclaimed. He's speedrunning through the trial like it's nothing. Another guy exclaimed with excitement. Several exclamations of agreement were heard from all around. The students were now hooked, rooting and cheering for Axel. Speedrunning was something the high-level soldiers sometimes do when they come to this trial ground. Since 2-star difficulty is nothing serious for them, they'd show off by going through the obstacles like a piece of cake while taking as little time as possible. The videos they have seen are extremely exhilarating and satisfying to watch, but they never thought that they would get the chance to see it live. Axel, despite this being his first attempt and his age being too low, was attempting to speedrun the trial. The students were no doubt excited. But, not everyone was excited. In the crowd, there was also a 3-star officer, who was spectating the trial. Listening to the students chattering in awe, he shook his head. Shut up, you idiots! He's not going to last long, he said, shaking his head. This man was one of the instructors here. Of course, his words carried weight. Running continuously at that speed, he won't be able to clear the next obstacle, he explained. When he said that, realization dawned on the students. He's chosen all 4 paths, so the next obstacle is the gravitational field, right? Oh, right. His boat will sink. He didn't conserve energy. The students belatedly realized what was wrong. The more paths you choose, the more difficult the trial will be. The gravitational field. It only comes in the trial if you have chosen 3 or more paths, including the warrior path. It'll increase the gravity in the area, causing every step to cause more exertion. When the effect stacks for multiple steps, a person can't really hold on for long. A challenger can't have infinite stamina. If you have to go through the gravitational field, it's important to conserve your energy from the beginning in order to pass through it. Since Axel has been going at full speed for a while, it seems like he'll end up tiring out now. Understanding this, the students' enthusiasm dampened somewhat. Meanwhile, inside the trial room, Axel had a slightly annoyed look on his face. How long will this go on? He's tired of running at such mediocre speed. It's too difficult trying to control his legs to not move too fast. That's why he had to increase the pace slowly, in order to keep it under control. Show power, and they'll respect you. Show too much, and they'll fear you. Axel doesn't intend to go all at once. 60% is just the upper limit. For now, Axel is showing off far less. He's first going to gauge the reaction of the Atlanteans to this much power. In the past 2 years, due to the system-recommended training exercises, expensive magic ingredients diet, and the recommended potion recipes, his physical capabilities have already far surpassed human limits. Arcane Thief is a class that especially promotes physical attributes, to begin with. So the trial made for noobs here is just too damn boring for him. As Axel ran, he suddenly felt that his steps were a little heavy. Unconsciously, he increased the power of his muscles to keep up with the same speed, not at all faltering. But then he realized. Is this an obstacle too? Axel slowed down his speed somewhat, but still kept going without any sign of fatigue. When he came out of the field, his speed increased again. By this point, he was almost bored. Systems exercise is so much more difficult than this, he thought. The amount of stamina he has used from the beginning of the trial till now, it's used up within 2 minutes when doing systems exercise. Meanwhile, looking at Axel still running at the same speed, the people outside, the students had question marks all over their faces. Who is this guy? How did he do it? With that stamina, he can even go on for the whole night, someone joked. 500 Atlans says he'll also pass the next obstacle. A bet was announced. But this time, no one countered it. People could no longer speculate what Axel could or could not do. The next obstacle was quite difficult, and it could be called the most difficult of some of them, but they had no idea how Axel will perform. But, they wanted to find out. Go Chris! Someone yelled, quickly repeated by another, and another. Speedrun the next one too. Yeah. Speedrun. 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 More and more students were coming from all around after knowing about the commotion through online. In the trial, while Axel was wondering what would happen next, he realized that there was no path ahead. Only a huge chasm. The only way ahead was a narrow pole, enough to accommodate 1 foot in breadth. Still waiting for the next trial, Axel began running on the pole while looking around, wondering if the pole would break off or if another obstacle like those blocks would appear, trying to push him off. But nothing of the sort happened, and Axel came to the end of the pole path. Up ahead, there was not even the pole. Just ropes at regular intervals, hanging by nothing. Fuck. He really is speedrunning it. The guy didn't even bother putting on the safety harness. The students were left in awe. What confidence! What balance! Go Chris! Go Chris! Next one too! Sure enough, Axel didn't disappoint. He jumped off and grabbed the rope, swung forward, skipped 2 ropes, caught the 3rd, swung off, caught the 7th one. Due to the swinging motion, his speed didn't decrease, but actually increased. As soon as he landed on the other side, fireworks exploded on the screen. The first stage of the trial was complete, and 2 more were left. Cheers erupted among the students. It was the moment when the new king had begun to get his first supporters. Meanwhile, a girl in ninja attire with a beautiful but expressionless face was packing up her gear, ready to depart on a long journey. The guy is going to destroy Atlantis, and expects her to sit back and relax? Only when all the kunao in the world turn into dust. Aki! Let's go! Before your grandfather finds out. Coming, Karai Sensei! Said Akiko, going out. The corners of her mouth lifted, imagining Axel's reaction when he would see her. Chapter 173, Chapter 169, Aerial Combat. The first stage was over. The students were completely won over by Axel, who had cleared it in style. Cheers were ringing incessantly, and more people were coming to spectate the match. In those people, there were many with even 1- and 2-star authority. Standing in the crowd, Sylthia could no longer stay indifferent. Looking at Axel's performance, she had to admit that he was definitely capable, at least in terms of physique. But, she was furious with the situation. Everyone was cheering for Axel like he was a new hero, and she absolutely couldn't stand it. If he was an Atlantean, she wouldn't have cared, but the fact is, he is not. Who is he? The students asked her for the umpteenth time. Since the atmosphere was so rowdy, they had even forgotten the absolute difference in class when addressing her. An outsider. She wanted to say. But she still remained silent instead, focusing on the screen. At this moment, a commotion ensued when Axel skipped the break time and directly entered the next stage. Usually, the trainees are allowed a brief break after the first round so that they can perform optimally in the second stage. So the onlookers were a bit disappointed. They couldn't wait to see how Axel will perform in the next stage. But, when they saw him skipping the break, it caused an uproar. Does he not need rest? Even after that run? I don't believe it. How old is he? He doesn't look older than 15 or 16. But he must be at least 20. Whatever Axel's magical and combat abilities might be, just considering his pure physical capabilities, it was too abnormal for him to be so powerful, even by Atlantean standards. Since Atlantis also puts emphasis on physical development along with magic, it's not that there aren't people who can match his physique. It can be achieved through training and enhancement. But everyone else with such physique is far older. Besides, his other aspects like maneuverability, balance, reaction etc. can only be achieved after incessant training. What will be the next stage? Shoot and rider assessment. The next stage would be a test for shooter and rider. No matter what path you choose, or how many you choose, the trial only has 3 stages. Since Axel had chosen all the basic paths, the difficulty is going to be much higher since more things will have to be tested with fewer stages. The distribution is something like this. First stage, physical assessment. Second stage, shooter and rider. Third stage, warrior and spellcaster. Usually, all 3 stages test just one path. But here, 3 stages have to test for 5 paths, so each stage's difficulty is increased several times. Bets for the next round? Someone asked. There was a pause, before bets began pouring in again. Like always, the bets were automatically registered into the system through their wrist devices, with the said amount being deducted from their account. If they win, the amount will be returned, along with their winnings. Unlike the other time, the odds were in favor of Axel performing well in the next trial, which was a surprise. It's natural that the chances Axel might perform poorly were higher. But the people had already lost a lot of times betting against him, so many knew better by now. Inside the trial ground, Axel walked through the doorway that had appeared in front of him and emerged on the other side. The scene around him got recreated again. This time, he was on the edge of a cliff. A number of bows and gun-like devices manifested around him. And then, a long hover contraption appeared in front of him. Axel examined it. It looked a bit like the Muggle motorcycles he had seen, except, comparing this glamorous vehicle to a Muggle bike seemed like an insult to this beauty. The body was extremely light and sleek, and it glowed with blue light, seemingly powered by magic. Axel strapped all the guns to his body and mounted the bike. As soon as he did so, words appeared in front of him. Stage 2, while riding the Aqua Knight, safely reach the other side while shooting down as many hostile units as possible. Accidentally shooting friendly units will bring negative points. 3. Wait. Axel suddenly realized a problem. 2. He had no idea how to use these things. 1. How do I use it? He muttered. Fortunately, a box called Instructions popped up in front of him when he uttered those words. Go. Accelerate by turning the handles inward, brake using the levers. Fire the blasters using the red switches, deploy the shield using blue switch. The shield's life will be displayed on the interface. Go. The crowd cheered while watching Axel. But... They were once again met with the sight of Axel not moving at all. Last time, he was at least warming up. But this time, he just sat there on the Aqua Knight, completely frozen. Then, someone saw the letters that had appeared in front of him. Is he reading the instructions? That observation caused mass confusion in the crowd. It was too absurd to be true. But when they saw Axel fiddling with the Aqua Knight's controls like a noob while checking the instruction, there was no denying it. Though instruction manuals are provided to supplement knowledge on how to use equipment, it's rarely needed, especially in the very first trial that determines a person's qualifications. The students only choose the path they are most proficient in. If someone has chosen the rider path, it's a given that they're skilled in riding a Aqua Knight, which is a very difficult to control vehicle. In such a case, reading instructions on the first trial, the one that is supposed to determine your future, is a bit. Not a bit, it's completely nuts. Brew, why did you choose the path if you don't even know how to ride an Aqua Knight? While they were waiting for him to finish up reading the instructions on how to use the Aqua Knight, they saw another wall of text appear in front of him as he began fiddling with the guns and bows he had strapped to himself and the bike. Is he for real? So, not only was he not a rider, he was not even a shooter. Remind me to punch him when he comes out. What kind of fish is he? Did no one tell him about the disadvantages of choosing multiple classes? What a waste of time. Did you call me here to show me this? The anger was reaching boiling point. Axel seems to have no idea about even the basics of the two paths. There's no way Axel can do much at this point. The disappointment of the crowd was immense, especially considering the fact that they had already placed bets by now. Unaware of the negative attention he was attracting, Axel thoroughly read the instructions while also listening to the system's information. The magic guns and bows in this place are well developed. So much so that there is an entire path related to it. These guns and bows are magical conduits that can help you compress your magical power and fire it with much more force than normal spells. There's also the concept of ready-made magic bullets and arrows, but those aren't usually as effective since most can't pierce the Atlantean's armor. Also, they're expensive. After going through the information, Axel tried firing according to the instructions. He cocked the gun in front. "Asmus," he muttered. Instantly, his magic was channeled into the gun, causing its sides to glow as it got compressed. When he pulled the trigger, with a bang, a compressed and destructive magic was released, causing a slight recoil. though, it dissipated after covering some distance, quite weak. Axel could vividly feel that he could compress it further, as was written in the instructions, but it was not easy. Shooting seems much more difficult compared to firing spells with a wand. Even though the power and speed can be increased, it must take a lot of training to master it. A slight smile played on Axel's lips. Interesting, he muttered, as if he had found a new toy. Meanwhile, jeering and booing sounds were spreading outside when people saw Axel's bullet. He really is a beginner. He's dead. 100 times. My Atlans. They had given up hope by now. The bullet Axel fired was quite weak. It takes years of training to master firing bullets, not to mention the difficulty of aiming. If he's a beginner, there's no way he'd pass the stage. With it being such a difficult stage, chances are, he'll keep dying, and it was meaningless to watch further. Bang! Just then, Axel fired a second time. This time, the bullet he fired was much faster, and covered more distance. It was almost approaching the student level, which takes years of training to reach. Not even letting anyone comprehend what was happening, Axel fired 3 more shots, with the last one coming at expert level. Congratulations, you have acquired the skill. Due to overlap with aiming, throwing, and wand shooting, Zen focus, etc. Current progress, 40%. The spectators were left staring at this unbelievable sight. Did he just learn to shoot in 10 seconds? What about the 10 years I spent? He made it look so easy. I don't believe it. He's clearly dogfishing us. Yeah, there was no recoil. If it was really his first time, the gun would have flown right out of his hand. Wait, what is he doing now? Ready-made bullets? What's the point? The ones provided in the trial are useless. In the trial room, Axel was now trying out the ready-made bullets. Though the power and speed was not up to par, but since Axel still hasn't fully recovered his magical limit, he would prefer using this. Since the ready-made bullets are just simulations in this trial, he can use an infinite amount. On the other hand, the magic used for firing magic bullets is real, and he'd rather not waste his precious magic if he can help it. After nodding to himself, Axel twirled the gun and strapped it to the holster on the Aquanite. He then hit the start button and the Aquanite hummed to life. Now, all that's left is to try this beauty out. Whirl! Gripping the handles, Axel gave a raise, causing slight vibration. Let's go! Axel switched gear and the Aquanite flew off with an amazing burst of speed. Whoa! Axel laughed out loud. This thing had much better acceleration than a broom. Axel quickly began familiarizing himself with the controls. Handling was a bit more difficult compared to a broom since the sensitivity was quite high. Just a slight tilt of the hand can change the course completely. Soon, the barren region below was gone, replaced by an endless cityscape. It was similar to the city he had seen when he had stepped through the portal. Only, this city was in chaos. Some buildings had turned into rubble while smoke was rising from others. Axel knew who he had to eliminate when he saw red marks over the enemy units. Meanwhile, the spectators outside, who were on the verge of leaving due to frustration, stopped when they saw Axel smoothly handling the Aquanite. The bets were still changing, and now those in favor of him not doing well had increased. It was because he got this one. Hey! It's been a while since I saw this. Doesn't even know the proper way to deploy the shield. It'll run out before he reaches the end. He's going to die, isn't he? It's because the scenario he got was like that. Axel has to shoot the hostiles which are quite a distance away, while flying at that speed. Meanwhile, he also has to keep himself safe from the attacks he's going to face from the enemy. Here it comes. 100 Atlans says he'll miss the first shot. The first of the enemies had come. It was another rider riding an Aquanite, coming towards Axel from his flank while firing the front blasters. Then, it started. Axel did not even look in the direction of the attack. Casually pointing his gun at the incoming enemy with just one hand, he fired 2 shots before getting back to handling the Aquanite. The shots, which were from the ready-made bullets, accurately hit the target in the neck, avoiding all armor. One seemed enough to take him down the Aquanite, but the second one hit the same spot, piercing the armor and killing the target on the spot. What? Fuck! Suddenly, cheers erupted again. That was a ready-made bullet. That insane aim, it has to be a fluke, right? It might seem easy, but what Axel did was extremely difficult. Ready-made bullets are slow, so when firing at such a speed, you have to fire while keeping the deviation in mind. Meaning you have to aim not where the target is, but where the target will be when the bullet reaches it. But, since they were shocked by just this, the people had no idea what they were in for. More riders with red dots came towards Axel, firing at him with the blasters in their aquanite. Axel swerved in a circle, easily dodging the shots while firing at them with his gun. 2 shots per kill, the triad was eliminated. Finding the next group of enemies, he drove low, firing at the hostiles who were firing at him from the ground and other buildings. The spectators couldn't even cheer. This kind of deadly accuracy was frightening. The civilians were quite close to the enemies he shot just now. And yet, each shot found its mark at the red target. And even then, 2 bullets still hit the same spot in order to make up for the lack of firepower. How? No one could understand how he could reach such level shooting and flying skills. It's really a pity he doesn't know about the shields. Some people lamented. With this much, Axel had already shown that he was a much better rider and shooter than almost all the students here. He really does have the right to choose both of these paths. But, it's a pity that he got this particular scenario, or he would have cleared the stage. In this scenario, defense also plays an important role. There are some attacks that cannot be dodged. The shields have to be deployed at the right times, or you won't know what hit you. Since it's his first time, Axel has no idea about this. Here it comes, said someone. Up ahead, there were enemy aircraft, which could fly faster than him. Reloading at a record speed, Axel fired again. Unfortunately this time, the gun couldn't do shit. Shit. He's in trouble. Deploy the shield. At this moment, the enemy aircraft fired a compressed laser beam that was much faster than any other attacks so far. It headed straight towards Axel, who was moving at a speed that would make it impossible to even react, let alone dodge. In the last moment, Axel's head tilted to one side as the laser missed him by a hair's breadth. In the trials, Axel only had one thought about this: Nario was at least 10 times faster. Chapter 174, Chapter 170, Beginning of a Slaughter. Everyone had really thought that Axel was done for this time. But when they saw him somehow saved, a loud cheer erupted in the viewers. That has to be a fluke, right? It has to be. It's his first time attempting this. After all, the laser was nothing to scoff at. Even if they believe that Axel saw the signs of the aircraft attacking and moved beforehand, he'd have had some information first, which is impossible since it's apparently his first time seeing this trial. Axel didn't just stop there. Taking the opportunity, he continued getting closer to the aircraft. He then turned on the blasters and fired a concentrated beam of his own, hitting it squarely in the middle. The aircraft didn't even have the time to deploy its shield before it was shot, crashing sideways into a building. The trial had attracted a lot of attention by now. Due to the ongoing war, everyone is competing to get rewarded, earn merits, or make a name for themselves. This is especially the case with the military division. In this turbulent time, the appearance of someone with extremely high talent and potential is bound to cause waves. That's why, the number of people watching Axel's trial has been skyrocketing, especially after the beginning of the second stage. Physical fitness is just the basics. But if Axel showed the same phenomenal mastery in shooting and riding, then he is definitely someone to pay attention to. Because then, he can directly participate in war and even play a crucial role. More and more higher-ups were now paying attention to Axel's match. Some of his skills are better than even me, said a man with 4 stars shining on his shoulder, displaying his authority. Astonishment was visible on his face as he looked at Axel, who was back to shooting down the smaller enemies now. Better than even you. The officer beside him was surprised. Surely, that is an exaggeration. No, the man said firmly. Look at him. He hasn't missed a single shot yet. It was only then did the officer realize that this might indeed be the case. Axel has been shooting so fast that most people haven't even had the time to ascertain whether his shots were reaching their marks or not. But of course, the major protectate and one of the best shooters in Atlantis, who has already attempted the trial countless times, can easily tell. Axel has not missed. Not once. But, that wasn't even the most fearsome thing. It was the fact that he was using the basic gun and ready-made bullets, while shooting at the range of snipers. He's calculating the extreme deviation into account while also firing multiple bullets, even up to 5 per target sometimes, to make up for the lack of penetration. Who is he? The man with 4-star authority asked, clearly looking to commit it through his memory. The officer, who works in the royal court, had already done his research. His name is Chris Martin. We know nothing else except for the fact that he is a guest of the royal princess. She is apparently on close enough terms with him that she assigned Sylthia Orinder to help him take his trial. The man furrowed his brows. If such big figures are involved, then it might be difficult to recruit him. Meanwhile, Axel was in a bigger trouble this time. 3 aircraft were chasing him at the same time. But Axel still seemed to have the time to shoot other hostiles. He suddenly dipped low, zigzagging through the high-rise structures of the city. While he was passing through them, suddenly... What? Where is he? Axel suddenly disappeared. He hadn't emerged on the other side. Apparently, the enemy aircraft were also deceived, because their speeds also slowed down noticeably when they passed through the towering spiral buildings. At this moment, multiple beams hit the 3 aircraft from behind, causing them to go out of control and crash. Then, Axel, who had been following them, flew back into the view from between the buildings. It was a simple enough trick to pull off for Axel, but it didn't seem to be the case for others. How? Stealth maneuvers. I didn't see it wrong, did I? Who taught him that? Those who had some knowledge on what he had done were in disbelief, while those who had no idea were cheering in awe because it was simply too spectacular. Meanwhile, the 4-star major of the Guardian Division was still gaping in astonishment. Unlike others, he knew what Axel had and how he had done it. He just couldn't believe he was watching it from someone who is 16 years old and new to riding a Neptunite. He has to be recruited into the Protectors, he said firmly. I must inform the higher-ups. The Protectors. A crucial division of the Atlantean military that rides the Neptunite. Often patrolling the city, they deal in aerial combat, civilian rescue, maintaining order, etc. Due to the difficulty of each path, usually, a rider is accompanied by a shooter, making for an optimal team. But Axel can ride and shoot extremely well on his own. He's guaranteed to rise through the ranks quickly. The officer nodded. I believe no one will fight you for it, he said without urgency. Who will, when he has such aptitude for both riding and shooting? The man shook his head with uncertainty. You can't say that for sure. The specialized divisions would also not want to miss such a talent. Besides, that kid has also applied for the warrior and spellcaster paths as well. He had a feeling that it won't be so easy to recruit Axel. His feeling, of course, turned out to be true. Axel entered the last stage of the trial immediately. He was currently suspended in the air. Looking down, he found that he was in a war zone again. But this time, there were 2 words to describe his surroundings: utter chaos. 2 sides were currently in an all-out war. Judging by his own armor, Axel was on the side of Atlantis. And by the bizarre look of the other side, he was willing to bet the other side was Kraken. It consisted mostly of monsters, and humans who no longer looked like humans. The giant monsters were abominations created from a mixture of sea creatures. The humans, on the other hand, all had tattoos, and most of them seemed to have weird genetic mutations. Stage 3, this is an improbable simulation of a war. Fight for Atlantis and survive as long as possible using the warrior and spellcaster path. There is no stage clearing criteria. Results will be determined based on your performance before death or forfeit. Axel blankly looked at the scene in front of him. What exactly is he supposed to do? Fight and survive? Is he supposed to subdue them without eliminating them? No, that would be idiotic, since this is a war simulation, not a friendly match. But then, does this mean what he is thinking it means? Killing. Now that he considered it, killing, at least in simulation, seems quite normal in Atlantis. In the last stage, he didn't think much about it since he was just shooting down enemies from a distance, not knowing whether they were dying or not. But now, it's a bit different. People around him were slaughtering each other, and he was being encouraged to participate. This came as somewhat of a culture shock to Axel. Whether it was the Muggle Britain or the Wizarding Britain, killing was considered one of the worst taboos there. Some of it can be attributed to the fact that he is applying for the army right now, for which, learning to use lethal force is necessary. But in Britain, the Aurors are at most taught how to subdue enemies, not kill. Even if you are fighting dangerous criminals, taking a life is considered a last resort, and it can still get you into a lot of trouble. Regardless, with the war imminent, Axel agreed that this was the best way to ensure a soldier's survival. It might be harsh, but it'll keep them alive. The other side is ready to kill you. If you still try to be soft, you'll be the one to die. Choose your weapons. Instantly, a list appeared in front of Axel, showing a variety of weapons. Since it was supposed to be a warrior and spellcaster stage, there were weapons for both the stages. Axel scrolled through the long list. There were various types of weapons here, some of which Axel couldn't even recognize, let alone know how to use. Among the ones he knew about, there were different types of magic swords, shields, tridents, nets, maces, hammers, bows, magic staves, wands, rings, amulets, etc. Axel knew that he had to fire some spells and show off some of his combat skills. His choice was simple, a dagger and a wand. Get ready. Axel looked at the dagger he had chosen. Sharp and durable, balanced well in his hand. It would do. He casually tried running his magic through it, and was surprised to see a sharp coat of magic power appear along the blade. He checked the wand next. He was surprised to find that it was actually made out of metal. When he passed magic through it, it made a whirring sound while giving out a slight vibration. 3, 2, 1. Axel decided to just go with it. It's not like he ever has had any problems with killing. In fact, he was somewhat looking forward to the fight. On the other hand, when the crowd outside saw Axel's trial, some of the spectators gawked in bafflement while some were cheering as if they'd expected. Is this really the legendary war simulation? It is. But I'm not surprised. If someone can trigger it, it's him. Many of them were dumbfounded to see the legendary Hell mode difficulty stage that they had only seen in videos actually appear, while others lamented for Axel's bad luck. If he has actually triggered it, he to suffer. The war scenario. The simulations for participants. For example, Axel's trial is comparatively more difficult from the beginning, since more paths have to be tested in 3 stages. But another fact that influences the scenario is your performance. If it's above a certain level, then the simulations of subsequent stages change in order to keep it challenging for the participant. It means that the default simulation is not enough to check the full capabilities of a participant. Among these cases, there is one scenario that particularly stands out, the war scenario, the most difficult scenario of the trial room. If a challenger has triggered it, then it means that 2-star level is not sufficient to test a participant's full capabilities. Obviously, no student has ever triggered it. It has only happened when some big shot has entered to show off, which is extremely rare. But since a war is interesting to watch, the videos of its precedents are extremely popular. Most of the students were naturally thrilled to be able to watch it in real time. But many also had concerns. This scenario is the most gory and brutal of all. Some students in the past used a higher-ups authority to forcefully activate this trial, but they were traumatized after experience and quit from the frontline division. Students need to train for a minimum of 3 to 4 years before they are gradually able to mentally face such kinds of situations. Since it's Axel's first time attempting the trial, the result can be imagined. Of course, no one tried to stop it. Even though they knew it was the right thing to do. Because, everyone was just too curious. By now, everyone is somewhat used to Axel doing everything in a flash. The words genius, unreasonable, defying logic have already been attributed to him. What would happen when this person faces this stage of Hell mode difficulty? That's why, everyone watched without anyone trying to interfere. Dagger and wand. Once again, Axel showed them through his actions that they should just stop thinking logically when he chose a knife and wand as his weapon. The most common weapon for a magic warrior in Atlantis is a trident. It can be used for both spell casting and melee combat. The range can also be adjusted, thus making it the standard weapon. Dagger? It's just a supplementary weapon. Now, people were beginning to have doubts. 3, 2, 1. As soon as the countdown was over, Axel was dropped into the war zone. Like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Chapter 175, Chapter 171, Castle under Emergency. The final stage of the trial began as Axel was dropped in the middle of the chaos. On the screen, the battlefield was displayed up close in high definition. It was an unrealistic scene where the two sides were engaging in direct, primal confrontation. Projectiles were fired, weapons clashed, and screams erupted. Blood flowed like rivers and lives were lost every second. Standing in such a scene of carnage, Axel leisurely surveyed his surroundings. Not a hint of fear or panic could be detected from his face. On the contrary, he appeared curious, excited, even. Seeing that, many people were already impressed. No matter how bad it looks on the screen, it's several times worse to actually feel it in the trial room, which can simulate it infinitely close to reality. In such a situation, there are many who would start feeling nauseous or directly vomit. That is something really irritating to watch for the spectators, who like watching real fights. They know it's difficult to do it in person, but they are still used to watching videos of veterans. In such a situation, Axel, who seemed not at all fazed from his surroundings, gave them hope that they might see a good show. Not bad. He's taking it well. At least not a wimp, hey. Well, you can't say that until he kills. Agreed. Indeed, the next most pathetic thing is not being able to kill your opponent. It's a very common weakness in many soldiers. Usually, those who are intimidated by war or those who aren't able to kill, aren't really blamed for it, since they are only human. But still, these people are looked down upon in the frontline division. After all, if you are in the frontline division, killing is necessary, and if you are so averse to it, then why even choose to be on the front line? Just for the high benefits? That's why, these people are called wimps, and are not allowed to be in many of the frontline subdivisions. Now, all that was left to see was if Axel will fight well or not. While everyone was anticipating a good fight, their hopes were dashed when they saw Axel strapping his dagger and wand to his waist, keeping his hands empty. What is he doing? Has he already given up? Damn it, is he a wimp after all? Axel's actions were quite peculiar. If someone is dropped in the middle of a war zone, their reactions would be predictably filled with fear and panic. Axel, on the other hand, leisurely sheathed his weapons, as if he won't be needing them at all. People couldn't anticipate exactly what he was planning to do. Is he going to run away? I don't think so. Maybe he thinks it'll be easy. He won't survive long if he underestimates the trial like this. The difficulty level will increase very quickly. He should fight seriously from the start, or he'll be surrounded and killed. Axel's actions were now leading people to believe that he won't be able to perform well in this trial after all. This is not an actual war, but a simulation designed to test one individual. In this trial, the challenger has to kill their way up. The enemies will keep targeting the challenger, and there is no running away. Furthermore, even though the starting difficulty is easy, the number of enemies and their power keeps increasing. If the challenger does not kill the starting enemies, their numbers stack up with the new, more powerful opponents. In the end, the challenger is overwhelmed quite easily and dies. Now that Axel has sheathed his weapons, it seems that he is not going to kill the enemies after all. On the battlefield, both sides clashed against each other. Since Axel was dropped in the middle of such a battlefield, he wasn't given much time to stand idle. A Kraken warrior attacked him. Axel just stood in his place even as the man swung his trident at him with an inhuman speed. At the last moment, he ducked low, going forward. He didn't look back, but somehow, the man was killed by the spell of an Atlantean soldier who was right behind Axel. Walking forward, he picked up a fallen shield from the ground, which he used for blocking a spell that had come from the opposite side. He came face to face with the spellcaster who had tried to hit him. Dodging another spell, Axel pushed the man aside, before he continued his stroll. The spellcaster who was pushed aside stumbled into another Kraken member, both of whom were cut down by an Atlantean warrior who took advantage of the disturbance. Continuing his steps, he was now surrounded by Kraken soldiers. Suddenly seeing an enemy in their midst, the surrounding soldiers made Axel their main target. Walking up to a certain spot, Axel suddenly tilted his body sideways as a bullet and two spells whizzed past him. But his positioning was such that these ranged attacks instead hit other Kraken soldiers who were caught unprepared. The rest of the enemies attacked him, but within a few seconds, all of them were lying on the ground. The shooter had somehow shot the sword wielder, who happened to be standing right behind Axel. At the same time, the warrior who was trying to stab Axel with his trident got deflected and ended up stabbing the shooter, after which he accidentally tripped due to Axel's foot and ended up falling on the sword of the fallen sword wielder, which was still filled with magic, thus cutting himself. Just like that, Axel was leisurely moving back and forth through the field, his opponents dropping one by one. Until now, Axel had not so much as tried to hurt a fly, and yet, those he faced were all incapacitated. The people watching simply couldn't understand what was happening. Is this still a war? Why does what Axel is doing look more like a leisure stroll in the garden? In such a situation, one of the students voiced out everyone's doubt. So, is he a wimp or not? The question was met with silence. A wimp is someone who is scared of violence and doesn't kill his enemies due to morality. But when looking at Axel, he does not, at all, seem averse to violence. As for not killing his enemies, it seems he's just too lazy to do so rather than sparing them out of mercy. The veterans, on the other hand, had their own thoughts. Battlefield awareness. That was what they were seeing right now. Axel had not personally attacked anyone yet. But still, he had used the external factors to the fullest against his enemies. In the battlefield, your emotions are heightened, and your ability to think is inevitably dulled due to excessive blood flow. In such a situation, Axel being able to calmly deal with the enemy without even having to use his own power spoke a lot about his competence. But why? The only question was, why? Why was Axel not engaging in battle? Why is he not being offensive? Is he really averse to taking lives? Can he actually do it, or is this his limit? He hasn't used much magic yet, has he? A veteran keenly noticed. Axel was not using his own magic. Even in the last trial, he had used ready-made bullets. It made one wonder if he really couldn't use it. It's truly impressive, but it would be a pity if this is it. Another veteran muttered. So far, Axel has displayed excellent abilities in every field. But, if this is the extent of his combat skills, then he won't be able to progress in this trial. Because, what he was facing until now was the lowest level threat in a war. In order to progress further, he needs offensive and defensive power that cannot be achieved through mere physical abilities. Sure enough, in the battlefield, Axel had to suddenly jump to the side, just as an explosion happened right where he was previously standing. The second wave is here. Someone muttered. Well, it was fun while it lasted. Many people thought that the trial would end soon now. They were disappointed, but no one thought less of Axel. With what he has shown, there are already too many subdivision who will be. Meanwhile, inside the battlefield, Axel looked at the wizard who had fired the previous spell. The characteristic Kraken tattoos on this soldier's body were much more prominent than others, even visible on the face. From beside him, another soldier with muscles that were abnormally bulging came at Axel, swinging his sword that launched a slash that could travel through the air. Seeing the enemies who were definitely stronger than the previous ones, Axel got a bit serious now. But, he still did not draw his weapons. With unpredictable footsteps, he suddenly closed the distance between himself and the new soldiers. When the spellcaster fired his next spell, his hand was redirected towards the warrior with building muscles. Bang bang bang! Simultaneously, gunshots were fired at Axel, who used the spellcaster's body as a shield. 5 soldiers were still surrounding him. And the one who had fired the shots was a shooter who could fire rapid bullets. Quickly closing the distance, Axel went on the offensive for the first time. Raising his hand, he delivered a regular punch to the shooter's face. Crunch! But impact could be heard even over the loud cheering of the spectators. The shooter's face directly caved in as blood mist rose into the air. Oh! Damn! He can even do that! Did he just kill that man with a single punch? Since the beginning of this stage, his movements had been slow, and he hadn't tried to attack the opponents himself. But now, Axel's movement had gotten faster and he had also gotten more offensive. The 5 remaining soldiers in his surrounding, who were all warriors, attacked him with their weapons filled with magic. Axel seemed to be able to react easily to the attacks, managing to dodging with just a nick of time every chance. When faced with multiple attacks, one of the warriors would be used up as a shield. Outside, the people couldn't believe their eyes. When they saw that Axel had not been using magic, they had thought that he wouldn't be able to go on much longer without it. After all, without magic, he would have no offense. Then how? What kind of punch is that? As they saw Axel blowing his opponents away with his seemingly ordinary punch, they were left with a deep sense of dissonance. His punch was displayed up close in slow motion. They saw that the punch was ordinary, but at the last moment, just before making contact, the veins on his hands would pop out as his hand would blur. Along with that, his wrist would also flick outward like a whip. All combined, it generates enough force to thoroughly shatter the target upon contact. Even with the difficulty increased, Axel fought the enemies barehanded without problems. Punching was not Axel's only offense. Sometimes, he would twist enemy's neck, and sometimes he would target the weak spot with their fingers. While dodging multiple attacks, he would take down one enemy at a time, methodically killing them with no hurry. As if conserving his stamina, his movements were sharp and precise, and his speed would only increase when reacting to threatening attacks. At this moment, a shadow loomed over Axel. Without even looking up, he ran out of range as a giant tentacle landed, narrowly escaping. A new wave of soldiers attacked him, this time much more in number than the previous time. It's finally over, right? Yeah, but he's been amazing so far. He did great. Everyone thought that this was it. This is the stage where most people give up. After all, the existing enemies stack up with the new enemies. Then there is the involvement of those giant creatures. When it seemed that Axel would give up, he did something. He finally brought out his wand. And with a flick, the numerous weapons lying on the ground rose up. Fuck. What kind of spell is that? Is he really going to? Swish 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 swish. With another flick, hundreds of weapons were launched towards the enemies with great momentum. Among them were swords, tridents, spears, axes, all of which accurately hit their designated targets. In an instant, only the giant creature was left alive in the immediate vicinity of Axel, whose hide could not be penetrated by normal weapons. Decimating an entire wave with just one spell, this is not something a novice can do. So, he was also a powerful spellcaster all along. Shiver. A shiver ran through the crowd when they witnessed this scene. Until now, Axel has not been using magic all, leading them to think that he really might not be good at it. But then he does this. It made people think just how much more was he hiding? Was what he has already shown really all he can do? This guy. How much is he hiding? We'll find out in the next wave. Indeed. New enemies came forward, led by a Kraken soldier carrying a spear that was definitely at least a powerful sub-relic. Combined with the existing giant creature, it put Axel under a formidable pressure to deal with just his exposed abilities. Go Chris! Yeah! Show us all this time! The cheer grew incessantly. The excitement in the air was palpable. At this moment, Axel finally brought out his knife, causing the noise to reach a crescendo. But then, red lights flared up in the training hall, as alarm blared. It was an emergency. Thus, due to protocol. No! With the unwilling yells and curses of the crowd, Axel, along with the rest of the trial room participants, were ejected from their trial rooms. Someone was going to pay for hanging them at this cliff. This time, it's not my fault. Blame whoever caused the emergency. Chapter 177, Chapter 172, Seeing a Familiar Face. Chapter 172. Noise. Take the early chapter. Beep beep beep. Axel was suddenly thrown out of the trial room. What the? And, he found himself surrounded by a huge crowd, which was currently filled with chaos. No way. This can't be happening. Continue the trial. Alarms were blaring, the instructors were shouting, and the crowd was protesting. Axel blinked his eyes in confusion. What happened? At this moment, a pair of long legs came to a halt in front of him. Glancing up, he found Sylthia standing over him. Currently, she was busily talking on the communicator on her wrist. After tapping her wrist, she turned her attention to him. The trial has been temporarily suspended due to an emergency. Sylthia's eyes held complicated emotions when saying that. Emergency. Axel's brows furrowed. So, what happens now? Do I still have no hope of getting recruited? He asked, repeating the question he had asked before entering the trial. You. Sylthia had no answer to Axel's question. This question left her positively ashamed. Getting recruited? The higher-ups will be fighting to recruit him. Recalling her earlier behavior, she felt rather undignified. She had been repulsed by Axel's ambitions when he was so young and hadn't received royal education. But she hadn't, in her wildest imaginations, anticipated his real competence. Just wait for the results. Those interested in your abilities will recruit you. For the time being, you will be treated as an academy student, she said, even while her communication device was ringing. With that said, she vanished with a gust of air as if running away from him. Axel was left scratching his head. She did not give me a straight answer until the end. He realized, much to his chagrin. Sylthia Orinder was already dumped in the annoying category. While Axel was still distracted with various thoughts, the prickling stares on him suddenly made him remember his current situation. The instructors were currently busy directing the students to their dorms. But still, who would want to go back to the boring dorms after being mercilessly hung on such a cruel cliff? I'm not going anywhere. Me neither. I want to see the rest of the trial. It was just getting to the interesting part. Axel found himself the focus of various heated gazes. The students were looking at him with looks that seemed to suggest they wanted to tear him apart. While he was still confused, an older boy who looked to be around 19 came forward. "Excuse me. What?" Sir Chris, I'm Tarmin. I have been assigned the task to guide you to your temporary residence." Axel shrugged. "Let's go then." The high-authority individuals of the military could do nothing but watch as Axel walked away. They were all planning to ambush him as soon as his trial was over, hoping to pitch their respective departments to recruit him. But now, due to this emergency, they all were different orders and had no choice but to suspend the matter for later. Tarmin walked stiffly, leading Axel towards the dorms of the Royal Academy. From time to time, he would cast furtive glances at Axel, but would immediately turn his head in nervousness. Axel nodded to himself in satisfaction. This is how it is supposed to be. Sylthia was just too arrogant for her own good. "Oi!" Tarmin's head jerked to face him when he was suddenly called out by Axel. What was the emergency about? Tarmin's edginess decreased when his mind got diverted on this topic. "I don't know. It's an extremely rare event. But I don't think there's anything to worry about. Atlantis is stronger than Kraken in every way." In the end, it didn't seem like Tarmin could contain his curiosity. Sir Axel, if I may ask, how old are you?" 16. The boy's eyes widened. How is that possible? How are you so good at everything at your age?" "Practice." Tarmin could only shake his head in marvel. The outside world must not be as primitive as we are told. Observing the boy's reaction, Axel was more accurately able to gauge the appropriate amount he could show. It seems that he was right in holding back more. The current reaction seemed surprised, but not completely out of the bounds, which is a good sign. If he had shown too much, then it would have rather aroused distrust, fear, and suspicion rather than favorability. Tarmin seemed to have more questions, though he was making a conscious effort in not asking further. But in the end, it didn't seem like he could control himself. Sir Axel. Are you, perhaps, close with Miss Sylthia?" The guy lost the little good impression he had made with Axel with that. Axel casually swept his gaze over the guy, which caused him to flinch. "I just met her." He deadpanned. Tarmin could only look at him blankly. "But, you were able to talk so much with her." "Sylthia doesn't talk to anyone." Axel rolled his eyes in annoyance. "Why is she such a big deal here?" he finally asked. The general actually had 8 stars, quite higher than Sylthia's pitiful 6 stars. And there are other relic wielders in the castle too. Then why is she treated like a star here? The student looked at Axel as if he had questioned his religion. "How can you even ask that? Do you know nothing about her?" "Well, I don't. I'm new here," he reminded. The guy nodded as if it was a matter of course. "That explains it. Let me tell you then," he said, looking like a priest of a cult. "First of all, she is from one of the 6 septizes." "The 6 septizes? Oh, right. You don't know. Then I'll explain in detail. Atlantis has 6 aristocratic families that have been in existence since the founding of the empire. These families are called the 6 septizes. Sylthia is from the Arinder Septies." Azel nodded in understanding, "So basically, she's nobility." He muttered. That explains her stinky attitude that reminded him of Malfoy. But he still didn't think it was anything impressive. Yes, but that is not a small matter. Each Septies has their own domains of specialization. Its members receive clandestine training and resources exclusive to the Septies. And the most important thing. Each of them possesses a natal relic. Natal relic. Now this was information he knew a bit about. Natal relics had come up in the basic information about Atlantis he had gotten from the system. Natal relics are the relics that are designed for a specific person or bloodline. Since it is custom design, only the designated people can be qualified to wield the relic. Yes, Tarmin nodded. The relics of these families are designed to synergize with the magic they already specialize in. That's why, the relic wielders of these families are usually much more powerful than ordinary relic wielders. And the fact that Sylthia has been chosen as a designated relic wielder of the Arinder Septies, when others take decades more, I believe she is the most talented prodigy of our generation, Tarmin stated with reverence. Okay. Axel would admit, it was a bit impressive. He had no idea she was only 18. If she's powerful at a young age, then it's indeed impressive. But simps like this guy have overinflated the girl's ego so much that she's become insufferable. While talking, they had already arrived at the dorms. At this moment, Tarmin happened to see his watch. He stopped walking when he saw what he saw. And no way, there's no way. What happened? Tarmin didn't answer immediately. He was too focused on finding out more about whatever it was that he had seen. Axel just read his mind to find out along with him. He was far above the stage of needing eye contact. It seems that a big explosion happened in the city that caused some casualties. The reason it is so difficult to believe for Tarmin is the fact that it was considered impossible for a big explosion to happen in Atlantis due to the wards surrounding the entire kingdom. Whenever a bomb explodes, the wards react and contain the explosion before the damage can spread out by much. And even that happens only after someone is able to bypass all the security measures that are in place for the protection of citizens. And now, a massive bomb has somehow gone off, creating multiple casualties. No wonder there was an emergency. And no wonder Tarmin is unable to respond to Axel at the moment. After all, he is currently going through the list of deceased to find out if there is anyone he knows. As Axel looked around, he noticed the small things he was ignoring in the surroundings. The lively hustle and bustle of the place had disappeared as more and more people found out about this matter. Like Tarmin, a lot of other people were also currently looking at their bracelets with anxious faces. Some were crying while some were shouting in anger. And it was understandable. Until now, they were thinking that they had the upper hand. But this changes everything, murmured Tarmin at the moment, voicing Axel's thoughts. Until now, there was always a delicate balance, but now, the scales could be tipping to Kraken's side. This war has become dangerous now. But good and bad come hand in hand. Another piece of news had arrived at this moment. The shinobi reinforcement, which were much needed right now, had finally began arriving. And along with them. Hey? She's back. Tarmin got excited when he saw the next news. Who? The relic wielder of the Tenebrous Septies, is back. Who is that now? She is the previous head of the Dark Ops. She and her division have taken down at least 3 relic wielders of Kraken. Tarmin had the same look on his face when he was talking about Sylthia. But this time, his reaction was definitely justified. Relic wielders are equivalent to nuclear warheads, except, much less in number. Just one can change the course of a war. In such a case, taking down 3 of them from the enemy lines is a huge merit. When the last members of her Septies died, she left Atlantis to explore the outer world. But now that we're at war, she has returned. Well, she has killed more relic wielders than me, thought Axel as he glanced at the picture that displayed on Tarmin's bracelet. But his gaze froze as soon as he saw the woman's face. It's her. The woman in the image was someone he had seen before. But, he still had trouble believing that this was the legendary division head of the Black Ops. Is this really the woman you're talking about? He asked for confirmation. Tarmin nodded his head excitedly. It's definitely her. Axel still couldn't believe it as he looked at the picture of Karai Sensei, Mahutokuro's stealth instructor who had come to Hogwarts to teach last year. She was the only person to see through his low-key demeanor and spot his stealth abilities. That too in just one class. Right after the class, she had him stay back after the class and offered to give him some private lessons after seeing his talent. Fuck. At that time, Axel was definitely surprised to know that someone had so easily seen through him. But he hadn't thought much about it. And neither did he consider her offer. Since she had already pointed out the things that gave him away, Axel had decided to work on those flaws. As for learning from her, she was just an instructor from Mahuto while he had the system. What could she teach him? He could even see that she was quite weak in terms of combat power. Rather, he just wanted to avoid her in case she found out that what she had seen was just 0.1% of his stealth abilities. Really, fuck. Now he realized. Being a division leader, being able to kill 3 relic wielders, and being a natal relic wielder herself. There is no way she is weak. Rather, she saw through his usual behavior and spotted the stealth talent he had shown unconsciously, while he could not see through her at all, thinking her to be a mere instructor with extremely low combat power. At this moment, Axel didn't know that another surprise was accompanying the woman he had seen in the picture. And, it was a much more familiar face. Chapter 178, Chapter 173, Identity partially revealed. Chapter 173. Today, Atlantis has turned upside down. Right after the first explosion, there was a second one. And a third one after that. Ever since the last war, which had destroyed most of Atlantis, strict measures have been taken right from the start of rebuilding and restructuring of the kingdom to emphasize public safety above everything else. Completely preventing every single type of destructive magic was impossible. So, the technomancers added a new mechanism in the warding scheme of the city, which was programmed to constrict any type of destructive magic from spreading further as soon as it crossed a certain parameter. Due to this new incorporation, along with the existing and other new additions, there have been no major disasters in Atlantis for the past few decades, until today. Day 23, Starfish Month, year 5106 of the Marine Calendar. This day was marked as an unforeseen and unprecedented disaster in the recent history of Atlantis. An explosion actually happened in a populated area in Atlantis that the wards failed to contain. Not long after, a second explosion took place, and a third one after that. What is more spine-chilling is the fact that there were more explosions that were set to go off after that. It was not an impulsive attack, but a planned strike that the Kraken had been preparing for a long time. Having no preparations for this kind of attack, Atlantis was caught completely off guard. Many of the relic wielders and other major fighting forces were already occupied and couldn't be immediately deployed. On the other hand, it was out of their capabilities to do much in this kind of situation. But it is said, in times of crisis, there exist heroes who would step up to save the day. The previous leader of the Black Ops division and the one with the title Relic Slayer, Kiran Tenebris, who had left Atlantis 6 years ago, returned to Atlantis and single-handedly stopped further explosions from happening. But both sides know. This is just the start of the true battle. Atlantis has somehow survived this time. But with the addition of explosives in Kraken's arsenal and the defenders having to protect the whole Atlantis, the battle is now in Kraken's favor. That's why, an important council meeting is currently underway in order to solve the various issues that have now suddenly surfaced due to this move by Kraken. The attendees consisted of the royal princess, the elders, the heads of important departments, and of course, the hero who saved thousands of lives. Thank the sea gods that the worst outcome was prevented, one of the elders was saying. Definitely. It's thanks to you, Madame Tenebris. You returned at the right time, another elder said, looking gratefully in Mirai Sensei's direction. The members in the meeting had already expressed their gratitude to her at least once, but the more they think about it, the more they thank her again. Kiran Tenebris, or Karai Sensei, only nodded indifferently. She hated the elders. Most of them are power-hungry fogies who only care about their own septizes. It wasn't a coincidence. I had gotten intel from my spies that the squid were planning something big. That's why I had the Japanese government shift our arriving date a bit early. It's good that we made it in time. More importantly, Kraken can now use wide-area destructive attacks, she said, raising the major issue. We have to take countermeasures. With that, the atmosphere turned serious. I still can't understand. How did they do this? The elder from Flame Septies questioned. This was an important mystery to solve. It should have been impossible. Even we don't know how to bypass the constricting sequence. How did they do it? Another person voiced. The Technomancy Enclave head stood up. Our analyzers have been working non-stop to find out just that, so that we can fix it. So far, we have been able to confirm one thing. He hesitated, glancing at the princess. That the waves emitted from this explosion highly match the explosion that happened 13 years ago. Silence descended upon the meeting room. The princess, who had been quietly sitting, turned her head sharply in the Technomancer's direction. Actually, this is not the first time the constricting warding scheme has been breached. There was one other instance when it had happened, around 13 years ago. It was the explosion that caused the death of the Crown Princess of Atlantis when she destroyed the key that Kraken was using to bring chaos to Atlantis. This was an extremely sensitive topic, and that's why, at this moment, no one dared to speak. So, what you are saying is, they were able to somehow replicate the explosion 13 years ago. But, Princess Antilla, who had been silent for until now, mourning the death of her citizens, spoke up, voicing the conclusion that everyone had arrived at. Her eyes were red due to the sadness caused by the deaths, but her slightly hoarse voice had steel in it. It was clear that she didn't have the luxury to be sad. That's why, she had to break her silence and steer the conversation further. Why yes. That seems to be the case here, Princess. So now, the question is, how do we stop this? she asked. With the princess raising the main issue, everyone else was also able to remain focused on the urgent situation. We have further tightened the security in the whole kingdom. They can't smuggle the bombs into the city by ordinary means now, said the security in charge, slightly sweating due to the stress. Even though no one expected this disaster, but there are still people who must take the fall. Being the head of security, he is definitely one of them. That's why he is now trying his hardest to make up for it. In Atlantis, teleportation was only possible through portals. And all the portals accessible to the public have been temporarily blocked. Along with the strict monitoring, the Kraken can't smuggle the bombs into the city through ordinary means anymore. One of the elders just shook his head. That won't help us much, will it? Nothing would work if we don't stop him. He would just start doing it himself after he is healed. The meeting came to a halt when this person was mentioned. Actually, the bombs weren't pre-planted. The security around Atlantis is tough to begin with, so the chance of Atlantis finding out about this attack was quite probable. That's why, the Kraken didn't even waste any time. They directly used their ace. Krivix Marnix, or the Space Eel. He has the most annoying relic that allows him to control space. This guy has been giving the Atlanteans a headache for a long time. Due to his space powers, he can break through the anti-teleportation wards, making him a particularly troublesome adversary. With the help of this ability of his, the Kraken didn't need to smuggle the bombs and pre-plant them. This guy could just drop them whenever he wants, wherever he wants. That's why, in the attack just now, 3 bombs had exploded one after another in different parts of the city, dropped by the same individual. Kraken already knew that Atlantis currently had no one who could stop him. Fortunately, their ace relic hunter returned to Atlantis today. With her phenomenal abilities and quick thinking, she was able to ambush the space hopper, catching him off guard. Even though he's not dead, he was seriously injured, inflicted by the Tenebris Septi's magic. This has bought Atlantis some time to think of the countermeasures. That slippery eel. I was this close to killing him, said Kiran Tenebris in frustration. If only she had killed him, things would have been much easier. But Krivix is not an opponent who can be killed easily, or he won't be called the Space Eel. No one could really blame Kiran right now. Because until now, no one had even managed to scratch the guy, let alone seriously injure him. You are not to blame, Kiran. I will fight anyone who says otherwise, said Princess Antilla, raising her delicate fist. But I do blame you for leaving without a word. I thought we were friends. That Kiran, who wouldn't feel ashamed even molesting children, couldn't meet eyes with the princess at that. Anyway, we will have a talk later. Right now, we have to think about our next step, said the princess. It's clear, said the Flame Elder. We need to kill that slippery cervix. That drew several laughs from around the room. Krivix to slippery cervix, pussy. It's quite fitting, a division head agreed. The princess coughed. Please refrain from vulgarities. But I agree. Krivix Marvix must be eliminated. But it's easier said than done. The meeting room once again descended into silence. None of the elders and division leaders could speak at this moment. Because all of them were afraid that this task might be dumped on them. This was the flaw of Atlantean rule right now. Everyone wanted power, but no one would want to wield it for the just cause. The princess sighed. She knew that even though she was respected, she didn't really have the power to order the capable people to handle this task. The situation right now looks harmonious, but there are subtle undercurrents. And the current harmony is only achieved because they have a common enemy. Looking at the bunch of cowards, Kiran scoffed in disdain. I'll do it, she declared. Her announcement was met with relief and surprise, but no one directly objected to it. There was only one person who could do it. Kiran Tenebris. Her abilities were a perfect counter to the Krivix. They just didn't have the guts to shift the responsibility on her. No, it's too dangerous. Princess Antilla definitely wanted to oppose it. She didn't want her friend to put herself in danger after just returning. No, I need to do this, said Kiran, standing up. She swept her gaze over the meeting room. I need to do this, because I can't stand it any further. The great kingdom of Atlantis, brought to such a state by a bunch of squids. Back in the days, we used to hunt for fun. They were nothing more than a way to pass time. I didn't know that after coming back, things would have changed to this degree. She turned to the princess. Princess Antilla, I formally request to return the commands of the Black Ops to me. This time, I'll hunt down every last one of them. On the other hand, not at all aware that he had been seen through yet again, Axel was currently in the room which had been temporarily allocated to him while the result of the trial and his recruitment was still unclear. The room was minimalistic, but extremely reposeful. The mattress was made out of a material that made it seem soft and foamy, but at the same time, when resting on it, you would feel like you've sunk into water. It had the reclining mode, sitting mode, folding mode. There was a table that could retract into the wall, which contained a built-in transparent computer screen for study. The whole room was self-cleaning and there was an AI interface that could do a lot of things for you like adjusting the temperature, opening and closing the window, drawing the blinds, etc. Overall, it was quite a place to live. There were so many features in the room that it might take him the whole day to explore them all. But right now, Axel was in no mood to do so. He had too much on his mind. The Kraken has already used their bombing tactic. And since he already knew about it from Theron and Nerio, Axel felt partially responsible for the lives that were lost. But, was there really something he could have done to change this outcome? Even if he had tried to warn the Atlanteans, the only thing that would have changed right now is that he would have been in more trouble. How would he have explained how he got the news? The alternative was revealing his identity, but that would have been even more dangerous to him. Currently, he can deduce from all the information that Kraken won't be the only force unhappy upon knowing that there was a rightful heir to the throne who has been living in the outside world until now. Besides, the impact wasn't too severe. Not many deaths were reported. If the matter was big enough, the system would have issued a mission rather than letting him handle the situation at his own discretion. In the end, Axel decided he should not think too much. For now, he had successfully infiltrated Atlantis and, almost, got recruited. Now he can slowly climb his way up. Once he has enough security and enough people on his side, he'll reveal his identity and begin fighting for real. Things never do go according to his plan though. The next day, he was slapped with a recruitment offer. That wasn't the problem. Rather, it was a good thing he finally got an offer. Black Ops. He didn't know there was a division like this here. Furthermore, the job description was, hunting relic wielders, infiltration, assassination, stealth operations, subterfuge. It was filled with red flags. But, even this wasn't the main problem. It was the letter that came attached with it. Funnily enough, it came in a scroll, written in English. Dear Axel Hunt, or Chris Martin. Fancy seeing you here. I was very disappointed when you rejected my kind offer and stopped coming to my classes. You've gotten more handsome in the last few days I haven't seen you. I'm going to extend another offer to you. Don't reject this time. Looking forward to meeting you. Lots of love. Karai Sensei. Chapter 179, Chapter 174, The Black Ops Division. Chapter 174. What the fuck is this? Muttered Kieran Tenebris, going through the specs of the available candidates for recruitment. The Black Ops is an elite unit that only takes the absolute best. Even though her loyal followers remained, her long absence had inevitably left the division undermanned, leading her to search for new members to fill the gap. No, seriously, what is this? She waved her hand, causing the screen to disappear. As soon as the notice of the Black Ops needing more reinforcements was sent out, many people had jumped at the opportunity to apply. But so far, they're all trash. Kieran had declared about hunting down high members of Kraken, but she can't do it alone. A capable and well-balanced team is a must. Has the education level also gone down in my absence? She asked her deputy division head Estrise. Estrise is a calm and collected woman who has been a loyal follower of Kieran when first joined the military. Her grey hair was arranged in a bob cut, and her face, which still looked like a teenager, is usually expressionless. Estrise gave a slight shake of her head to Kieran's question, looking unbothered by her boss's frustration. No. But due to the ongoing war, there's a huge shortage of talents. All the major divisions are fighting to recruit them. Whenever anyone capable emerges, the divisions jump in like hyenas. So currently, most of the talents have already been recruited into long-term contracts, she calmly explained. Aki, it seems like you will be the only young member joining us this time. None of these are even half as good as you, said Kieran as she stretched her back. Akiko Matsushima, who was standing on the other side of Kieran, just nodded her head indifferently. Of course, the one she followed to Atlantis was Karai Sensei aka Kieran Tenebris. For Akiko who wants to annihilate Kraken, following Karai Sensei is the best option. And Kiran, of course, wouldn't miss in talent like Akiko. That's why, without the permission of her grandfather, she risked bringing her here. There was a barest hint of pout on Estreesa's lips. Her boss went out but brought back this unfamiliar girl, giving her a similar treatment as Estrees herself. Clearing her throat, she gave Anther list to Kiran. As for the list of veterans you asked, here it is. Any of them would jump at the opportunity to work under you. Kiran schemed through the list of veterans. Most of them were all good. Really good. But, that wasn't enough. The criteria for joining the Black Ops division is you either show incredibly high potential as a trainee, or extremely high skills as a veteran. Just being good doesn't cut it. In the end, she did find a few suitable candidates this time, but she needed more. Send out the notifications to this one, and this one. I will recruit them if they pass. Looks like we'll have to make do with this much. And of course, the one you've been dying to show me. The deputy's eyes widened before she just sighed. Like always, nothing stays hidden from the boss. You are no fun, leader. If I really wasn't, you wouldn't have stayed. So, who is it? Some other hero who has returned? Some young talent from the 6 septizes who suddenly improved in the last few years? Or someone who got a nice sub-relic or relic? He's none of those. He hasn't even attended the academy yet. And, he's only 16, just within your molesting zone, said Estrees, as she displayed the image of a boy in the transparent screen in front of them. Kiran glared at her. I'm not in the mood for your teasing. Even though her assistant is always expressionless and serious, she actually has a secret hobby of teasing her boss. The Black Ops is an advanced special division in which the members are usually seasoned veterans from other divisions. Even when they recruit talented trainees, it's only after they have their basics thoroughly mastered after graduating from the academy and have a specialization that could be useful to the division. The Black Ops was a unit with extremely high requirements. A teenager with no academy training, not belonging to any of the septizes, and not even having any type of relic or sub-relic, there is no way such a person would fit the recruitment criteria at all. Even if the person might have extremely high talent, she simply didn't have the time to teach the basics to such a person. That's why Kiran thought that her annoying deputy was teasing her again by showing her the image of a handsome teenager. It's not the time to be playing around. But when she said this, her assistant already had the slightly proud expression on her expressionless face that signified she had succeeded in teasing her. Without saying a word, her assistant played the video on the screen. It showed the footage of a boy casually warming up at the first stage of the trial. Both of them didn't notice the change in Akiko's expression when she saw the image. Kiran's eyes narrowed. Those clothes. Yes, he's an outsider. An outsider? How did he get in? Kiran looked at the boy's unfamiliar face and felt like she had seen him somewhere. The boy was wearing loose traveling clothes that hid most of his body. He had short onyx hair and eyes of a similar color. And yes, he was indeed quite handsome. Enough that some perverted female division heads would want to recruit him just for his looks. His name is Chris Martin. It's said that he's the royal princess's guest. She gave him citizenship and allowed him to go through the trial after screening. The princess's guest, hey. Kiran murmured, looking at the boy's face. While she was still wondering why she found him familiar, the boy started jogging slowly. She could hear the jeers and disappointed exclamations of the crowd. Even Kiran herself had also already concluded at first glance that the boy had no potential. The only reason she had watched it was the fact that it was recommended by her cute deputy. But then... How did he do it? Kiran suddenly leaned forward as she began seeing something extremely surprising. While everyone was seeing a boy wasting precious seconds in a trial, Kiran was seeing a transformation. In the beginning, she couldn't find anything peculiar. The boy was just too unassuming. But that was slowly changing. What surprised Kiran was the fact that his movements were able to somehow fool her observation. Even if someone is trying to hold back, she can see everything just by observing their movements exactly how good they are. But, that wasn't the case with this boy. She had already drawn a limit to the boy's abilities from the start of the video. But she didn't know how, that limit was changing. How is he hiding it from me? Kiran was now fully interested in the video. She didn't know how he was so good at hiding it, but she could definitely draw 2 conclusions from it. If he can hide it from her, then he was a master of disguise, and his limit was actually much higher. And that turned out to be true. By the end of the trial, the boy was on a level that is unseen in his age group, and yep, she still felt that he was already at his limit. Kieran had a look of hunger in her eyes. We're definitely taking him in. Estrée still had an expressionless face, but her lips were slightly curled and her eyes were shining with an "I told you so" light. Are you sure? You haven't even watched the rest, she asked, hinting the fact that there was more to come. Kieran could already tell that the boy would easily clear the rest of the warrior path trial with no surprises. There should be nothing worth watching anymore. Unless... Which path did he choose again? He has chosen all 4 paths. Even though Estrée had a blank face, Kieran just knew her deputy was gloating. Kieran's eyebrows raised. Then, don't tell me, his trial has the war stage. The war stage is only possible if the participant excels in the next stage as well. Sure enough, when the next trial started, Chris showed mastery in flying and shooting as well. Kieran laughed. She can only see the amount Chris is willing to show. It was quite refreshing. Every time she thinks she has seen it all, he shows her more. For everyone else, it would be quite normal to be surprised, but for her, who can see through almost everyone, it was a new experience. No one this young has made her feel this way, except that boy at Hogwarts. Just who is this guy? She wondered. Who in the outside world could be so skilled at such a young age? Until now, she has only seen one other person like this, but he was only 13, and his level was a bit inferior. But they are indeed quite similar. She thought. Just like this guy, Axel Hunt was also a mystery to her. The boy had somehow learned to be stealthy on his own, enabling him to easily blend in with the crowd. And his flying skills with the broom were also exquisite. But that wasn't the most peculiar thing about the boy. It was the fact that she could not see his limit at all. The only difference is, she can see Chris's limit, but it's false every time, as if he had deliberately crafted it. The rest is almost the same. Even their appearance is almost. Look what he'll do now, said Estrée, making her focus. In the screen, Axel was currently being chased by 3 aircrafts at the same time. It was a scenario that required for the target to enable the shield at the right moment in order for it last through the last trial. But what Chris did next made her stand up from her seat. Fucking hell, is it actually? Axel disappeared from view while flying through the high-rise buildings, then appeared behind the aircraft to shoot them down. But the stealth maneuvers he used. In Kieran's mind, Axel's movements on the broom in his final match, when he had used similar maneuvers, overlapped with Chris's movements. Now that she made the connection, she realized why she found him familiar. But still, when she watched the last stage of the trial, she couldn't help getting doubtful again. There's no way someone so young can fight like that. Even when fighting such huge waves of enemies, he hadn't even drawn his weapon. When he drew his wand, his limit suddenly increased dramatically. That type of magic control. Kieran could not believe there was someone at Hogwarts who was hiding so deeply. Even more surprising, he did it while being the most high-profile Mutherfucker in the entire outer world. Kieran watched the whole fight spellbound. The way Axel was fighting was art. Every move was made to eliminate maximum target while expending minimum energy. It was a symphony of strength, skills, coordination, and magic even amateur could appreciate, let alone someone like her. But then, Axel drew his knife. Kieran got goosebumps. The limit. It was increasing at a dramatic rate. But sadly, the trial stopped at this moment as Axel was ejected from the trial room. What? What happened? The explosions happened. His trial took place earlier today, said Estrée. Arg. Damn it, Kraken. Of all the times, did it have to be now? Estrée nodded. Boss, I feel a deep sense satisfaction upon seeing your frustration. I'm glad I showed this to you, she said with an expressionless face while putting a hand on her chest. Kieran shook off her disappointment. She now came back to the previous topic. Is it really Axel? She didn't think so anymore. He had no scars, and his face and hair were different. But those movements, that body, and that flying technique, all were similar. But all the flaws that she had seen in Axel's disguise were absent in Chris's disguise. If he's really Axel, then that would mean that improved all the previous flaws she had mentioned to him in such a short time. Kieran realized that there was an easy way to find out. Estrée, remove his clothes. What? This time, there was actually a change in Estrée's expression. Stop giving me that judging look and just do it. I know there is a feature like that. There was indeed such a feature. Analyzing the movements, and scanning the structure, the mermaid AI can draw a rough sketch of how the person might look without clothes. But the thing is, it's banned and it's only used by perverts. Of course, with her clearance, Estrese could access it. Who would want to be labeled a pervert just for their boss's whims? But did she have a choice? Estrese looked at Axel's figure, and shook her head. He's only 16. She protested. It seems that the rumors were true. Her boss is indeed a pervert. It is an order. Also, while at it, do the same for this one as well, she said, tapping her bracelet on her head. Instantly, an image appeared on the bracelet's interface which she transferred to the main screen in front of them. Who is this? Asked Estrese, looking at the image of the handsome boy with scars. It was in fact, slightly more handsome. Boss. Just do it. With no choice, Estrese continued her work. Orders were orders. That was it. The tips of her ears were not at all red. Just as it was about to be done, they heard a voice. Please stop. It was Akiko who had said so. Kiran only now remembered that Akiko had a close relation with Axel. So, it is him? I knew it. Akiko sighed. She just couldn't let these two perverted women strip Axel's clothes in her presence. Axel's disguise wasn't that serious, to begin with. Now that Kiran was suspicious, there were many ways she could confirm her suspicions. There was no need to go as far as removing his clothes to compare his body. Kiran turned back to her deputy. Estrese, why did you stop? Akiko frowned. There's no need. It is Axel. I saw him off just yesterday. That's not the reason why I am doing it. It's because I want to see his limits properly. Well, it does help that he has a killer body. Estrese, do it. As Estrese was about to follow the orders, Akiko used her trump card. His real age is 13, she told Estrese. Both Estrese and Akiko glared at Kiran, who had no choice but to give up. Ungrateful subordinates. Anyways, Axel Hunt, hey? I wonder what he's doing here. She asked, looking at Akiko. He has the same goal as me. Kraken's destruction, said Akiko. Then, we have a new member. Imagine the team that was forming up in her head, Kiran grinned. I have a feeling, the squid harvest this time is going to be bountiful. Chapter 180, I am back from the dead. My luck is as bad as Axel's, so please understand when I say this, I was in deep shit. Anyways, I am back, after much difficulty. Please give me something to look forward to by continuing to read my fanfic and commenting good memes on every chapter and giving power stones. I'll start posting regularly now. Comment. 17 Comment. Vote. Chapter 181, Chapter 175, Axel in high demand. Unaware that a certain, perverted, woman had set her sights on him, Axel laid on the annoyingly cool mattress, trying to sleep. The soft mattress was cool to the touch, almost as if it was wet, and it was just the perfect mixture of foamy and bouncy that gave him the illusion that he was sinking in water. In such a mattress, he just kept shifting from side to side, marveling at the unique feeling. In short, it was so comfortable that he couldn't sleep. That's why it was annoying. With nothing to do, he just began to think about what he would have to do in the future. Now that he has successfully infiltrated Atlantis, the next step is to destroy Kraken, preferably while not revealing his identity. He has to admit that the power of both sides is far above what he had imagined. In such a situation, if he tried fighting the Kraken alone, he is not confident about his chances. It's too risky and difficult. Borrowing the power of Atlantis would be the most optimal way to deal with the Kraken. Thus, it seems that he is going on the right route by applying to the army. If there is one problem, it would be that it's too slow. Daphne would worry every day until he returns. But it's also for the best that he has come here. If Kraken destroys Atlantis, it would turn its sights on the outer world next. That's why, he had to bring the fight to Kraken. He could not just passively wait for them to come for him at their leisure. So, he has no choice but to be away from her. Last time, when Theron and Nerio had kidnapped him, he had almost dragged her into danger when his Magi mirror was discovered. After that incident, he had decided he never wanted to be in such a situation again. Axel raised his hand, the one that was not cut. This hand had been holding Daphne's hand for the past few days in order to practice Zen focus. Her hand was so small and delicate, almost as if he could crush it easily. But he realized that, when holding hands with her, his sleep would be especially peaceful. Situation like not being able to sleep was impossible. Axel closed his eyes and imagined the feeling of her holding her hand. He imagined her lying beside him, looking at him sleep like she used to in the past few days. He imagined how she would sometimes snuggle up to him when she thought that he was asleep. He imagined inhaling her scent and feeling her heartbeat. As he imagined it, a sense of bliss slowly enveloped him, and he easily drifted off to slumber. Axel woke up in the morning refreshed and energized. He glanced around and remembered that he's in fact in Atlantis. But, training still couldn't be skipped. System, am I being monitored in this room? He asked the system, just in case. He didn't want anyone to see his training. No. Axel quickly began doing his routine. After so long, he had reached the advanced stage in many of his skills, making the progression a lot slower and the exercises a lot more strenuous. The exercises were so difficult that Axel was sweating within minutes. Magic power circulated from around his body, and a heavy exhaustion fell on his body, accompanied by a generous amount of pain. But Axel still persisted. As long as the final result was positive, he didn't mind hardships at all. What? Axel realized that today, he had far surpassed his usual limit, but somehow, he was still able to continue the training. How? It's because you're in Atlantis, answered the system. But Axel was still confused. What does that have to do with my increased energy? He asked. You might have noticed that being in or near water has a few passive effects on you. Axel nodded. It was true that water does have some positive effects on him. For example, he would be more energized when in water, or his injuries would be healed more quickly. But it used to be extremely slow and almost unnoticeable. But ever since he has arrived in this place, he has been getting this feeling of having boundless strength on his fingertips, as if he could do anything. It's the same effect. But it's magnifying with the awakening of your bloodline. Furthermore, now that you're in Atlantis, hundreds of thousands of kilometers under the ocean, your bloodline is responding to it. So, it's like this. He realized that this was also true. Ever since he had gotten the skill water bending, the effect of water was much more pronounced. And it only increased when it got upgraded to Water Monarch. Is that the reason why you recommended soaking my body in cold water in the recovery plan? He asked. In the recovery plan for his body that the system had given him, he also had to soak his body in icy water 2 times a day. Axel had thought it was just to stimulate muscle repair, but now he didn't think so. Affirmative. But that was just normal water. The water here is different. Trying it out is recommended. Thus, when Axel completed his daily routine, he went to the bathroom that was attached to his room. As he stepped into the shower area, a transparent screen popped up in front of him. Full body wash. Hair wash. Partial wash. Healing wash. Muscle relaxing. Customize. There were many options for bathing. Axel just chose the first 2 options. Please apply the breathing instrument to your nose. A cabinet popped open which contained a few plugs. Axel put one on randomly. In the next moment, water gushed out from all sides. Within seconds, Axel was completely submerged in cool water. This time, the effect was even more apparent. The soreness of his muscles, which is usually ever present, slowly dissipated as a refreshing coolness slowly spread throughout his body. Axel felt a connection with the water. It's indeed different. At this moment, stretching out his body, Axel thoroughly agreed with the system. This is the magical water of Atlantis, your kingdom. It will have an increased effect on you. Within a few minutes, he was able to almost fully recover. Suddenly, Axel had an epiphany. If it's like this, can't I train infinitely? He wondered. No. The system poured cold water on his thoughts. Your water affinity hasn't awakened to the extent that you can train infinitely. At least not yet. But yes, you can definitely increase your workout by twice for now. Axel was very happy with that. With this, he would be able to dramatically improve his rate of improvement. Beep. But as he was about to resume his training, he heard a sound from his door. Looking at the interface, it was the same student who had brought him here, carrying a box in his hands. But when Axel opened the door, he was immediately taken by surprise by the scene outside. Right in front of his doorway, a huge pile of boxes, big and small, had been gathered, making up a small mountain. What the hell is this? Tarman, who had rung the doorbell, was also a bit speechless at the strange scenario. These are recruitment offers, he explained. Recruitment offers. Axel wondered if he had finally succeeded. So, I don't have to attend the academy. Tarmin's mouth twitched. With those skills, you can even be an instructor. What will you learn in the academy? But isn't it mandatory to graduate first? That rule isn't absolute. It's just that none of the divisions usually recruit cadets who haven't completed their education. But when they find talented cadets who have already surpassed the academy level, the divisions can directly recruit them if they want to, Tarmin explained. Axel looked at the huge mountain of boxes in front of him. But, what kind of recruitment offers need to be given in such containers? Tarmin shrugged. The boxes have gifts. Your demand right now is extremely high. Those boxes have precious items that the divisions have sent to entice you into joining their division. Of course, they would also offer various other benefits as well, like higher position, higher pay, and so on. All this, just for me? Isn't this too much? Axel felt that the situation was a bit exaggerated. He didn't show that much after all. Surely, there are students who are much better than me, right? I don't think so, said Tarmin. While there are indeed some cadets who are more powerful than you in a particular path, they are not necessarily better, he stated with certainty. While there are some who can run faster, some who can shoot more powerful bullets, and some who cast more powerful magic, Axel's overall abilities in each path far surpasses all of the students. Those so-called inexperienced geniuses are useless in the real war scenarios. Besides, you are currently going algal on the deep net. Your trial has been on the first place in the trending list for a while. It's rising very quickly. That's another reason why the divisions are trying so hard to recruit you. Algal equals viral, deep net equals internet. There were various reasons, like Axel's young age, his outstanding skills, and so on. But the effect is still too exaggerated. After all, there have also been videos of some 5 or 6 star giants casually doing the trial. But for some unknown reason, Axel's trial is getting more attention than even them. If they have to put a finger on it, it would be that Axel's trial is just too entertaining. He only reveals his cards one by one and there are a lot of wow moments that just leave the viewers banging their tables. Besides, there is a certain coolness and charisma in Axel's every move that makes people want to watch it again and again. When he realized that he was already famous here, Axel put his hand to his forehead. It seems this is something he has thoroughly failed to avoid here as well. Anyways, what does being famous have to do with the divisions wanting to recruit me? Well, there is something called the popularity perks. If a division has a popular soldier, it would attract more sponsors and recruits alike. You should already know, war requires a lot of funds. There are incredibly wealthy people in Atlantis, but making them loosen their pockets is another matter. So of course, someone like you is like a cash whale for them. In his mind, Axel decided to reject any and all invitations that had the intention of using him for this purpose. He looked at the box in Tarmin's hand. So, are you here to recruit me as well? Surprisingly, even Tarmin had also come with a box in his hands. Me? Oh no. No. I mean, I did come here to give you this. He said, handing him a box. But it's not for recruitment. What's this? Just a few essentials that every academy student gets. When Axel pressed the button, it scanned his face and unlocked with a click. Lifting the lid, the first Axel saw was a bracelet, one similar to what everyone around here has been using. It was resting on a military enclave academy uniform, a pair of training clothes, boots, gloves, and glasses and various other accessories. It's the standard academy gear. Everyone gets one on enrollment. Even though you are already graduating, you did clear the enrollment criteria, so here you are. Tarmin's incredulity could be felt in his voice when he said those words. Coming to enroll as a novice, but ending up graduating as the top student. This was probably a first in the academy's history. Naturally, even the Royal Academy didn't know whether to treat him as a student or not. But considering his future prospects, he was allowed all the student perks. Tarmin left soon after while giving a wistful glance towards the recruitment offers. With nothing to do, Axel dragged everything inside and began opening the boxes one by one. Armors, guns, tridents, knives, there were all kinds of gifts. Along with them were tablets which contains their contract offers. As Tarmin had said, their offers were quite enticing. There were many divisions who offered him a high salary, some offered him a cut of the investments him would bring to the division, and finally, some even offered him higher positions. Axel directly rejected all the materialistic offers. As a thief he didn't have much use for money and items. Rather, he only wanted to smoothly climb through the ranks and get the chance to enter the main fight. Among those offering him higher ranks, almost none of them were spellcaster-related positions. The best offers were only for the warrior, shooting, and rider-related paths. When going through them a particular offer caught his eyes. Maverick Rider. A subdivision of riders that only choose the best of the best. The riders get to ride the Neptunite Maverick model, the most powerful Neptune model currently available, known for its extreme difficulty of handling. Authority, 3 stars. Enclosed in the box was a miniature model of the Maverick, which looked quite appealing. This offer was one of the good ones. The main reason was that he really wanted to ride this Maverick, whose top speed is high enough to make him question reality. Axel put this offer aside and continued looking. Suddenly, his eyes fell on a particularly conspicuous box. It was the smallest among all of the boxes, and it was dark emblem on it which looked quite cool. Axel opened it and was surprised to see a ninja scroll inside. Opening the scroll, he found a letter inside. Dear Axel Hunt, or Chris Martin. Axel's blood froze when he read the very first line, which was written in a messy English handwriting. Fuck. Fancy seeing you here. I was very disappointed when you rejected my kind offer and stopped coming to my classes. You've gotten more handsome in the last few days I haven't seen you. I'm going to extend another offer to you. Don't reject this time. Looking forward to meeting you. Lots of love. Karai Sensei. Fuck. Axel wouldn't say that he hadn't expected it. But to see it really happened, he wouldn't say he hadn't panicked. His disguise was good enough. And he had also improved on the points which Karai Sensei had mentioned to him the last time. But if he had to judge it himself, he would say it was too sloppy. And he had done it on purpose. It wouldn't have mattered if he had to put on a temporary disguise, but in case of a long-term disguise like this one, Axel didn't want to pretend to be someone too different from himself. That's why, his current disguise is almost like his original self, both in terms to appearance and temperament. He had only made sure to keep just enough difference that no one would associate his two personas together. He hadn't thought it would impact him majorly. After all, he didn't think anyone like Karai Sensei, who had an abnormally sharp insight and had already observed his original identity in detail. In fact, it should have been fairly difficult even for Karai Sensei to confirm his identity. He wondered what gave her the confidence to know for sure that he was indeed Axel. Axel sighed. Anyways, with his real identity exposed, it would be for the best if he doesn't make an enemy out of Karai Sensei, unless he is confident in killing her. But killing her is even more troublesome. Axel scratched his head. Why can't things go smoothly for once? Now that this 7-star Black Ops division leader has given him the invitation to join her division, he has to say goodbye to his vision on riding a Maverick. But when Axel looked at the offer details, he doubted his eyes. I'll give you 4-star authority for now. The elders would make a fuss if I give you more. We're hunting the higher-ups of Kraken. If you're interested in joining, come to XXXX. Ultimate goal is to annihilate those squid down to the last member. It'll be dangerous. Don't come if you're a coward. Axel's plans of killing Karai suddenly came to a halt. Chapter 182, Chapter 176, Meeting the Boss. The Kingdom of Atlantis is always under pressure. After all, it's 100,000 feet under the ocean. Obviously it would be under pressure of like, a few billion tons of water. But very recently a new type of pressure has been added on top of that. Due to the bombing, mass panic has spread throughout the city. People, who were already scared due to the ongoing war, are now panicked to the point of wanting to escape the kingdom. In such a situation, the group under most pressure was a division that most people don't even know exists. It is called the Sustenance Division. Contrary to its ordinary name and anonymity from the general public, it's actually a division which is crucial for the very sustenance of the kingdom, and which wields enough political power to even mobilize other divisions and even the relic wielders when necessary. Its purpose? To keep the people of Atlantis happy. That is their work on the surface. But the deeper purpose is to stop Kraken's influence from spreading further. That includes keeping people from talking about Kraken, thinking about Kraken, and wanting to leave Atlantis due to Kraken. In order to do this, they have been granted control over the news, media, social media, public leaders, almost everything that can influence people. Any sensitive news about Kraken can be censored, and anyone trying to spread Kraken's ideology is taken into custody, no matter how important that person is. This is the extent of this division's power. But right now, this division is in shambles trying to control the public opinion. Chief, a troller discovered. He already has 10,000 views. Another person demanding permission to leave the kingdom. This one is basically telling everyone to join the winning side. There is inciting content in this video. This one is criticizing the royal family for their negligence. The chief, who had aged 5 years overnight, rubbed his sleep-deprived eyes. In the past, he used to love his work, and he was very good at it. He had the power to influence the whole kingdom. He would promote good content, create hype, choose content to be shared on the Atlantis Official, the most subscribed channel in Atlantis, and so on. It was really fun. But right now, in the truest sense, he hated his job. How is he supposed to do his job if the Kraken keeps dropping bombs like that? This is no longer a small matter. The reliable protection wards have been bypassed, the security has been breached, and people have died. People are angry, confused and scared. How is he supposed to suppress this matter? If they keep trying like this, it would only make the public even more agitated. With his mind no longer working, the chief absent-mindedly browsed through his Oshagram feed. It was an old habit of his. He was, at heart, an addict who needs to keep consuming entertaining content. Too bad, he hasn't been able to do so recently due to this emergency. The chief was surprised to see that there was actually something other than the recent tragedy being discussed. There were two such topics which were quite popular right now. First was the return of Lady Tenebris, who had prevented the disaster. He already knew of that. But surprisingly, the other one was the trial of an academy applicant. What is this? This caught the chief's eye. Just how impressive was this trial to be able to go viral at this point of time? Knowing exactly how peculiar this situation was, the chief opened the video. And when he did, he was blown away. Suddenly, all the noise in the surroundings was gone, and all the problems bothering him were gone. He got fully immersed in the trial, his thoughts only revolving around it. When it finally ended, the chief suddenly came out of his trance. With his years of experience and eye for content, he could see a lot of things that others couldn't. This guy, he has the it factor. His senses were tingling. After seeing the video, and the news about Lady Tenebris' return, an idea was forming in his head. Usually, it would be impossible, but with these two, they might just pull it off. The more he thought, the clearer the image in his mind began to form. His breathing quickened, and a familiar feeling returned to him after a long time. It was a feeling of excitement, filled with motivation and anticipation. It was a feeling he gets when he gets inspiration for content. It's the feeling that made him love his job. The chief stood up. "All right everyone. New orders," he said, raising his voice. Instantly, hundreds of workers who were sitting in front of their respective screens all turned their attention to him. Their eyes, which were as tired and sleep-deprived as his, looked at him with hope of finding a solution to this predicament. "First of all, we will stop the total suppression. Just level 2 suppression will do. Rather than that, focus more on pushing up the state's response to this situation. The treatment of the injured, the compensation to affected families, restoration of the infrastructure, countermeasures and prevention, and so on. We will use the distraction tactic." The distraction tactic. Its name perfectly describes what kind of tactic it is. Right now, panic and negativity is being spread throughout the kingdom through various content. What the chief intends to do is push forward the content that is even more attention-grabbing than the current predicament. Something that would get the audience hooked enough to completely distract them. But, when he shared this idea, there were a lot of objections. For good reasons. It was true that total suppression of the news wasn't helping, but the damage without it would be even more significant. The distraction tactic can't really do much to mitigate it. The general consensus was, it can't work. How can the public focus on something else after what happened? The chief raised his hand to the objections. I know, distracting usually wouldn't work in such a severe situation. But, you guys have to trust me on this one. Saying so, he displayed 2 faces on the screen. Make all the news related to these 2 algal. His words caused a stir within the workers. Kieran Tenebris and Chris Martin. The chief thought of the 2 people he had shown on the screen. He had not made his decision based on the current situation. Rather, he was betting on the certainty that their future actions and achievements would be big enough to attract the attention of the whole Atlantis. The graphs and charts ran through his mind, and with his keen intuition, he could only see them rising high. In the past, he used to be a fan of Kiran. He had followed her every move closely. Hence, he knew a bit about her personality. She would be furious. Kiran Tenebris he knew was someone who regarded Kraken as nothing but toys for her amusement. Seeing those insignificant beings being so brazen in her home, she would want to go on a rampage. In short, her actions would be like the revenge and assurance that the people of Atlantis needed right now. As for this new variable Chris Martin, the chief himself had no idea exactly what he saw in him. But, he trusts his insight, which is screaming at him, that this kid will go big. Monitor the actions of these two individuals. Post the content regarding them directly on the official channel. The official channel. The official channel means the channel with the most number of subscribers in the whole kingdom, Atlantis OFC. Whatever news is shared on it guaranteed to be seen throughout the empire. Axel navigated through the confusing hallways of the Royal Academy, lost in thought. What he needed to do was clear enough. He had to go to the location mentioned in the letter and accept Karai Sensei's offer. After all, it was a good opportunity. The Black Ops Division, under Kiran Tenebris' leadership, is going to aim for the high-ranking members of the Kraken with the ultimate goal of completely destroying the organization, which is not much different than what Axel wants to do. But, he was still unwilling. If you ask him the reason, it's... I didn't like her tone. It was too overbearing. It wasn't really an offer, it was more like an order. It's like, since I've given you the offer, you have no choice but to simply come to me like a dog and thank me. That's why, he couldn't trust her. She seemed the type of woman who would want to tie him up and torture him for all his secrets. In short, he just felt a strange sense of dissonance from her. He would definitely want to join her division and work together, but only if his safety is guaranteed. If there's the slightest bit of risk, he'd rather join another division. It's him, right? Yeah, it has to be him. He's wearing the academy uniform, so I can't be sure. I don't think it's him. Where did all those muscles come from? While Axel was still pondering over the matter, he had inadvertently drawn a small crowd that had begun following his movements. When he stopped to raise his head, the noise intensified. Fuck, it's him. In order to not stand out, he had changed into the academy uniform. He was a kind of one-piece suit with armor on protective regions. Now that he was no longer wearing loose clothes, he looked quite different, causing the onlookers to be confused. But when his face was revealed, his identity was confirmed. Chris, can I have a picture? Chris, go out with me. Chris, I'm your very first rem. Come to our division. Instantly, Axel was surrounded. The crowd consisted of students who were asking questions, taking pictures, and recording him, and alumni who were trying to recruit him to their divisions. Axel. Axel looked at the crowd speechlessly. I only arrived yesterday, and only took one trial. How did it come to this? No matter what, the matter seemed quite fishy to him. It shouldn't be this quick. Axel casually read some of their minds and found out the reason. What the hell? He found that the main reason was because his trial had been shared on the most popular channel on Atlantis. But, now that he was reading their minds, he came to understand a few more things as well. The concept of social media and internet might be new for the Muggle world and the Wizarding world, but it's really old here. Thus, it has been deeply entrenched into the society, having a powerful influence on all fields of the kingdom. The celebrity culture is much more developed in Atlantis compared to the Wizarding world and Muggle world. Fame is a type of currency here. That's why, when he became famous overnight, it's a big enough deal that so many people are now approaching him like this. Though Axel was a lot, uncomfortable with the situation, an idea to deal with his previous dilemma still came to him. Chris, everyone wants to know, which division are going to join. You have talent for all the basic paths. Can you tell us if you have gotten any offers yet? There has been a petition. People want to see the rest of your trial. Are you going to continue it? The questions were still going on. Even though the Wizarding world hadn't yet gone as far that even students would be behaving like reporter, Axel was still fairly skilled in dealing with such situations by now. When he finally opened his mouth, the people surrounding him naturally fell silent. I don't think I'll be continuing the trial. This was already a bit statement. Everyone who had watched his trial had felt blueballed when it ended right before the climax. There has been quite a ruckus about wanting to see the rest of it. Because I'm already going to accept one of the recruitment offers. But this statement was bigger, causing them to focus on big news rather than the continuation of his trial. Of course, the next few questions naturally contain which division. Axel smiled. I'm currently going to an interview for the Black Ops. If everything goes well, I'll join it. Meanwhile, in her office, Kieran was sprawled out in her seat on her couch in a very unladylike posture while waiting. He's still not here, she muttered, checking the time. Actually, he might not come at all, said Akiko, who knew Axel to some extent. Kieran gave her an "Are you stupid?" look. Don't talk nonsense. Now that he knows about my identity, there's no way he'd refuse, she said with certainty. I've not seen you so eager in a while, boss. Estrise said in her usual voice which contained no intonation. I'm really starting to suspect something. Is her boss really into young boys? Well, if you're suspecting that I'll tie him up and interrogate him, then you might be onto something, said Kieran, sitting up. When Akiko, who was discreetly doing some normal training in the corner, heard this, a frown formed on her face as she grew vigilant. What are you talking about? This was completely out of the script. Well, that guy had me completely fooled the whole time I was at Hogwarts. I never knew he was hiding so much power. I want to know, just how he was able to fool my perception like that, said Kieran. She had a hungry look in her eyes. Recruiting him is just my secondary goal. Akiko frowned. Don't do it, she advised seriously. She knew that Kieran and Axel were on the same side, but if Kieran even tried to cross the line, you'll regret it. Currently, in terms of power, she knew that Kieran was actually a level above Axel. But Axel rarely needs power to win. And she will also obviously not stand by if he's really threatened. But she simply didn't want Axel to get another dangerous enemy instead of a valuable ally. At this moment, a screen opened up in front of them, showing a large number of people gathering in front of their building. Kieran frowned. I thought this was one of our secret locations, she asked Estrik. Estrik had a rare troubled look on her face. That was indeed supposed to be the case, she said, as she began checking the situation. Soon after, the door opened and a bespectacled man with a mustache came in. Miss, the guest you informed me about has arrived, he said with a bow as he stood aside. Walking casually behind the butler, was the guy whom Kieran was planning to interrogate. It's been a while, Karai Sensei, said Axel with a smile. He looked at the screen which was displaying the huge crowd outside. Ah, sorry for the commotion. I made a few friends along the way. They're curious if I've really gotten recruited into Black Ops or if it's just someone trying to kidnap me. I hope you don't mind, he said, scratching the back of his head. The hidden meaning of words was clear, bitch, don't even think of trying anything funny. Though, only now did he spot Akiko in the corner, who actually had a bright smile on her face. Chapter 183, Chapter 177, Axel vs Kieran Tenebris. When Karai Sensei revealed her actual intentions behind recruiting Axel, Akiko had really panicked. Kieran Tenebris, or Karai Sensei, is not exactly a good person. But she can't be called bad either. If she really has to evaluate her personality, then she would be good, but less good than Axel, and bad, but less bad than Axel. Axel is good to the people he is familiar with. Too good. To the point that you completely forget he's the same person who had you sign a slave contract when you were a stranger, potential threat, to him. Similarly, due to having known Akiko's parents, Karai Sensei has always been so good to her that she had forgotten that she could be someone who would try to find out Axel's secrets against his will. That's why, she was truly panicked and conflicted when she found out Karai Sensei's intentions. Her only consolation was the fact that there was a high chance Axel will not accept the offer. Axel is really cautious. And the offer was filled with red flags. First of all, Axel always likes to have the initiative, as well as the upper hand. But that is not the case here. Karai Sensei has the initiative, recruiting him with unknown intentions, and she has the upper hand, having 7-star authority in home domain. Aside from this, Axel also doesn't like being threatened. By exposing his identity and telling him to not reject her this time, she is basically pissing Axel off by threatening him. With his extreme pettiness, if not today, he would definitely get back at her someday for this. Combining all this, Akiko didn't think Axel would come right now, which would give her time to mediate the situation. But her expectations were brilliantly contradicted when Axel actually showed up. But, in a very Axel-like fashion, ensuring his safety. With the situation like this, Akiko was at least sure of one thing: she was being stupid. She never needed to worry about Axel, who worries enough for himself. Feeling relieved, a genuine smile came upon Akiko's lips. What the? On the other hand, suddenly seeing Akiko out of the blue, Axel thought he might be hallucinating. How else would he see her here in Atlantis? Just yesterday, he had bade farewell to her and thought he might not see her again for months. But now, here she is, smiling at him as if reuniting after a long while. What the fuck are you doing here? Even as he asked her that, Axel felt that it was a silly question. The answer was quite apparent to him. It was the lady sitting on the couch who was currently glaring at him. It was clear that Akiko came here with Karai Sensei. Karai Sensei must have already known about Akiko's ability and her hatred for Kraken. There is no way Karai Sensei would miss such an opportunity, and there is no way Akiko would refuse such an offer. It also made more sense why this girl never once expressed her intention to tag along with him. She was already coming on her own. Why would she need to go with him? She didn't even tell him in case he tried to persuade her to not go. Why am I not surprised? He muttered, shaking his head ruefully. Akiko nodded. You can't blame me. On the other hand, looking at the crowd gathered in front of her hideout, and the person she wanted to meet standing right in front of her, Kiran gritted her teeth. Now that everyone's attention was focused on him, there's no way she could execute her plan. Was it really a coincidence that this kid brought so many people here? The kid is either a goof running after fame, or a cunning and cautious fox. The former that can be easily eliminated. If he really liked to brag for attention, there's no way he would have held back so much of his abilities. That means he is cautious to the point of anticipating her intentions and ensuring his safety just in case she had bad intentions. I didn't take you for a coward, she jabbed, causing Axel's eyes to snap back on her. Neither did I know that you have so little faith in me, she said, letting him know that she knew the exact reason why he came with such a huge entourage. Axel just smirked. Trust me, it's for your own safety. Kiran raised her eyebrows. Oh really? Suddenly, dark tentacles stretched out from Axel's shadow and wrapped around him, binding him to the spot. Tell me, how exactly is it for my safety? She asked, crossing her legs. Axel was still calm. Well, if you were really serious, that knife would have been buried into your head, he said, nodding at the space beside her. Kiran followed Axel's line of sight, only to see a knife buried to the hilt right beside her head. That would have ended our cooperation prematurely, would it not, Sensei? Kiran was in shock. For the first time in a while, she felt it. The threat of death. That knife throw just now was no ordinary move. Even with all her passive abilities, she was unable to detect anything. If Axel could increase the damage output of that throw, which she was almost certain he could, there was a chance she could have died. The bindings around Axel became tighter, and for a moment, she considered going further. I would not if I were you, but Axel's eyes seemed to penetrate her head, looking at her warningly. Suddenly, his hand was free of the dark tentacles as a knife twirled between his fingers. You can try going further. But no matter what happens to me, I can't guarantee your safety a second time. His easygoing attitude was gone as he warned her seriously this time. Axel still didn't do much, but he didn't need to. In Kiran's eyes, his combat power had increased explosively. Axel and Kiran stared at each other, their eyes glowing with magic. Then, Kiran shook her head. You've been hiding too much, she said, loosening Axel's bindings. Successfully threatening her in her own home? She was still underestimating him too much. She can't be sure what he would do next. It really makes me want to crack open that head to find out how, she muttered, casting a hungry gaze at Axel. If not now, then maybe later. Axel also smiled at that. That's why, for a long and successful cooperation, I hope you would understand if I added additional terms for my safety in the contract I'm about to sign, Sensei. This time. Kiran was so surprised that she laughed. This kid, no, this fox. First, he created a situation in which she can't openly hurt him without half the Atlantis knowing, temporarily stopping her. Knowing it wasn't enough, he showed her a little more of his abilities, making her wonder if he had something more up his sleeve. Then, he conceded working with her on the condition of having safety clauses in his contract, thus keeping both parties' interests. Axel must have been aiming for this from the very start. Because this was the best option for Axel. Even if he had rejected today's offer, there was always a possibility of her coming after him even if he tried to stay away. But now, by working with her, he is not only protecting himself from her using the contract, but also using her to achieve his goal of destroying Kraken. The fact Axel was still only 13 years old made that situation so absurd that Karai Sensei couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha 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 ha. Ha, I can understand why you like him, Aki, she said, wiping her eyes. All right, she said, nodding towards Axel. You're hired, she stated. Axel blinked. Just like that. Yep. Kieran nodded. It was simple logic. If he is like this at only 13, then there is no way in hell she would let this talent go. As for his secrets? Well, Karai wasn't much of a power-hungry person, unlike the elders. Between having Axel on her side, or trying to find out his secrets and risking enmity with him, the former is obviously a far better choice. Of course, the main reason was he has a Kiko completely wrapped around his finger. If he goes, Aki won't be staying either, which is really surprising, considering the girl's single-minded devotion for revenge for which she even ignored her grandfather. Indeed, love blinds people. For Karai, only Akiko falling in love could explain her behavior, which is so different from the usual Akiko. Estris, give him the contract. Estris, who had already witnessed the whole situation, was already modifying the contract. After translating everything into English, she flipped the screen around and pushed her hand forward, presenting it in front of Axel. I have modified the contract and also added a complete security clause. There should be no loophole. You can check the rest of the terms as well. Axel looked through the contract and nodded in satisfaction. This deputy was quite capable. Everything was perfect. The post was of 4 stars, while the benefits could be compared to that of 5-star authority officers. As Estris said, there was indeed no loophole, and the terms were flexible, meaning he would be promoted if he displayed abilities above his grade and gathered enough merits. These are very generous conditions for a newbie like me, he commented while reading. The 3 ladies didn't find his joke funny. Not at all. If Axel is a newbie, then would the veterans out there who are suppressed with just a glance of Kieran be toddlers learning to walk? Though, there is one more detail I'd like to add, Axel said as he typed one more line into it. Kieran scoffed when she read it. Do you think I'd get anything from revealing your identity? Your outer identity is inconsequential here. Indeed, the new clause was about keeping secret the fact that he was Axel Hunt. Axel casually shrugged. My identity might be inconsequential right now, but it won't stay that way. Not after I become the most annoying person to Kraken under you. This way, I can also run away and continue my life in case of complications, he said, making up a new reason. Cunning bastard. That I am. But I am a royal bastard. Axel kept that to himself. On the other hand, Akiko's mouth twitched. His outer identity is inconsequential here? Axel is the crown prince of Atlantis. Is this inconsequential here? She could only admire Axel's cautiousness. With his real face exposed, there is a chance that Karai Sensei would make the connection between Axel and Tristan. By extension, she might also find out about his identity as the crown prince. But, with the last clause worded like that, Karai Sensei won't be able to reveal it, do anything about it, even if she somehow finds out later. This is like an insurance to avoid future troubles. Unaware of this fact, Karai Sensei accepted the term without thinking much. After confirming with the system for any traps, finally, Axel signed the contract. Well, welcome to the Black Ops. Welcome, Axel. Estris also welcomed him, appearing neither happy nor sad. Here is your badge. The rest of your gear will be delivered soon as well. I've also updated your information in the main server, so now your bracelet will have 4-star clearance. Don't lose these too. Axel nodded, looking at Estris. How to say it? This girl, who appears to be a teenager, is extremely capable in her work. He could also sense a strange sense of danger from her. He was glad things ended peacefully just now. Anyways, Karai Sensei leaned forward. Now that you're a member, I'm going to give you your very first assignment, she said somberly. Already? Axel raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect to be given an assignment already. Well, it's an elite division. What did you expect? We don't keep our members idle. Why else do you think you aren't seeing the other members? That did make sense. This is the Black Ops division. Most of the members would already be doing some covert operations or gathering information. Filled with anticipation, Axel readied himself for whatever mission he will be given. Is it a test of his skills? Or were they already hunting targets? What would be the difficulty? Your first mission, familiarize yourself with Atlantis, said Kieran with a go-away gesture. What? It's as you heard. You're really a fish here, noob. Go learn some common sense. Familiarize yourself with the new environment. Learn as many things that are different here as possible. I don't want your fishiness to affect our serious mission. Aki, you're new too. You get the same assignment. Yes, Sensei. Akiko nodded. Even if she didn't have much of an expression, she looked happy. Karai only shake her head murmur things like love and it's good to be young. Akiko was indeed happy, but for a different reason. Things had actually ended up fine. There was no bloodshed. With Axel's bad luck for trouble, she was already preparing her actions after things would go wrong. If she shielded Axel, Karai-sensei would have no choice but to let him go. So, that's what she was planning to do. Unexpectedly but fortunately, things actually ended smoothly, and now Axel and Karai-sensei, two formidable individuals, were going to work together to destroy Kraken. She was definitely happy. Kai-ein couldn't watch it any longer. Now, off you go. I have more interviews to take. While leaving, Akiko silently wiped the next interviewee who was going to come. Karai-sensei's frustration from this interview will definitely be transferred to the next individual. Don't take more than a day. You two have Black Ops classes tomorrow, Kieran called out to the two lovebirds who were leaving. Not knowing what trouble they'll get into in this outing. Chapter 184, Chapter 178, The Secret to Kraken's Power. A day had passed after the bombing. Yesterday, the situation had deteriorated to the point of causing riots and protests. But now, the fear and agitation of the citizens is slowly decreasing and the situation on the internet is also gradually stabilizing. This is mostly due to the presence of two individuals. Chris Martin and Kieran Tenebris. First of all, Chris Martin. This person came out of nowhere and put up a phenomenal performance of speedrunning through a 5-path trial like a breeze. The skills and abilities he displayed were amazing. But, what was more astonishing was that the views on his trial began increasing at a rate faster than even the most popular videos, which contained content like relic wielders in action, who are considered existences leagues above Axel. After all, Axel's power level is still far below them. That's why, the rapid popularity caused a bit of a stir. But, that would have been it. The rapid burst of popularity would have slowly died down after those interested would have seen it. After all, it was just a trial in the academy. There was a limit to the number of people who find it worth their time to watch a trial, thus preventing them from even knowing how special this trial was. But, things changed when Atlantis OFC, the biggest channel in Atlantis, actually posted an original high-definition stream of the trial, fully edited with a fast-paced BGM and the spectators' reactions. It being the official channel that only shared attention-worthy content, viewers flooded in, not even checking the title and thumbnail of the clip. That was when the true traction was achieved. If the trial was perfect before, it had reached a level even above that. People couldn't stop watching and sharing it again and again. This time, with the right push, the clip really began breaking all records of the previous clips shared by the channel, with its popularity showing no sign of dying down. OMG, check out this video. Why in the abysmal trench is it so addicting? WTF? Why did it end before the climax? I want more. Who is this guy? So cool. I came to see why the video has so many views. Now I'm left hanging on a cliff. This guy is so funny. Every time you expect him to die, he busts out yet another brilliant skill. When looking through the thousands of comments, the reason for the clip's meteoric rise was apparent. The main reason wasn't the insane skills Axel showed. Neither was it his fighting power, which seemed above even 3-star level soldiers. It was simply the fact that the video was too entertaining to watch. That's right. The more powerful individuals won't necessarily be the most popular. People only want to have the thrill and enjoyment. And Axel's video fulfilled all the conditions for that. The situation had turned peculiar now. Get him to continue the trial. I want more. Mori. Who is this guy? Are there any more videos of his fights? Which division will he join? With his skills, I think he can even drive a Maverick. Maybe they'll recruit him. There is a shortage among snipers. The situation now was that the people were now hooked. They wanted more of Axel. Questions related to him were being asked everywhere. Lengthy discussions and arguments were taking place about his trial and his future recruitment. This resulted in somewhat distracting people from the grim situation that the kingdom had recently faced. On the other hand, the presence of Kiran Tenebris impacted the people much more directly. Kiran was a hero who had almost brought Kraken to its knees in revenge when two of her high-ranking subordinates had died at the hands of Kraken. There was massive respect and adoration for her in the hearts of people. So, when they heard the news of her arrival, waves of celebration and relief swept through the kingdom upon the return of the vengeful hero, who had returned to her kingdom in the time of crisis. The feeling was further solidified when the official channel shared her contribution in prevention of the recent bombing attack and her declaration of another killing spree against the Kraken. The channel also shared the fact that she would be recruiting new members for her divisions, thus igniting the passion of many young men and women to join the army in order to apply for her division. The situation was already going the best according to the Sustenance Division, but then, an event out of their expectations happened. Chris Martin was offered recruitment by Kiran Tenebris. This was a surprising but very welcome accident for the division. As soon as they shared the news on the channel, it caused a huge stir. Martin and Tenebris were the two main targets they were betting on to attract people's attention with their actions. Them working together was like a collab between two big celebrities. The effect was as the chief of the Sustenance Division had intended. The angry, panicked, and grief-stricken public had accepted the news with great enthusiasm, and everyone was already looking forward to their next actions. And closely monitoring all this, the members of the Sustenance Division were celebrating in their office. It's actually working. Chief, you were absolutely right. You're a genius, Chief. Did you really anticipate this? Of course, the person who stabilized the situation so quickly, the chief who had somehow predicted the reaction of the public to the news of these two individuals and instructed them to share their news on the main channel. Even though all his subordinates were still praising him, the chief didn't appear much happy with the results. Rather, he was focused on keeping an eye on the events happening in the kingdom to look for anomalies. Is something the matter, Chief? You don't look very happy. Seeing this, his secretary naturally couldn't contain his curiosity. The chief sighed. Well, we did what we could. But, it's a pity, he murmured to himself. What's wrong, Chief? The chief looked at his young secretary. This boy was new here, so of course, he didn't know. Well, these are troubled times, so it's better that you know, he decided. Know what, Chief? The secret about Kraken. Have you ever wondered why our division has so much power? Why we take our work so seriously? After all, there should be no need to block every bit of information about Kraken. The young secretary nodded immediately. All the time. It's really confusing to me when there are better alternative solutions, he said honestly. He couldn't understand the purpose of this division. Its main aim was to prevent people from discussing, seeing, or even hearing about Kraken. He couldn't understand why the kingdom was so strict on this when it's causing more damage than good. Chief nodded. Have you also wondered why we are called the Sustenance Division? What is so sustaining about our work? Yes, yes. Chief, are you reading my mind? The chief waved his hand dismissively. These are common questions raised by the new members of the division. Well, the reason is due to a secret information that we hide from the public. I can't tell you everything, so I will only tell you this: the power of Kraken increases with the increase in people's awareness and fear towards it. The secretary slowly paled as the information sunk in. He couldn't believe it, but all the facts pointed out that it was true. The chief nodded. It's the reason why we are so serious with our work. After all, the sustenance of the kingdom itself depends on it. No wonder. The secretary murmured. Everything made sense now. If the members of Kraken really get stronger the more they terrorize the people, then their frequent attacks now make sense. As do the kingdom's attempts to block all information regarding the Kraken, only revealing them to be a minor threat. But, he simply couldn't understand one thing: how? How is it possible they all become stronger if people fear them more? Is it some magic that is taught to every member? But then, the image of the glowing blue markings on the members flashed in his mind and he understood. Then, the bombing. The secretary's eyes widened. Until now, due to the quick response of the divisions, Kraken has only succeeded in accomplishing minor attacks. But this bombing incident had a huge impact on the kingdom, and the fear this time is real. The chief nodded as he sighed. Now do you understand? Even though we did our best, the damage has already been done. That's why you won't see the high-ranking members celebrating. Because we know, this is just the beginning. Now that the power of Kraken has increased, this is just the quiet before the storm. They don't know what the Kraken will do now. Now that you understand, help me monitor the situation. There has never been such a huge spike in the fear in recent history. Things are about to get messy. Axel and Akiko were suddenly given their very first assignment. Axel looked at Akiko, who was fidgeting. Let's go. We have a lot to talk about. He said meaningfully, his eyes promising a scolding. Akiko followed him obediently, looking like a child who was caught stealing a cookie. Mission complete, join the Black Ops division. As Axel exited the room, the system notification flashed in front of his eyes. This was just one of the casual missions the system was issuing him in order to create better Akashic records. There was no reward. Axel didn't pay much attention to these missions. These missions aren't that reliable. Getting more records doesn't exactly equate to being safe. That's why, he'd still walk his own path. If these missions can be completed along the way, then fine. But if it causes inconvenience to his plans, then he'll ignore them. Coming out of the building, they were greeted with the sight of a huge crowd that had gathered, which consisted mostly of Kieran's fans. When they saw him coming out, he was instantly bombarded with various questions. Axel sighed. This crowd was his insurance in case Karai really wanted to detain him. But due to that, now that things actually worked out, he can't just leave them unnoticed like he usually would. Axel simply smiled at the crowd as he raised a fist in triumph. It's a success, he announced, like a doctor who has completed a surgery. Cheers! Instantly, the venue exploded into celebration. Of course, Axel wouldn't waste any more time on this, so he minimized his presence and slipped out of the crowd while dragging Akiko. Of course, with their skills, escaping a mob was no big deal. Axel and Akiko walked through the streets in silence. They had arrived a fair distance away from the place after shrugging off the pursuers, and Axel had now lowered his presence, thus avoiding people's notice. Glance. As they walked, Akiko would peek at him from time to time. Even though her face was blank, her actions revealed her nervousness. Are you angry? She finally asked. Axel looked at her, causing her to flinch. He sighed as he shook his head. No, just a bit disappointed. You could have told me if you were coming. Akiko averted her gaze. I was afraid you would want to stop me. Like my grandfather. And if you really tried to stop me. Unlike her grandfather, if Axel really wanted to stop her, there would have been nothing she could have done to resist. Axel nodded his head, understanding her clearly. To be honest, I really didn't want you to come, he confessed. I suffered some serious injuries the last time due to your presence. You also get way too emotional when it comes to Kraken, which clouds your judgment. He said straightforwardly, causing Akiko's lips to go into a downward arc. But, it was true. When Voldemort unleashed his true power, Axel got seriously injured due to Martina and Akiko. Axel would rather work with people he can sacrifice. That's why, he didn't want her to come. But... Axel shook his head. I guess it can't be helped. If anyone tries to stop me from my revenge, they would be the first ones I will attack. Besides, never having had parents myself, I can't really judge you for your desperation. Due to this, Axel decided to let the matter drop here. He wasn't cruel enough to order Akiko to leave now that she was already here. Anyways, how do you know her? Asked Axel into the silence. It was clear who he was asking about. There was a hint of hostility in his tone when he mentioned Karai. For a long time. My parents used to work under her when they came to Atlantis. When they died, they made her promise to look over me. Whether it was due to that or for other reasons, she left Atlantis after that to settle in Wizarding Japan. She has taken good care of me from then on. She taught me a lot of things. Akiko had a soft expression on her face when talking about Karai Sensei. Fuck. After hearing the story, Axel wrinkled his eyebrows. I couldn't have imagined her to actually have some humanity. This was making it difficult for him to hate Karai. Akiko sighed. She's actually not that bad. She's only bad to strangers, just like you. Axel frowned. How am I bad to strangers? You are. You have a habit of making slaves out of any stranger who knows your secrets, said Akiko, referring to their very first meeting. Axel had nothing to say to that. Indeed, if he counts now, the number of people he has done that with is more than 2. Fair enough. Axel clicked his tongue. This slave is getting cheeky. Though. I don't hate it, murmured Akiko in a voice Axel could not hear. What did you say? Nothing. How do we do our assignment? It was only then that Axel remembered that they were out on an assignment. Familiarize yourself with the environment, hey. Honestly, he didn't think it was a bad task. They were indeed noobs here. They were unfamiliar with the geography, they didn't know the customs, didn't know the terms and saying these people used, and didn't know a lot of other things. This would indeed be a hindrance when doing missions. But the problem was, how to solve this problem. They couldn't just visit every place and read all the information regarding this in just one day, right? Don't worry. Karai Sensei was just messing with us when she gave us one day, said Akiko. Well, it's still manageable, said Axel as he stopped walking. They were in a bit of a crowded area right now. Legilimency, Max. In a moment, the minds of multiple people became accessible to him, connected with invisible legilimency threads that no one could see. And a huge influx of information entered Axel's mind. Occlumency, Max. Then Axel used his occlumency to the limit, filtering the useful information while leaving out the rest. Going through memories using the mind is an extremely fast process, at least for Axel. The whole thing only took around 1 minute, and that too because Axel was doing it for the first time. A silver thread extended out of Axel's head, which he wrapped around his finger. Here. All the information we need to know about Atlantis. Akiko blankly looked at the thread and only then remembered that Axel was a master of mind arts. Under Axel's control, the memory naturally got transferred into Akiko's head. There. Assignment over. She who had been thinking of traveling the whole city. It can also be done like that? Akiko pouted, not knowing whether to be happy or not. Do we go back then? Actually, she was secretly looking forward to seeing Atlantis like this with Axel. Axel nodded nonchalantly. Yep, what's the point of being out? Though at this moment, Axel got another mission, causing him to frown. In retrospect, it won't be bad to look around a bit. He said, causing Akiko's face to brighten up. Chapter 185, Chapter 179, Touring Atlantis. In retrospect, I think it's better if we still take a look around, said Axel, causing Akiko's face to light up. Even if we get the knowledge by going through the memories, we still need to adapt to it practically. Hi. Said Akiko, nodding her head repeatedly. Whatever the reason might be, Akiko was glad with the decision anyway. First of all, let's try this, said Axel, tapping his bracelet. With the newfound memories, Axel tried using it for the first time. This bracelet, which he now knows is called the E-Brace, is the most useful device in the kingdom. It just has too many features. Even more than the Magi Mirror. For now, he opened the map feature, and a 3D structure of their location was projected into the air. Akiko looked at the map with some astonishment. Since her occlumency isn't as fast and as readily usable as Axel, she hadn't gone through the memories Axel had transferred to her. Noticing her reaction, Axel nodded. Fancy, hey? We have to get used to using this thing first and foremost, he told her as he navigated the interface. Let's see. We're in the inner part of the Royal Academy, so we need to go here to exit the castle. The two of them looked like country bumpkins, trying out technology for the first time. Bigger than Mahout Okoro. Akiko commented, realizing just how much distance they'll have to cover. Yeah, bigger than Hogwarts too. The royal castle was like a small city in itself, and it was really inconvenient to travel on foot. That's why there were various modes of transport available. Most of the students were using the sidewalk, which actually moved forward like escalators in Muggle malls. Many also traveled on what seemed like a hoverboard that could smoothly glide on low altitude. Otherwise, there were also airbuses, aquanites, and more. Now that Axel knew it all, even though they could run at inhuman speeds, Axel felt it would be better to try something else. Let's try an airbus. Axel went through the memories. I think it's done like this, he muttered as he tapped the bus feature in the corner and entered his destination. Within a few seconds, the next airbus stopped above them. Then, a platform dropped to their level, which was still connected to the bus. Let's go. Axel dragged Akiko to climb onto the platform. The platform retracted back into the Airbus and the two of them sat on one of the empty seats. Akiko was bewildered. So convenient. It is, isn't it? Axel felt that traveling was indeed a better choice. He wouldn't get this experience through the memories. The speed of the Airbus was quite fast, and they arrived at the exit within minutes. The Airbus wouldn't go further than this. The main entry/exit of the castle consisted of 4 passages. Casual, official, emergency, and VIP. In order to enter or exit the castle, clearance is needed. If it's a casual outing, you'll need to get permission from one of the supervisors, if you're a student, and your superior, if you're a worker. But since it was actually an official assignment and they were members of Black Ops, they could leave just by scanning their bracelets through the official passage. How are we going to go? Asked Akiko. The castle was surrounded by water, and their destination was the city. Akiko was asking which mode of travel they were going to use. Well, let's try something else this time, said Axel, walking towards a place where a lot of Aquanites were parked. Akiko's eyes began shining. Can we really? Axel smiled. Of course. We can rent one. The Aquanites were stationed near the exit for workers who have an urgent need for them due to official business. If you need one, just flash the bracelet, enter the timing, and take it away. They approached one of the Aquanites and Axel began fiddling with the interface of the stand that was holding it. After flashing his e-brace, a green light flashed on the interface and the Aquanite became accessible to Axel. He glanced back at Akiko, who was still standing there cluelessly. Well, what are you waiting for? Unlock another one already. Akiko blinked. It's 2. Yeah, so. The shine was gone from her eyes. Akiko hesitated. I don't know how to ride one. It's easy. It's just like flying brooms. I'm not good at riding brooms either. Well, then let's just go with one. Thus Axel mounted the Aquanite and Akiko sat behind him. It was a bit of a tight fit, but Akiko didn't seem to mind. Hey, those aren't allowed for students. Someone called out, finally noticing them and attracting others' attention as well. Axel was wearing his academy training outfit, so it indeed seemed like a student playing around. Ignoring the onlookers, Axel powered the engine and zoomed out of the royal castle through the official passage. Axel and Akiko finally left the royal palace, flying above the crystal-clear lake surrounding the castle. Axel flew the bike low, and the high speed and propulsion of the Aquanite caused water to be splashed everywhere. Akiko gripped him tightly, as if afraid to fall. He turned around to actually find her smiling happily. Axel was surprised. Akiko rarely smiles, let alone smiling so widely. And this was the second time he was seeing her like this today. Since she was having fun, Axel increased the speed further and pulled off a few more maneuvers. Even though the speed of this Aquanite wasn't as fast as the one in the trial, it was still several times faster than a broomstick, so they reached the city very soon. He had to. There was just so much to see in the city, and the last time he couldn't see anything since the general was flying his chariot very fast when bringing him to the castle. He had to once again admit, Atlantis was beautiful. And overwhelming. Atlantis was a 3-dimensional city. Unlike the Muggle and the Wizarding world, where there was only forward and backward to travel, here, the buildings were so huge that there was also the feature of traveling up and down. Most of the people traveled in air lanes, rather than the ground lanes. Many shops and commercial centers were opened in mid-air, with the citizens arriving and leaving on their personal air vehicles. The structures of the buildings here were also very unique. It could be circular, spiral, cylindrical, and a lot more. The two of them flew high and low, making sure to enjoy every sight. One thing was apparent, the security had been increased since last time Axel passed by here. What are those? Asked Akiko, pointing at one of the drone-like objects flying around. Axel actually didn't know this. It was not in the information he had obtained so far. Axel pointed his bracelet at one of the drones and searched what it was. The information about the drones came up quickly, but... Fuck. What happened? Axel looked at the drones warily. Those are called scanners. They're scanning through anything and everything in order not to let anyone smuggle any bombs. They can even scan storage devices. Axel got worried about the storage ring on his finger which Martina had made for him, and Akiko's hand also subconsciously went to the pendant around her neck, which was also likely a storage device made by Martina. "Are we going to be in trouble?" she asked. The two of them definitely had all sorts of questionable equipment packed in the storage space that they had smuggled in. "I think it's fine. They've already scanned us earlier." Akiko blinked. Then, does that mean Martina's invention can actually beat Atlantean technology? Axel nodded. "Yep, we can even smuggle bombs like this. If Martina was on Kraken's side, Atlantis would be fucked. She really is a genius." Akiko felt that Martina was being praised too much. "But, she's weak, and a bit pathetic," she uttered, remembering how she would sneak into Axel's bed out of fear after the last incident. "Yeah, well, she really is very easy to kidnap, kill, or coerce. I'm just glad it's you here rather than her." If Martina had some extremely high parameters, she also had some extremely low parameters as well. Sure, she would have been helpful here, but she would also be very prone to danger, which is not what Axel wants. Akiko felt better when Axel said that, and they continued their tour. While flying, they passed through an area where a number of shops were lined up in mid-air, with a lot of air traffic. A delicious fragrance was wafting from the place, even reaching them. "What is that?" "Atlantean street food," Axel muttered. "But there was no street here, so it can't be called that." Behind him, he heard Akiko gulp. "Let's try it out," said Axel. "Do we have money?" "Don't worry. Estries transferred me a generous signing bonus." It was weird that the Crown Prince needed to check money for street food, but it was what it was. So they tried out the food of Atlantis, which was, of course, seafood. Sharks, skates, rays, sawfish, sturgeons, and lampreys, crustaceans such as lobsters, crabs, shrimps, prawns, and crayfish, clams, oysters, cockles, snails, abalones, scallops. These were just the creatures that Axel knew about. Other than this, there were also a lot of magical creatures as well. There was just too much to try, so they dug in, buying one serving of every store. "Fuck, this is good," Axel muttered, trying out some type of seaweed pasta. It had a creamy, garlicky flavor with the distinct marine taste of seaweed. "Try this," said Akiko, offering him a bite of the blue crab meat that she was eating. "Damn!" Axel smacked his lips. The soft meat was mixed with Atlantean herbs and a hint of citrus, pan-fried to golden perfection. It had a fresh, tangy flavor with an herbal note. "You try this too," said Axel, offering his pasta, to which Akiko just opened her small mouth. Rolling his eyes, he fed her himself. Akiko's eyes curved. "It's delicious. Isn't it? I would have saved this kingdom just for food. Too bad, my diet won't allow it." They ate while buying more things. At one point they had taken too many things, and while eating, Axel dropped one of the plates. Beep beep beep. It seems they had broken some sort of rule, because the alarm started ringing, causing people to look around. Fuck. Axel dumped everything into his storage ring and sped off. "Hey! Halt!" They raced the inspector that gave chase while Axel refined his flying skills. When the inspector finally gave up, realizing that Axel was just playing with him, they paid him the fine and resumed the tour. In the middle of the city, there was a gargantuan statue of a man holding a trident, which was so finely carved that it looked alive. King Atlan I. The first king of Atlantis. Axel remembered the man's identity through his memory. "He looks a bit like you." Axel frowned. For a moment, he was worried. Would others also notice the resemblance? Really? But Akiko shook her head. "Not at all. He's too ugly." She giggled. "Akiko, actually joking? Is this real?" "You're different today," Axel observed. Akiko's face is usually emotionless and she speaks very little, often only speaking in words rather than sentences. But today, she has already spoken and smiled a month's worth of her quota. "I am happy. I'm happy to finally be here," Akiko smiled. "Coming here has always been my goal, but it wasn't easy." There was a hint of melancholy in her voice. "Okasan and Otusan used to tell me all sorts of amazing things about this place." Her grip around him tightened as her voice cracked a bit. "That's why, I've always wanted to see this place for myself. I wanted to know, if it was really worth it." Axel could understand now. She's always wanted to come here. But it was never going to be easy, was it? Her grandfather had always opposed it, and no matter how much talent she had and the hard work she put in, she had to agonizingly wait for years till she was old enough. And now, after so many years, and so much grueling training and effort, she's finally here. She must be feeling freed from a heavy load she had been carrying for years. No wonder she's different from her usual self. Axel felt happy for her. Then, I am glad to be here too, said Axel as he patted her hand. Axel was just glad she didn't have to see the city alone. There was someone she could share her feelings with. Akiko's fists bunched around his clothes. Axel. Arigato. It was a sincere thanks. There were no fancy or cheesy words, but the feelings behind it were heartfelt. Don't mention it, Axel replied. Also. Yet. I think, they were, happy here. It's a good place, her voice was a bit hoarse. I'm so relieved. A hand temporarily left his side as Akiko wiped her tears. Axel let her cry on his shoulder. Of course they were happy. Whose kingdom do you think it is? Akiko smiled. You're right. As if suddenly remembering something, Axel checked the time. Shit. He increased the speed, changing their direction. Where are we going now? Asked Akiko. To one of the most popular places here, replied Axel. A few minutes later. A zoo. Akiko murmured, bewildered as she looked at the place. No, it's a magical biopark, Axel insisted. It was a glorified zoo. Unlike the outside world, where people have access to both the sea and the wildlife, Atlantis is a place with no chance to see the wildlife. That's why, this place, which held all types of normal and magical creatures from the outside world in their natural habitats, was quite popular here. You know, it even has magical creatures which are already extinct in the outside world. Even though he defended the place, inwardly, he was also wondering, just why would the system give him the mission to be here? Chapter 186, Chapter 180, Another Attack. Chapter 180. In the organization's hideout. The higher UPS of Kraken were currently having meeting. Are the preparations complete? Yes, first. I already had my men do it a year ago. Good. We've been hiding for too long. Master finally has enough power. Today, a significant amount will be spent, but we'll gain more when they break out. We can now start revealing our cards. Said the entity called the first in an aged voice. How is sixth? Still recovering. Kiran truly did a number on him. Kiran. We'll have to deal with her. For now, order sixth to stay put in the base. It would be troublesome if we lost his relic. Yes, first. But he never listens to. Discard him if he disobeys. We can enlighten others to wield his relics. Yes, 1st. Is there any news about the 7th and 8th? Someone else asked. No updates, but it seems that the British ministry is involved. We've heard that their minister had led a huge force into Hogwarts on the day of their disappearance. So the variable. The variable is reported missing. The British ministry is also trying to find him. Our estimate is that those idiots at least did their job and killed him before they died. The orders were to bring him to me. The first said at this moment, causing the rest of the members to flinch. This matter is not over yet. But we'll temporarily suspend it till the end of war, which won't be a long time. Especially after the disaster that will take place today. The biopark of Atlantis. It was built after the end of the last Atlantean War, which resulted in Kraken's defeat. It's an old place that has been in existence for quite a few centuries. Externally, it spans over a vast space, but that can't hold a candle to how big it is from the inside due to the space extension magic. It's almost as big as a small country. It's the only place in Atlantis where these sea dwellers can experience the nature of Earth. That's why it's quite a popular visiting spot among the Atlanteans. Many elderly people come here regularly, schools hold educational outings here, and it's a perfect picnic spot for families. Axel and Akiko were currently standing in the plaza, waiting for their turn. Around them, they could see the catalogue of animals they could see. There is an aquarium too. Akiko's attention was attracted by the mesmerizing glimpses that were shown of the aquarium. Well, it's Atlantis. You can't really be surprised, Axel said with a no-shit look. But he could understand why Akiko was surprised. Even though it's being publicized for its wildlife sanctuary, but from what he could see, the aquarium was far more impressive. The reason is still the same, it's Atlantis. Everything related to the ocean is overused here. On the other hand, even the normal day-to-day creatures of the outside world seem exotic to them. When they got the ticket and finally entered, they were taken aback by the view. They were on an elevated place. In front of them, vast greenery stretched as far as the eye could see. Birds could be seen flying in the sky, and a gentle breeze of fresh was blowing, ruffling the trees. So, real. Akiko was only expecting some kind of zoo with animal cages, but clearly, this was not it. Axel whistled. As it happened, he had never been to a fucking zoo, so he had nothing to compare it with. But still, this place was beautiful. It was the kind of place Daphne would like. Only, there was one problem. The power increase he had been feeling while being in Atlantis had lessened upon entering this space. It was because they no longer had water over their heads, but simulated a sunny sky. But oh well, why would he even need it here? He wouldn't, right? Everyone, please board the train. We hope you have a pleasant experience. An announcement was made at this moment, as they heard a horn. What is that? It was only then did they see it. A train was stationed not far from them, which the people were currently climbing into. They hadn't noticed earlier, because it was transparent, and there were no visible tracks. Well, let's go. The two of them boarded the train and sat on the see-through seats. The interior was luxurious and much more spacious from the inside. But one thing was weird, almost everything inside was transparent. It was odd, but this type of train was indeed perfect for a wildlife safari. The train set off, its acceleration extremely fast and smooth, and his e-brace chimed. The Atlantean Wildlife Sanctuary was to send you a file. Accept/reject. Axel accepted the file, which turned out to be a complete guide of the place, along with the summarized version. Axel flipped through it and found out more about the place. The biopark was partitioned into 3 separate zones. Zone 1 contained all types of non-magical attractions, Zone 2 contained magical creatures and plants, and Zone 3 had the aquarium. The train will take you through these zones one by one, and there are a few safe spots where you can alight if you want to and look around on your own. Along with the guide, there was also a map feature. When Axel accessed it, a complete 3D map of the whole place was projected from the bracelet. Upon zooming in, you could see the live location of the creatures, and the safe area boundaries were also highlighted, which you could travel if you desired. After a while, the train slowed down to around 10 km/h as they heard an announcement. We have reached the non-magical forest. On your right, you can see the exotic animals called cows. In the outside world, these animals are known for their milk, which contains high nutritional value. On your right, you can see the animals called monkeys. The tree they are sitting on is the extremely rare apple tree, whose fruits are luxury goods in Atlantis. Since you have chosen the premium ticket, you will be served with the fresh servings of the fruit. Akiko and Axel felt their grasp with reality slipping. Watching people get excited upon seeing cows and eating apples was a bizarre and funny experience at the same time. The ride continued, and even though Axel and Akiko didn't find the non-magical plants and animals much interesting, the delicacies which were provided from time to time kept them occupied. Soon, another announcement was made. The non-magical area is about to end. The tourists who have applied for the in-depth experience, please alight. Those who did not can still upgrade their ticket. The in-depth experience, as the announcer put it, is just a tour into the forest on foot or some open-air vehicle in order to experience the nature more closely. While getting their tickets, they hadn't opted for it. Axel and Akiko looked at each other and both shook their heads. It seemed really foolish to be spending so much money just to be able to go through a normal forest. When they entered the magical forest, the atmosphere instantly changed. Suddenly, the trees were taller and thicker, and the light coming through lessened, creating a darker vibe. We have now entered the magical forest area. To your right, you can see the creatures called hippogriffs. These magical creatures have the front legs, wings, and head of a giant eagle and the body, hind legs and tail of a horse. To their right, they could indeed see hippogriffs, but I didn't know they could be violent, said Akiko. That was the case. The hippogriffs were currently breaking into violent scuffles. Axel had already seen hippogriffs plenty of times in the Forbidden Forest. But none of the ones he had seen were fighting among each other. They do seem much more aggressive compared to the ones in Hogwarts, Axel shrugged. Since he hadn't had the care of magical creatures yet, the creatures they saw from then on were all new to Axel. Botruckle, demigods, ogres, billywigs, murtlaps, there were a lot. But then. Now, we're about to proceed into the territories of the dangerous magical creatures. It was from then that they started to notice something fishy. The creatures you see on both sides are called griffins. They are powerful creatures which are extremely rare in the outside world. They indeed saw the griffins, but these griffins were also fighting among themselves, just like the hippogriffs. Mommy, why are they fighting? I don't know, honey. Hey, Staff. Why are these creatures so aggressive today? This time, not only Axel and Akiko, but many of the other tourists also found this odd. The animals are indeed experiencing some emotional changes right now, but please be assured that your safety, and the safety of the animals is guaranteed. It was true. As one of the griffins tried to charge at the incoming train, it couldn't even come near it, blocked by an invisible force field. This force field was covering the entire track, and the safe zones, so that no animal could cross them. The animals were installed with tranquilizers that can be activated anytime, and they could see a lot of them calming down one after another. Hey! Don't stop them! This is a fun event. I've never seen anything like this before. Haha! I'm already streaming it live. This is jackpot! This is also fun to watch. Of course, many people had nothing to complain about. In fact, they even found it enjoyable. How many times can you see magical beasts fight? For these people, this was indeed an exciting development. And, they weren't disappointed. A lot of creatures they encountered after that were showing signs of aggression or agitation. The Nundus, the cockatrices, the chimeras, seeing these XXXXX level threats fighting among themselves was enough to entertain them and cause a sensation online. By now, it seemed that the matter had reached the attention of the biopark's authorities, and most of the animals had become sluggish or fallen asleep due to the sedatives. The problem became serious when there were still a number of creatures who didn't show any signs of stopping. We're about to enter the draconian territory now. Dragons are territorial creatures, but please be assured of your safety. A giant column of fire was shot at them, fizzing the protective shield around the track. What they saw a huge dragon glaring down at them for entering its territory. Its size was so huge that it could cover the Quidditch pitch. What you are seeing is a Ukrainian iron belly dragon. These creatures, now extinct in the outside world, are the biggest known dragon species on Earth. So, that's a dragon. Axel looked at the creature with interest. If he had to name the one magical creature about which he had heard the most, it would be dragons. While alive, a dragon is a force to reckon with, and while dead, they are a treasure trove of resources. And he was seeing so many of them outside. He had to admit, dragons had a different kind of majesty to them compared to other creatures. The Ukrainian iron belly was just the beginning. They saw at least 6 different species of dragons, all of which looked quite intimidating. Since they were trespassing, they were of course attacked by many dragons, and many, like the giant iron belly, had started chasing them. But that was just one of the main attractions of the tour. After a while, they arrived at the safe zone of the magical forest, and a lot of passengers who had applied for the in-depth experience began getting up from their seat in order to alight. Let's go. I want to see it up close. Quickly. Before they all go to sleep under the tranquilizer. Axel looked at Akiko. Do we go as well? The magical forest turned out to be much better than expected, and there were still many creatures on the catalogue that they hadn't yet seen, either due to their rarity here, or their habitat and territories not being in the track. And even if he didn't tell Akiko this, he also wanted to alight in order to check something. While Akiko was hesitating about whether to go or not, someone else made the decision for them. Why is it not stopping? Hey! Stop the train! The safe zone is already left behind. Dear passengers! Due to a situation, the in-depth experience has been cancelled for today. We are sorry for the inconvenience. Those who have applied for it, will all be refunded. What? No. I wanted more. Go back. While the people were still complaining, Axel, who had already begun to have an ominous feeling, frowned. Was that iron belly always that big? He noticed that the dragon that had been following them since the beginning now appeared even larger and vigorous than it had appeared in the beginning. The fire it breathed seemed to have a hint of blue color in it, which was causing slightly more fluctuations in the shield. While he was still pondering this, their train sped up again, leaving the dragon behind. In the last glimpse he caught of the dragon, Axel felt like he saw a hint of something blue glowing on the dragon's skin. What is that? Something is wrong, murmured Axel, sitting up. I feel it too. Akiko also had an uneasy expression on her face. We are now entering the third zone, the deep sea area. Axel saw that there was water up ahead. Without any warning, their train plunged into the water. Instantly, Axel felt empowered. The water buff had returned, and this time, much more pronounced. They felt no impact as the train moved seamlessly into the water. After traveling for a while, it slowed down and they saw the scenery outside. The first thing that captured your attention was the vibrant coral reef. It was like a bustling metropolis of marine life, delicate, branching corals in shades of pink and orange, massive brain corals with intricate patterns, and waving sea fans that rhythmically dance with the currents. Tiny, brightly colored fish darted in and out of the coral's nooks, their scales shimmering like jewels. Schools of different fishes swam by them, the description of each coming onto their interface. On the seabed, they could see small and large clams with their mouths open, glittering pearls testing in their mouths. Soon, they were replaced by different types of crabs, prawn, octopuses, and then more. It was like watching a kaleidoscope, with the scenes shifting into different type of beautiful patterns. Axel just sat in his seat, feeling a strange sense of the connection with the water. He had already decided to ignore the earlier disturbance. After all, it was none of his business. When he closed his eyes, he could actually sense the creatures swimming the water. But he soon sat up, his eyes staring up ahead. Now we have entered the magical sea range. Up ahead, the scene of violence was once again there. But unlike the last time, the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Large creatures were creating chaos up ahead. Fighting among themselves, moving erratically, or attacking the track. But Axel's eyes were drawn to the glowing blue patterns on their skin and their rapidly increasing size. Fuck! He cursed under his breath. He understood now. Those creatures which are showing erratic behavior. They have been actually going through a transformation. And he knew the exact reason behind this. Kraken. If the animals outside had also gotten like this, then he was truly fucked. He now understood why the system had given him the casual mission. To think he actually thought of the possibility that the system might have given him the mission to let him enjoy his day. System, I hate you. Ding. As if to respond, he got a special mission at this moment. Action in the next chapter. Power Stones. I have extra on Patreon, so, extra chapter this week if we're number 1 by a landslide. Next, terrifying water affinity. Next, dire situation. Next, Axel vs. Spoiler. Next, Savage goes at it again. Next, fighting, spoiler, and new skills unlocked. Read ahead Angel Face. Patreon.com/snollygoster. Edit, new cover. Comment. 16 comment. Chapter 188, Chapter 181, Trapped. Chapter 181. Special mission, prevent the creatures from escaping into the city. Axel's attention was focused on the unique situation of the sea. He could sense the strange changes that were happening throughout the artificial ocean. By now, most of the creatures had been put into inactivity by the safety mechanism, but still, they are resisting. Some creatures were able to resist these anesthetics due to their ongoing transformation, which had now gone into full swing. The size of these few sea animals had started increasing, and they had turned more violent and ferocious, attacking the creatures around them. But what was truly shocking was the final change. Blue markings had now started appearing on the skins of these creatures. Hey, what is that? Aren't those blue tattoos? Fuck. Mommy. Could it really be? It's Kraken, isn't it? Axel and Akiko weren't the only ones who noticed the change. The blue markings of the Kraken were infamous throughout the kingdom. There's no way they won't make the connection upon seeing it. Instantly, this matter turned several degrees more serious. The panic had started to settle for real among the passengers. Even those joking about it and those live streaming it could no longer keep their calm. System, what the hell? What are those blue tattoos? How is the Kraken doing this? Asked Axel. The information on this topic is restricted. Here is what you can access at the moment. There are some entities that can be so powerful that they can share their power with their followers. One such entity is behind Kraken. Share their power. Axel's brows furrowed as he looked at the jacked up creatures. What kind of power does one have to do that? Hey! How the fuck am I supposed to beat someone like that? He protested. If the Kraken is really that powerful, then how is he going to fight them? Axel, the entity is sealed, and its ways of exerting its powers are limited. Sealed. Suddenly, the pieces of the puzzle started coming together to Axel. From what the system has been able to disclose without breaking the laws of the world, the organization is controlled by this identity. He recalled how Theron and Nerio described being enlightened. Now, he was beginning to understand what that meant. It also seems that this sealed entity is restricted in ways in which it can exert its influence, hence having the organization. What he couldn't understand was, why? Why go this far? Those zoo animals can only kill civilians even if they're released, he asked. Even the bombing incident a few days ago seemed like a waste. It didn't really do any significant damage on the kingdom's forces. The entity gains power through negative emotions. Fuck, Axel instantly understood, and his headache increased. If fear is who it wants, then a band of crazy animals roaming throughout the city will definitely make it happen. What have I gotten myself into? Axel was disconcerted. With this, it was clear that he wasn't dealing with small fries that he could just rush into confronting. Dear passengers, please stay calm. The animals cannot break through the protective layer. I repeat, please remain calm. An announcement was made. While Axel was busy contemplating, the situation of the train was getting more and more precarious. They had now reached a part of the ocean where dangerous magical creatures were supposed to start appearing. And the threat level of these creatures was further amplified with their transformations. Boom! 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 Originally, for passengers' convenience, there was sufficient illumination throughout the artificial ocean, and the train would glow in this dimly lit surrounding, attracting the creatures from all around into coming closer to the train. But now, that was backfiring as these creatures had now begun targeting the protective layer around the track in order to get to the train. Boom! 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 Ripples spread throughout the surface of the shield as the creatures repeatedly threw themselves at it, as if possessed. Hey, isn't this getting a bit dangerous now? What the hell? Is this another attack? Don't worry, these mindless beasts can't break the barrier. We're safe, some said with confidence. Yeah, they would have stopped the tour if the barrier was really going to break. The protective barrier was something that has been in place for centuries. Even the best of the Atlanteans will have trouble breaking through it, let alone the magical creatures who can only use brute force. Boom! And at this moment, a huge impact was heard, which even caused the train to shake violently. What? A huge explosion had taken place up ahead, causing the protective layer around the area to start fizzing out. Damn it, did they actually pre-plant bombs here? Muttered Axel incredulously. There was no other explanation. As if taking advantage of the opportunity, a giant silhouette which invoked a feeling of terror in just a glance rushing towards the place of explosion. It was a massive sea serpent, with glistening black scales. Blue markings could be seen glowing throughout its body, which had been expanded to a ridiculous degree. Bam! When the giant sea monster made the impact on the weakened layer, this time, cracks appeared on the barrier. There was a pause in the train, after which screams erupted from everywhere as even the people who were still having fun suddenly realized that this is no longer a fun event to watch. The danger was real. Are we going to die? What is going to happen? Everyone, please calm down. Due to the emergency, the tour will have to be suspended now as the train will start the return journey. The announcement did not do much to alleviate the panic. Because as the cracks appeared in the barrier, more and more creatures started to swarm the area. Soon, the barrier was broken as the train had already started to retreat. Are we saved? Whoever said that raised the flag. Because in the moment, the train violently shook, as if impacted by something surprising. What is that? Mommy. We're going to die. Call for help. I'm trying. But the signal is dead. My internet is also down. Damn it, I was beginning to get a lot of views. The last one was from an idiot, but overall, everyone was terrified now. Ever since the explosion the network was down for reason, something they had never experienced outside this biopark. But, this was just the beginning of their troubles. Before the train could make it far, a tentacle had wrapped itself around the train, slowing it down. The people screamed like little girls this time. The sight of a tentacle wrapping around the transparent train was truly frightening. Its color was a mixture of pink and purple. The suction cups present on it immediately latched onto the glassy surface of the train, scaring the shit of the passengers. And of course, it had glowing blue markings all over it. Pop pop a pop a pop. Another tentacle came before the train could free itself, then another. By now, a lot of big creatures had surrounded the train. The train entered max acceleration in order to not let the creatures attack. Of course, it seemed a futile act at this point. These creatures were in their home domain, and they were strengthened to a ridiculous degree by the blue markings. There was little chance the train could leave after being surrounded like this. But surprisingly, the resistance slowly decreased as the train started to move forward. But that did not at all mean the end of the danger. Because now the train had more passengers. A sea serpent, the sea dragon, the giant octopus, these XXXXX danger level creatures were already visible since they had wrapped themselves around the train. And more creatures were latching on to these creatures to join the free ride. Axel. By this point, even Akiko had decided that the situation was bad. Even for them. She turned to Axel, who was silently watching everything unfold like a bystander. Axel turned to look at her. There wasn't a hint of panic on his face. There was only annoyance. Seeing his composure, Akiko calmed down as well. What is happening? She asked. She wasn't asking the obvious, she was asking Axel's opinion on the matter. The whole situation was fishy. The creatures suddenly started to go wild, and attack each other, and now, instead of trying to attack the train, they're clinging onto it. Their target isn't the tourists. It's the city, said Axel, looking at the creatures. What the creatures were aiming for wasn't just to terrorize a bunch of tourists. They were being controlled to escape this place and go into the city. Only then will this all be worth it for the organization. That's why, only those creatures have latched onto the train which can move and breathe on land as well. What do we do? Asked Akiko, looking at the creatures which were holding on tightly even when the train had already accelerated. The obvious choice was to attack the creatures hanging onto the train, but that was an impossible task. The suction pumps of that octopus and the iron coiling of the sea serpent. At the slightest sign of disturbance, these creatures can easily crush the train. Axel closed his eyes and took in a deep breath in exasperation. After which, he just shrugged. Well, our fun day ends here. History repeats itself. Whenever he gets a little bit of peace and quiet in his life, something always happens to fuck it up. When he opened his eyes, they were glowing. Don't worry about the ones in the sea. Squash. Red blood bloomed all around the train as the creatures holding the train started to burst apart one by one. Going against him in the middle of the ocean? They might as well be fighting against the gods. The sea serpent, the giant octopus, the sea dragon, and whatever creatures were attached to the train were torn apart like red confetti burst in celebration. Axel casually dusted off his hands. Now, we only have to worry about the creatures above land, Axel muttered, trying to think of a solution. Land was not going to be as easy as the sea. First of all, he didn't want to show too much when facing the monsters. It would be more than what he used to show in Britain since he's in an alternate identity, but still, he can't expose all of his cards yet. Second, he couldn't use the water affinity to the fullest. Water affinity is the affinity of the royal family. He doesn't want to raise any suspicions. With these handicaps, it was going to be difficult to handle those creatures. Even though they were free from the grasp of the creatures, but now people were even more terrified for some reason. Axel casually killed all the other giant creatures in the ocean which had undergone the transformation. People were screaming and crying, absolutely horrified by the way the creatures just exploded into smithereens. Even Akiko was looking at Axel with her mouth slightly agape. You. Even though she knew that Axel's water affinity was stronger than his lightning affinity, this was not what she was expecting. She realized that Axel had once again gotten stronger. The train began traveling towards the entrance as fast as possible, but the speed had lowered drastically. Axel tried to kill the monsters as carefully as possible, but it had still damaged the train somewhat. Along the way, they could see numerous creatures with blue markings, all making their way towards the entrance. The speed of the animals now was just a little bit slower than train, making everyone anxious. Fuck, just how many are they? Muttered Axel, looking at the huge number of creatures. If they somehow entered the city. Akiko's voice trailed off, and Axel nodded heavily. Then it'll be similar to the explosions. It would be chaos through and through. When they finally reached the entrance, the passengers who had alighted all scrambled their way towards the exit while Axel and turned to face the incoming mob of monsters. Hey? Why is it closed? What? Why can't we go any further? Hearing the panicked voices from behind them, Axel and Akiko looked back to investigate, only to see the passengers banging on a new barrier that was not present when they had entered the place. While everyone was still in confusion, complaining and calling the staff, Axel had already realized. The biopark can't afford to let those animals go into the city. Because that would be a catastrophic event which would lead to a lot of deaths. The better option is to lock the place down, so that the creatures can't break out. Evacuation had already taken place while they were in the ocean. As for the remaining tourists in the last train, they were most likely left to die when the barrier broke. Axel sighed. These fools! As if the creatures could be blocked by the useless barrier. Chapter 189, Chapter 182, Dire Situation. It didn't take long for other people to also realize that they had been left here to die, which made the situation several degrees more chaotic. Many people began screaming and crying while many started attacking the barrier in hope of getting out. Looking at the people lining in front of the barrier, Axel cursed under his breath. He was having a bad feeling about this. It's true that the crisis can be averted if the final barrier could really stop the beasts from rampaging further. There's a high chance that it would stop the creatures long enough before proper help arrives. But, there is a problem with that plan. This is a pre-planned strike. Meaning, the Kraken has already planned for this attack even before the bombing incident a few days ago. Axel looked at the hundreds of people lining up in front of the barrier. Shit! Axel began running towards the barrier. Akiko, follow me. Akiko suddenly had a feeling of déjà vu. A chill ran down her spine as she realized that the way Axel rushed forward was similar to the time Voldemort had surprised him with his full-powered spell. Akiko didn't waste any time. Casting a jutsu to enhance her speed, she followed him at full speed. What next? She asked urgently. Charge in a Regan field. Repulsive. Wide area, said Axel without looking back. Regan field is a jutsu that creates an attractive or repulsive force field around the caster. Axel wanted her to make preparations for casting it in a wide area with a repulsive charge. Akiko had no time to comprehend the reason for Axel's urgence. But, there was no need to. Both of them charged up the jutsu just as they reached the front of the barrier after going through the crowd of the panicked people. Cast it over the barrier, as wide as you can, Axel instructed as he did the same. Lightning had gathered in their hands by now, attracting the attention of several people in their vicinity. Everyone thought that the two of them were going to attack the barrier. But, the jutsus Axel and Akiko created was not for that purpose. Upon casting, their four fields overlapped, and a strong opposing force was created over a wide area. Everyone who was trying to go through the barrier were suddenly struck by a huge force that pushed them several meters away. What the? Everyone was understandably bewildered by the sudden series of events. As they tried to go towards the barrier again, they felt a strong resistance that pushed them back. Hey! What did you guys do? Stop it! Are you trying to get us killed? Why did you do it? The crowd's fury was now redirected towards Axel and Akiko, who were culprits who had blocked them. Get ready to reverse the direction, said Axel, making more hand seals. Akiko did as he asked. Why are we? Reverse it. Boom. Before she could complete her question, an explosion happened just as Axel made her reverse the force of the field. The energy of the explosion, which was about to reach them, got reduced considerably due to the electric field, preventing them from serious harm. Looking at the damage, the people felt a chill down their backs. The place where they were standing just a few minutes ago now had a huge crater, and the front of the biopark was already blown away, exposing them to the city where the Atlantean defense forces were gathering. It was clear that they would have become part of the fireworks if not for Axel. Needless to say, no one dared to criticize Axel after that. Not that Axel cared even a little bit. Right now, he had a bigger problem. A huge black silhouette was approaching them at high speed. It was a black dragon. Bigger than the size of 3 normal dragons combined, having blue markings over its body. And that was just the tip of the iceberg. Behind the dragon, the sky had turned black due to the number of flying magical creatures. Fuck! Just how many creatures were hiding here? Axel had noticed that only a minority of the creatures were turned and yet, their number were enough to overwhelm the whole city. Among the creatures who had been converted, a majority were flying-type creatures. And those who couldn't fly were species which could move extremely fast on land. That's why the monster horde had already reached them. With the barrier gone, forces which were gathering outside returned to the barrier quickly rushed in to make another line of defense inside the biopark. On the other hand, most of the trapped tourists fled right away, taking out their flying vehicles and flying away. But some idiots decided to stay and record. The monster horde was already upon them, so the military forces set up their equipment. Aircrafts and Neptunites which had reached the area flew towards the horde. "Captain, permission to engage. I have visual. Turrets set. Cannons ready." A man sitting on a sharp and sleek vehicle zoomed into the biopark at this moment. He was riding a Maverick, the fastest and most powerful vehicle of the Neptunite series. "Fire!" he ordered. At once, hundreds of shots were fired at the incoming horde, blowing them into smoke. "Heck yeah! Destroy them!" For a moment, the situation did not seem so bad anymore, which prompted many people who were fleeing to stop in their tracks and start cheering. But then, a loud roar sounded which shook the sky. When the smoke cleared, the dragons emerged again, appearing more pissed that harmed. What? How did it not work? Fool! Have you not studied? Those are dragons. Their skin is resistant to both physical and magical attacks, yelled the captain riding the Neptunite. Dragons are scary creatures, to begin with, but they were under the buff of the organization right now, something which can grant a huge multiplier to their natural abilities. The captain already knew the severity of the situation. That's why he had ordered for the lockdown despite the chance of the tourists returning alive from the sea tour getting trapped inside. This attack was thoroughly planned. The biopark is located at the center of the city. They enhanced the creatures, planted bombs to break the barriers, and took control of the authority figure, ordering him to keep things silent. No one really understood the severity of the situation until the creatures escaped. By the time the Royal Central realized how bad the situation was, the creatures had already almost reached the gates. Even the formation of the creatures was carefully arranged. They put the dragons in the forefront, which would block all attacks and take the minor resistance. And when they enter the city and start dispersing. "Damn it!" the captain cursed. "Axel, what do we do now?" asked Akiko. She already knew that the two of them were going to have to step up. But she had no idea how. At this point, to her, it seemed they have to focus on minimizing the danger as much as possible. Axel started upon hearing Akiko's words. "What do I do? Abandon the mission? In order to stop all the creatures, water affinity is important. An insane amount too. He would directly be exposed as having similar abilities as those with the royal bloodline. But if he held back, the monsters would flood into the city in no time. Those magic-resistant dragons are tanks that would easily take on any amount of firepower and disperse all the hastily gathered forces outside. Even a relic wielder won't necessarily be of much help against this number. Once the frontline dragons disperse the forces, the rest of the creatures would spread throughout the city. After that, the only way to stop them would be to individually chase and subdue each and every one of them throughout the city. Even the elite force which would have arrived by then would be completely useless. By the time the monsters are cleared, the damage caused might be even more than the bombing. And all this is after they already eliminated the XXXXX creatures of the sea that were going to arrive by the train. Axel clenched his fists. This won't do. There is no way he would lose to a bunch of animals. What's the reason? He does not have the power or abilities to handle this situation. Since when has he started to depend so much on power or skill? Back when he didn't even have the system, thus having no magic power, or back when he was a cripple, thus having no system skills, he was still able to accomplish his objectives without fail. Right now, he is neither a weak little boy, nor a cripple. With the huge number of cards at his disposal, he has to be able to find a way. Axel checked his storage. Martina had put in a lot of weapons and enchanted gadgets in it. But Axel knew that there was nothing that could directly stop the massive horde of monsters. This situation cannot be solved with force. He has to be creative, understand the exact situation, identify the cards at his disposal, and use them in a way that most effectively stops this situation. Axel took out the Neptunite that they had borrowed. "Hop on." "What's the plan?" asked Akiko and sat behind him. "Still working on it." Going into the air, Axel just hovered the bike at a high point. Arcane eyes. First thing he did was to get a good look at the situation. The number of creatures, their species, their capabilities, etc. With all the information in his head, Axel closed his eyes. Occlumency, extreme concentration. Axel entered a mode of extreme focus as he quickly began to go through all options, simulating his actions to find the right way to deal with the mob. Axel opened his eyes. Akiko, you still have threads, right? Akiko nodded her head. Being a ninja, Akiko always keeps a bunch of threads on her. They were light, extremely durable, and even had varieties that could conduct electricity. Akiko, of course, had the kind that conducts electricity. She doesn't use threads too often since they are really difficult to use and there is a high chance of messing up. From within her storage space, Akiko produced a few bundles of threads that glistened under the setting sun. These were special threads the ninjas made through centuries-old secret methods. Akiko wanted to warn Axel about the difficulty of using them, but thought better of it after recalling his insane dexterity, and the fact that this was Axel. What are you going to do with so much? She instead asked. Sigh, just something really troublesome. You focus on what I need you to do. I think using dark affinity is alright here, right? Karai Sensei also had dark affinity and she was a goddamn hero here. Of course. You must have already thought of this, but do this, Axel told Akiko her part. Hearing what Axel need her to do, Akiko shook her head. I did think of it, but it will only stall them, and that too even for land creatures. Yep, that's exactly what I need you to do. Axel grinned. Leave the rest to me. With that, Axel faced forward and flew the Neptunite full throttle straight towards the flying monster horde. Akiko knew that it was a reckless plan, and one young man claiming to handle the huge horde of flying monsters was insane, but sitting behind Axel, Akiko felt that his back was extremely reliable. Wakata. I'm ready. Axel had an ironic smile on his lips. I was as sure as you are about my success. When they reached the flying horde of monsters, Axel pulled up the Neptunite and jumped, leaving the controls to Akiko. Axel fell on top of the biggest dragon, which was covered with spikes, while Akiko skillfully maneuvered the Neptunite to fly towards the ground horde. Lying on the huge back of the dragon, Axel spat. Knew she was bullshitting back, she claimed she couldn't fly it. Chapter 190, Chapter 183, Axel vs Monster Army. As Axel and Akiko flew up to implement their grand plan, the firing momentarily stagnated due to sudden intervention of two alleged civilians who were rushing into the danger. What? What are they doing? Hey! Stop! The couple riding the bike. By royal authority, I command you to stop and return. The commander repeatedly tried shouting out to Axel and Akiko, but the two completely ignored his words, as if not listening to him at all. The captain gritted his teeth. As if the situation wasn't bad enough, these two idiots have now come into the middle of firing range, completely disrupting their attempts. When the Neptunite reached the front of the horde, the dragons tried torching the two in their flames. These weren't any ordinary flames, either. They were draconic flames, enhanced several times due to the dragons having been awakened by Kraken. Fortunately, the couple flew high at the last moment, saving them from the tragedy. But then, the boy had the brilliant idea of jumping off the Neptunite, onto the back of the biggest dragon. Captain, what do we do? The captain clenched his fists. Continue the attack. A lot more people will die if we don't stop as many creatures as possible. Captain, isn't he Chris Martin? One of the soldiers couldn't help voicing out after getting a close-up look in his scope. What? The captain's head jerked in the direction of the soldier who had spoken. He. Meanwhile, as he landed on the dragon's back, a searing sound was produced when Axel's shoes touched the blue markings on the dragon. Axel didn't waste any time and got into action right away. Riding. He quickly made his way over to the neck of the dragon. Occlumency, max concentration. Magic hands. Trap setting. Axel's fingers began moving at blurring speeds, weaving the thread while he ran up the length of the dragon's spine. Once he reached the top of its neck, Axel launched the thread forward, repeatedly looping it around the dragon. All right, here goes nothing. With that, Axel pulled. Roar. The dragon let out a loud roar of anger as its head tilted upwards. With the head completely trapped in threads, Axel flexed his fingers to the side, the dragon's head tilted to that side, then he snapped his fingers the other way. This went on for several seconds while the dragon tried its best to shake Axel while twisted its neck. Learned the skill, dragon riding. Bingo. Soon, Axel was able to control the dragon's movements. His fingers pulled on the strings again, and the dragon's jaw was forced open this time. Lightning style, electric charge. Roar. When Axel sent out the high-voltage electric charge into the dragon's face, a column of flames was shot out of its mouth as involuntarily as its facial muscles convulsed. Sweet. Axel grinned. He now had the dragon under his control. How did he do this? First of all, as soon as he had landed on the dragon, he had activated the skill, riding. It was skill that not only applied to riding brooms and Neptunite, but also other things. Dragons are technically creatures that can skill be ridden. As soon as he started, the further knowledge in the skill was unlocked, and Axel quickly found out the correct method. Then, trap setting. This was one of the first skills he had unlocked from the system. It gave him knowledge related to all kinds of traps. And the most basic category is the rope trap, which gave him a lot of knowledge related to weaving and knots. Then, with magic hands, he boosted the specs of his hands to a degree that would make them a relics on their own. With high dexterity and concentration, he wove the threads around the dragon, making highly sophisticated reins. It took time in adjusting, but Axel had roughly gotten the gist of it. And that is how Axel took control over a dragon mid-flight within a matter of seconds. Other than him, no one else can do it. No one else has the gut to jump on a dragon, the know-how, or the dexterity to bind the threads while the dragon is still moving and resisting. And, even if they did all this, it would still all be for nothing. Their fingers would be cut off clean as soon as the dragon pulled its head. Even Axel can only do it because his fingers are currently coated in magic due to the skill magic hands. But, Axel was not done yet. Now, it was time for phase 2. Axel harshly pulled on the reins, turning the dragon to one direction. They got dangerously close to bumping into the dragon flying adjacent to them. Then, Axel quickly looped the thread around the head of the second dragon, thus also taking him under control. 2 down. But, Axel still wasn't done yet. He pulled on the reins of both the dragons and directed them towards the third dragon. His casting technique got better, and he was able to wrap the threads with a considerable distance. Now, Axel had 3 dragons under his control. In order to increase the durability of the thread, he had to overlap them several times, and he had to do it for 3 separate dragons. Overall, that's a lot of strings to string along. Furthermore, all the threads were coated in his water affinity magic to make it resistant to the dragon fire, and an even better conductor of electricity. In short, his mind and his fingers were under a lot of strain and his extreme dexterity was showing its effects. But, he was far from done. Axel wove more and more strings. Within the next few seconds, Axel casted thread all over the place, taking control over the rest of the dragons. By the time they reached the exit of the biopark, Axel had over 31 huge dragons under his control, all straining against the strings and his hands were moving at speed that would be difficult to follow even if shown several times slower. One saving grace was that he didn't have to handle them individually. He could pull all the strings to one side and all the dragons would follow that direction. But they're going to snap off. His fingers, even when coated with dense magic, getting more and more bloody. And his work was still far from over. Even though the dragons were already under his control, the problem was still not solved yet. Axel looked back. Thousands of winged creatures were following him. There were griffins, hippogriffs, winged chimeras, and many more. All the creatures had been enhanced, with their bodies bulked up to an enormous degree and blue markings glowing on their skins. Even without the dragons protecting them from the front, these creatures are still capable of breaking through the blockage to reach into the city. That's where the phase 3 of his plan comes in. Axel pulled on the reins and made the dragons turn around. Making the strings loose, he formed a single hand seal. Lightning style, thunder stream. A tremendous amount of electricity was discharged from his hands, which spread through all the threads. Axel's eardrums almost ruptured from the sheer intensity of the roars that the dragons produced. And of course, high-intensity flames dyed the sky blue, washing over the incoming horde of flying creatures. Fuck yeah! Axel laughed. This was the phase 3 of his plan, multiple muzzle draconic flamethrower. He was glad that it worked, because this did not work, he would have had to go with phase 4, the web of death, trapping all the creatures and electrocuting him all with all the amount of lightning he and Akiko could get. Even when the strain on his fingers increased, Axel made the dragons fly forward in the direction of the coming creatures and once again passed on the electric shocks, making the dragons involuntarily blow out flames again. Meanwhile, the people who were watching from below were left completely flabbergasted. What, in the ever-drowning fuck? They couldn't believe that what they were seeing was true and no a part of made-up movie. When they had seen Axel jumping onto the dragon's back, they had expressed their exasperation over his foolish act, cursing him for throwing away his life and making the situation more difficult for them. But now the boy had gotten himself the most powerful cremation device, which he was using to burn away all the flying creatures. Since the dragons were juiced up with blue markings, he didn't even need to worry about running out of fuel anytime soon. This is so awesome. Holy shit. Tell me someone is recording this. The sight of one person riding a dragon, leading an army of other fire-breathing dragons against a huge horde of monsters created an impact scene straight out of the legends. The soldiers who were already prepared themselves for a bad outcome had their hearts fished out of despair as they realized that the guy they had dismissed as an suicidal maniac was now single-handedly turning the tides of the hopeless situation. Hey, look over there. What's that? Fire. Why is it black? That's right. While everyone's attention was focused in the air, black flames had spread on the ground, reaching quite high. It spread widely in a way that caused the creatures to detour around it, delaying them considerably. It was only then did they see Akiko zooming around in her Neptunite, controlling the flames. Thump 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 asterisk. Akiko had to repeatedly move her Neptunite to dodge, as burning monsters literally rained down from the sky. These creatures were heavy, and falling from such height gave them a tremendous amount of momentum. Also, the area they fell soon overlapped with the area of ground monster horde. So, a lot of crushed monster meat double patties were created. After Axel annihilating most of the sky horde, he brought his dragon army to the ground, in order to finish the job. The smell of burnt meat filled the air as Axel led his flame-breathing monstrosities in circles. Some monsters, especially those who were XXXXX threat level, were either flame-resistant or had thick skin, so they took extra work. In the face of firepower of over 30 enhanced fire-breathing dragons, there was little even those powerful creatures could do. The stragglers or escapees were handled by the military, thank gods they weren't completely useless. Akiko looked at the scene with silent awe. She had no words to describe her current feelings. Upon seeing the situation, she had already given up on trying to search for ways in which they could have a complete victory. Even when taking all of her and Axel's abilities into consideration and even adding a considerable amount of Atlantis' forces, and even with the chance arrival of Karai Sensei, she had felt that the situation would be difficult to handle. But what did Axel do? Not only did he single-handedly subdue almost all of the Sky Horde, the most dangerous, and subdue most of the Ground Horde on his own, but he also managed to hide his water affinity, his super agility, his phenomenal combat abilities, and so on, only revealing abilities that people can't even comprehend. Akiko looked up at the sky. Her lips curved upwards as she saw Axel riding the biggest dragon while controlling the rest. She shook her head. There is a limit to how cool one can be. Axel has already crossed it several times over. Chapter 191, Chapter 184, Fighting Dragons and Rewards. While Axel was doing his thing, a considerable amount of forces had gathered at Biopark. Among them was also a relic wielder, a stocky man with a big beard and matted hair. He was wearing a cloak that seemed to flutter on its own. All of these people gathered, and yet, they were doing nothing. There was nothing for them to do in the first place. In the face of the absolute destruction Axel and his wild flamethrowers were causing, they would just be getting in the way even if they did anything. Ha 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 ha. Who is that boy? I didn't know we had gotten another relic wielder, said the man in the cloak. His name was Asfer. The rest of the people, who had already seen Axel's trial multiple times, exchanged awkward glances. That's Chris Martin. He's not a relic wielder. What the? No relic. The man looked back at Axel who was controlling an army of rampaging dragons, his laughter gone. Then, how the fuck is he doing that? Good question. The rest of the people had idea. How was he doing it? There is no way it can be as easy as he is making it look. No matter how much they thought about, they couldn't find the answer. Sir Asfer, we are also currently unclear about that. Chris attempted his academy trial just yesterday so have no idea about his academy trial? How are you talking about? Academy trials are tests to enroll into the academy. I know that. I'm asking why that is trying into the academy. Good question, yet again. Well, he's 16, so he first had to. 16. Are you telling me that guy is 16? Why yes, that's how it's known. Which of the 6 families? He is actually an outsider. That was it. The relic wielder no longer had any words. So, a 16-year-old guy is fending off the giant monster wave and we are just here leisurely fishing. The captain shook his head firmly. I've been monitoring the situation. And it seems, that his control over the dragons is slipping. We have to save him when that happens and kill the dragons. This boy is an amazing prodigy. We can't let him die. Asfer nodded. It was understandable that his control would eventually slip. It was more unbelievable that he held on for so long. Let's be ready then. No matter how cool he looked from the third-person perspective, in reality, Axel was indeed struggling. The dragons were directed to go into the city and destroy everything in sight. When he suddenly changed the direction of their flight, there was actually a huge amount of resistance. No matter how strong he was, Axel was still an ant against the combined might of so many enhanced dragons. Controlling the dragons in such a situation was simply impossible. But, Axel had already anticipated that. And he had a solution. He may not be able to beat so many dragons in terms of physical strength. But, in terms of mental strength? That's his domain. In that aspect, even if he was up against so many dragon, he was hold my beer I'ma do this shit level confident. He targeted the minds of the dragons, attacking them repeatedly. In this way, he managed to make them turn around. Axel was hoping that they would no longer follow the orders of the organization and hopefully get under his control. The result was, he did manage to make them forget about trying to escape, but the price was that he had to keep launching collective mental attacks on their minds, effectively rendering them into a stunned state in which they can instinctively react to his direction. Their anger was building up, and Axel's mental energy was draining fast, so there was no way he would be able to keep this up for long. So, the dragons went on a rampage while Axel held on to the reins for dear life, trying his best to steer them, continuously giving them electric charge to make them keep attacking. This process was extremely straining for him. For one, his fingers had to move at unimaginable speeds as the dragons would try to turn from time to time. Also, keeping track of so many string and pulling and letting loose at right time to prevent the fingers from snapping off at the same time attacking the dragons? Well, his mind wasn't doing too well either. But the persistent bastard he was, Axel managed to pull it off in the end. Now, the situation is like this, he is already at his limit, the monster horde has been cleared. He has even managed to unlock a few new skills, puppeteering, taming. So it has been a rewarding experience in which he found new ways to deal with the situation instead of relying on his existing skills. But what to do with these dragons now? With nothing left to destroy, and him being unable to control them, the dragons are about to go on an absolute rampage. There is a saying in the wizarding culture, riding a dragon. It's used when someone enters a dangerous situation because it's appealing and rewarding, but then they find themselves unable to get out and about to die any time. Right now, Axel was literally in that situation. He was riding not one, but a lot of dragons. If that wasn't bad enough, they were also about in a berserk state with him as the target. And if even that wasn't bad enough, their abilities have been enhanced several-fold due to the blue markings. As soon as he loses control of the leashes, Axel is going to be hunted like an animal. But, running away and leaving it to the rest of the forces is also not a good plan. He has come so far, only to run away in the end and leave the final merits to someone else? That is no go. Well, whatever. Just come, you mindless beasts. Axel clicked his tongue. He's just going to fight them. When someone goes through as much as he has, this situation doesn't exactly seem intimidating, especially when he is still in a condition to move. But, how exactly is he going to fight them? His magical limit has almost been reached. His mind is also pretty drained after attacking all the dragons' minds and also handling so many threats. Attacking with just physical power without infusing magic into his attacks wouldn't leave a dent on these dragon hides. Water affinity might expose him as a royal, thus a target of assassination for many, so he's not using that. So then, how is he going to do it? Sometimes, the solution can be very simple. Axel stopped controlling the dragons. Loud roars reverberated all around as the dragons came to their senses. Dragons began struggling to get rid of the strings, going into opposite directions. Axel didn't try to stop them. He couldn't. He let the strings loose, letting the dragons pull as much as they wanted. Instead, he took out all the remaining strings and began running on the big dragon's body. Arcane footwork. Very quickly, all the dragons focused on him as the culprit who had been leading them around by the noose. Fire rained down on him, but Axel was faster, so it could never reach him. Instead, the one to suffer was the giant dragon that he was riding. Now, one thing to be noted is that even though dragons are highly resistant to flames, there is a limit to that resistance. When so much fire power gathered on one dragon, it was bound to suffer damage. Another thing to be noted is that dragons aren't above attacking their own kind when push comes to shove. So, extremely furious, the giant black dragon also attacked the nearest dragon. Meanwhile, Axel had already jumped onto the next dragon after traversing the body of the big black dragon, thus shifting the aggro to this one. While the dragons all attacked the second dragon, Axel had already jumped onto the third dragon. The strings in his hands were getting less and less. Axel traveled from one dragon to another. This process went on for a while as Axel jumped from one dragon to another. By the time he reached the final dragon, he wasn't even being attacked anymore as the dragons had started fighting among themselves. Finally, Axel stopped letting the dragons pull more strings and bounded it all on the last dragon. Thrum! With the continuous supply of strings gone, all of a sudden, hundreds of thousands of strings went taut all at once as all the dragons were rendered immobile, as they found themselves bound in a huge web of strings. Most of them could no longer even flap their wings. Roaring madly, the dragons all began plunging down in a spiral. The strings that had bound them were overlapped tens of times. These strings imbued with magic and made from secret Japanese techniques were extremely durable, to begin with, but when overlapped multiple times, these measly strings could produce durability that could rival the dragon's might. Boom! The heavy dragons fell to the ground, still tangled in the web. On the other hand, Axel lightly landed on the ground after casting an arresto momentum on himself. Axel shook off the blood from his finger, walking towards the exit without giving the tangled mess of dragons a second glance. There was no need to. Even though the fall wasn't enough to kill them, when bound like that, they would kill each other without him having to lift a finger. Ding! Mission completed. Congratulations! You have completed an insane level difficulty mission. Reward: Mana Plus. Custom skill, Mana Threads. Axel's eyes widened as the mana depletion gone. What the hell? Akiko zoomed in, riding the Neptunite. Even before the vehicle landed, she jumped off, landing in front of Axel. Are you alright? Axel shrugged. Yeah, nothing big. Akiko checked his fingers, and her brows furrowed. We have to get them treated. Rummaging through her space pouch, she produced a jar that contained a jelly-like substance. Here, this will help, she said as she took his hand and began applying it. A cooling sensation spread over Axel's finger as his wounds began to close down. Their eyes met and Akiko looked away. You were really Chris Martin. ZNNNN. Before she could finish her sentence, someone interrupted them. A high-tech vehicle arrived by their side. The low humming sound it produced was enough to show its high power. This was a Maverick. Every rider's wet dream. Riding it was a man Axel had not seen before. 5 stars proudly gleamed on his shoulders. There was a man beside him who was levitating while fluttering his cloak. Behind him were other officers, some of them were also riding a Maverick. Yet, looking at Axel, the captain, and the rest of the soldiers felt mixed emotions. The things this guy just pulled up were nothing short of legendary. And yet, it made them feel bitter just trying to compare themselves to him. Kid, how did you do that? Are the kids outside all this amazing now? It was the man in cloak who started talking. Axel shrugged. Is it necessary to answer that? The captain beside the man shook his head. No. Not at all. We just wanted to express our gratitude for what you did. Young man, you've saved a lot of lives today. Axel nodded. So, I'm not in any kind of trouble, am I? No. Why would you think that? Axel didn't want to explain it, but being always on the wrong side of law, he was uncomfortable being surrounded by armed uniformed officers. It felt like he would be slapped with some kind of charges. Well, can I leave then? I want to continue my sightseeing. I did nothing wrong. I'm just an innocent tourist. Also, whoever tries to arrest me will die. X everyone. Axel didn't wait for the response. He picked up the Neptunite they had rented and Akiko sat behind him without a word. Well, see ya then, he said as he casually saluted them with a 3-finger trident sign. With that, Axel then flew his Neptunite on low level, going through the blockade of soldiers and civilians, who created a path for him almost in reverence than respect. On his way out, Axel patted one of civilians who had witnessed the whole incident. Good job. The guy had recorded everything. Chapter 192, Chapter 185, Emergency Meeting. Captain, are we just going to let them leave like that? Asked one of the soldiers as they looked at Axel and Akiko flying out of the biopark. The usual procedure after such an incident is to report everything in detail to the high authorities so that they can judge whether your actions were correct or not. In this case, Axel did create a massacre of so many protected species, so this is an extremely controversial matter. If your actions were not under supervision and done on your own initiative, that is also a separate headache-inducing procedure. Other than that, there is also the matter of answering to the media and all kinds of other things. In short, this was a complicated matter that cannot end with just doing whatever you want and leaving. The captain cleared his throat. It's complicated, soldier. Don't try to second-guess my reasoning. The man wearing the cloak, Asfer, just laughed. You should be honest. You're just scared to offend him, he said, exposing the truth. Someone just exterminated so many creatures in front of them like pests, and then even killed those scary dragons which even the M345 magic missiles couldn't put a dent on. No matter what, it created an impression. So, when Axel casually asked if he could leave, as if he was going to leave either way, the captain instinctively let him leave. You could say that his survival instincts were good, unlike some people. The captain sighed. You still haven't changed, Asfer, he said as his team laughed at him. He was the elite maverick rider, but this friend of his was not at all considerate about making fun of him in front of his subordinates. Well, to be honest, no one can blame you for your reaction. The kid was something else, said Asfer as flashbacks of Axel's savagery flashed through his mind. The subordinates surrounding them had to agree to that, as some of them even shuddered. Anyone who witnessed the previous incident would have the same opinion. Don't mess with that guy. Anyway, I'm gonna go now. I was pretty useless here anyway. The captain shook his head. Don't even say that. You knew that demotion would have been the least of my worries, said the captain. In the absence of Axel, the captain would not have been able to handle the monster horde. Monsters would have flooded the city before the arrival of help. In that situation, he would have had to bear most of the burden, even though his only crime would have been that his division is the fastest due to their mavericks. Knowing this, Asfer came to him for the sake of their old friendship. With Asfer, a relic wielder, they would have been able to reduce the damage considerably. Of course, that all turned out to be useless due to a monstrous 16-year-old, but the gesture still counts. Having a friend who can go through thick and thin with you is great. Those two, they remind me of us from back then, said the captain, recalling Axel and Akiko. The girl was not to be underestimated. She perfectly coordinated with the boy, first dropping him on the dragon's back and then creating that fire. That's right. Except you aren't a beautiful girl like her, said Asfer distastefully. Coming out of the biopark, Axel once again lowered his presence to not get recognized. But, it turned out to be useless since the area outside had already been cleared by now. That turned out to be useless too since Axel had already solved the monster horde problem. So what do we do? First, we get your hands treated, said Akiko seriously. Relax, my hands are completely fine. They aren't as fragile as you think. Axel's hands were, in fact, quite strong. Especially when he uses magic hands, a skill he has mastered to an extremely high degree. The only reason his hand got chopped off by Nario the last time was because it was an attack from a relic, and he had no magic left to use magic hands. He was lucky to only lose his hand. Right now, Axel didn't actually suffer much damage since the magic hand was activated, and he was repeatedly using heal on himself, a skill which might not be powerful, but still handy on minor injuries. At this moment, they got a message from Estris, who had given the address of the new base since the old one's location had been leaked by Axel. That reminded Axel of the watery foamy mattress of last night, which reminded him that he was, in fact, fucking drained. Turns out that destroying a monster army can be tiring. Really tiring. In the end, they decided to call it a day. They had been touring for the whole day and it was already evening. Of course, there is no sun here, but the city still brightens and darkens as if there was a real sun above them. Oh, you guys also returned. On the new base, they were greeted with the sight of a blood-covered Karai Sensei, who was sitting on the couch, in the process of removing her shoes. It seems that she had also just returned from wherever she had gone. I thought you would spend the night. Karai-sensei waved her hand upon seeing them looking at the blood she was covered. Don't worry, it's not mine. Axel noticed that she still didn't mention how she got it. Whatever, it seems that she also had a busy day. Forget about that. How was your day? Did you guys have fun? Even though she included both of them, it was clear that the question was intended for Akiko, who had emotional value in finally visiting Atlantis. It was, really, really good. I had a lot of fun. Akiko, whose face is usually blank, had a bright smile on her face. It is at moments like this that one realizes that Akiko has a surprisingly cute and innocent-looking face. Seeing her smile, Karai-sensei's eyes softened imperceptibly. Is that so? That's good then. Kirin has always blamed herself for Akiko's parents' death. So moments like these make her feel that she had done something to atone for the past. Akiko already knew this and she has already expressed that she doesn't blame Karai-sensei, but she doesn't listen. So, tell me, what did you guys do on your date? Did you guys kiss? Kirin asked, back to her naughty demeanor. Karai-sensei. Oh, look at you blushing. Our Aki is all grown up now. Kirin just laughed, and Axel also didn't mind it. Karai-sensei was like a parent/older sister figure in Akiko's life. He could see that this was pure teasing that is used between families. Even Akiko didn't really seem to hate it, judging from the small smile on her lips. Come to think of it, did you guys encounter any trouble while out? I heard something big happened a few hours ago. Axel shrugged. It was no trouble. Karai-sensei finally turned to Axel, as if just finding out about his existence. Oh. You're here too. Well? Did you complete the assignment? Or were you just out to have fun? And why have you not greeted your superior yet? A vein popped out on Axel's forehead. He's officially taking back his goodwill. This discriminating boss is simply intolerable. I did have fun. As expected, you didn't do. But I also managed to complete the assignment. What? I said, I have completed the assignment. I have learnt most of the general knowledge about Atlantis that is accessible to the public. I know the culture, the basic technology, ongoing trends, media, high-profile figures, geography, everything. Kirin looked at him like he was a rare animal. Axel knows it because he has seen the same look on the faces of many people at the biopark today. What the fuck? What's the point of lying point blank to a dangerous and unhinged beautiful young lady like me? Asked Kirin in puzzlement. Axel's eyes twitched at the young part. There are several things wrong with that statement, the most glaring one being that, I am in fact, telling the truth. Is that so? Well, tell me then. What is the name of the tallest building here? I believe it's called Alcinar. It's located in the western part of the main city. Kirin frowned. What's the most populated place in Atlantis? The Kasandrova commercial area. The Forbidden Place. Altica Trench. But there are too many contradictions about that place. I believe. Stop. Kirin now seemed angry. Did he ruin the trip for you by spending his whole time searching for useless knowledge? She asked Akiko. He didn't. Karai-sensei turned her attention back to Axel, looking peeved. Boss, even if he did do that, it would only be because you ordered him to. Estris, as always, was the voice of reason. Of course, Kirin already knew it, but, she didn't like it. Because, Aki is getting a bit too involved with this guy. It makes her burn with jealousy and protective instincts. This guy is stealing her Aki's heart, but he also has the time to complete the impossible assignment, and also act effortlessly cool while at it. So, can I go rest now? I'm pretty tired. Already? We'll have to work on your stamina. Axel stretched lazily. Can't argue with that. Well, I'm off. Please come. I'll show you your accommodation. They. Old butler from earlier showed led the way. After Axel left, Akiko soon followed, leaving only Estris and Kirin. Kirin sighed tiredly. I'm already missing the outer world. Things have gotten troublesome here. It wouldn't have been so intense if you hadn't left, countered Estris. The seal has been weakening rapidly now. Being a relic wielder, you have to put in the work. I am, aren't I? In fact, I quite enjoyed the killing. But I wanted to be there with Aki today. Instead I had to leave her with that brat. He used it to get close to her, said Kiran while grinding her teeth. Estrese tilted her head. Is he not good enough? Of course he's not. Kiran knew Axel was good. The trial was proof of that. But she just wasn't willing to admit it. Did you see him just now? He was so pale and he couldn't even keep his eyes open properly, yawning every few seconds. He got tired from just one outing. He can't match Aki's energy. Besides, I don't think he's a good person. He's too selfish. I mean, just by looking at him I can tell that he's evil, and manipulative. I mean, how the hell did he make Aki look at him with those eyes? Aki is the kind to keep her distance from everyone. Back when rumors about them started, I had thought that it was all the media trying to milk her fame. Even if there was something, I thought it'll be gone when she leaves for Atlantis. But the brat has now followed her here and even somehow gotten himself a citizenship from the princess. Hey! Are you listening? Kiran suddenly realized that Estrese had started watching something on her e-brace at some point, blatantly ignoring her. Estrese looked up with a serious expression. Boss, it's a royal summon. We have to go. At this time, Kiran looked at Estrese with an "Are you for real?" expression. Well, this better be good. Reaching the meeting room, they found everyone else waiting patiently. It was the same as before. On the head seat sat the princess, with the general guarding her by her side. The council of elders, major division heads and a few other high-ranking individuals. The noticeable addition was Asfer, the relic wielder wearing the cloak. You're late as always, Tenebris, said the flame elder. Kiran ignored it. What's the fuss about? She asked the princess directly. That made many people in the meeting room cast meaningful glances at her. Come on, stop pretending, Tenebris, said the representative of the Lightning Septies. As if you don't know. He was one of the people who did know what the meeting was about. You must be feeling quite smug right now. But this is not funny, said another member. What in the fishing hell are you talking about? The princess tilted her head in puzzlement. You really don't know? First tell me what this is about. I have a lot of things to be smug about. So, you really don't know, concluded the flame elder. So much happened and you don't even know. Well, it's better if we show it to everyone directly, said the princess. After all, it's already going algal on the deep net. In the middle of the room, a 3D video began playing. Chapter 193, Chapter 186, Surprising All Bigwits. The algal footage was played in the middle of the meeting room in 3D projection. It showed a transparent train moving underwater. There were a lot of panicked cries of the people and the camera was shaking quite a big. It's from the biopark, right? So, it's about the small incident that happened today. Of course, the footage was very fresh, so very few people among the people present had gotten the news and seen it. Everyone had heard of the matter. There was a big fuss, as everyone had been called to the scene, but before they could make it, there was another report that the situation was under control. Of course, there were some who had already reached the place to witness the incident firsthand, but those were very few. The footage shifted to show the scene outside the train, and it was only then did they all see the huge amount of creatures with blue marking outside. Those creatures are converted, right? How is this possible? They could even do that. Upon seeing the blue markings, there was a stir in the meeting room. The fact that Kraken could also directly control the sea creatures came as a surprise to them. The princess paused the clip. As everyone can see, the Kraken can control the creatures without needing to do any complicated procedures like we thought. We don't know yet what kind of process is involved, but we believe that it's not easy and is most likely a lengthy process. Kiran looked at the footage clearly. This looks more serious than I thought, she commented. When she heard that the matter was resolved without much loss, she had just thought it was a minor incident. But, looking at the footage, it didn't look minor at all. I never thought they could control creatures like that, said the Thunder Elder. Actually, it is possible, if they start the conversion process months prior. The creatures have weaker wills compared to humans, said one of the division heads. Kiran felt that the situation was absurd. The fact that they could actually control the creatures of the biopark must have been an important card of Kraken. Kiran couldn't understand why they decided to reveal it now. Are they idiots? They should have used this on a bigger scale to catch us off guard. Just scaring a bunch of tourists with underwater creatures is such a waste. From what she had heard, the matter was resolved with relatively negligible damage. So this just seems like a silly move from the organization. Ah, but actually, they did catch us off guard. Completely, the princess interjected. Watch further. The video resumed, and they saw the creatures trying to break the barrier. When the bomb exploded, it was met with intense exclamations from the members. What was that? Was that really? How? That was indeed an explosion from the Kraken's new bomb. Since the security measures have been taken since the last bombing, it's assumed that bombs were pre-planted, said the princess. A wave of murmurs spread among the attendees. If the bombs were indeed pre-planted, then it seems that the Kraken has been planning for this incident for a while. Usually, what the organization plans this meticulously, it doesn't end well for the kingdom. As expected, things started getting worse in the video. The creatures wrapped themselves around the train, to them exploding and damaging the train. But the members only realized the magnitude of the attack when the train reached the land. What in the devil's trench? So many. Sweet Atlas. The huge army of monsters really surprised the people. Gasps and exclamations ensued. Just how the fuck did they avoid this catastrophe? If even a margin managed to make it into the city. Someone trailed off. But it didn't need to be said. Everyone understood, if even a margin of the creatures reached the gate, it would have caused a huge impact. Since the matter was resolved, until now, they were thinking that the conversion must have been only in the sea. But now, seeing the huge army of creatures, they only had one thought in their heads. How was the matter resolved? The princess sighed. Indeed, as everyone can see by now, this was a major attack by Kraken which was aimed to deliver another huge blow to the kingdom. It would have completely caught us off guards. It is only through one lucky factor that we've managed to pull through without paying a huge price. Things ahead will be explained by the Maverick Division Captain Demanis, who was the first to arrive on the scene. The captain of the Maverick Division was overwhelmed by the sudden attention from so many high-ranking individuals who usually wouldn't even give him a second glance. Usually, this would be a good thing for him, but those looks. They were all looking at him like he had made a great achievement and played a huge role in stopping the invasion. With a throat full of anxiousness, he began explaining the complete set of events. The incident happened at around 6 p.m. in the evening. I got the call by the Guardian Department to take all forces I could gather to the biopark and check out if something was wrong. I gathered my men and reached there. But we found a huge horde of monsters which would have already reached the exit within 5 minutes. This raised a doubt in everyone's head. Why were you the only one called to the scene? They couldn't understand this. It should have taken a considerable amount of time for the creatures to cross the non-magical creature territory. The authorities should have sent the maximum force right from the start. The head of national security answered that question. The enemy had taken measures to make sure that the authorities wouldn't be alerted till the horde was already out. Since the biopark is a completely separate space disconnected from the kingdom, the network there is maintained through a signal tower. The enemy blew it up completely, thus essentially cutting off all contact from the outside world. Furthermore, they had also compromised the head of management of the biopark, who ordered a complete shutdown beforehand, thus preventing the people from escaping out and spreading the news, he said gravely. It was only because of a few live streams that had gone viral before the total shutdown that we suspect something was amiss and sent in emergency support. The captain of Maverick Subdivision nodded. When we got there, the place was sealed, and people were clamoring to be let out. All trains had already arrived except for one, so we quickly evacuated everyone. It was then that I found out about the emergency barrier. So, even if there was one train which hadn't made it back, I decided of activating the barrier, said the captain regretfully. None of the members present criticized his decision. The train was far past its scheduled arrival and the creatures had already arrived. No one is blaming you. It is only thanks to the barrier that the creatures were contained, right? Someone said, to which those who what happened snorted. Drawing several nods from the members. Yet. It's a pity that the people from that clip couldn't make it, but it was the best choice, given the circumstance. The captain almost died from embarrassment. Actually, that is not the case. The princess saved the poor man by resuming the clip. Even those who had already seen it looked with full attention. Because no matter how many times they see the next part, it will never be enough. The clip was cut to the part where the train reaches the exit and the passengers all rush out, only to be locked down by the barrier. Don't tell me, there was also a pre-planted bomb here. Someone actually guessed. It wasn't a difficult conclusion to reach in the first place, considering the fact that the attack was planned to the degree that they even took over the top management and pre-planted bombs on the connection tower. There is no way they would let this loophole go unnoticed. There actually is a bomb there. The Flame Elder confirmed, making several of the members turn pale. Just when they were expecting to see those panicking people getting blown up, a rippling wave spread over the barrier, pushing everyone several degrees back. What? It was only at this moment did the camera focus on two individuals, whom the cameraman had somehow ignored until now. Isn't that Trial Boy? That's the boy from the trial. Yeah, I've seen that video too. There were several division heads from the military enclave who instantly recognized Axel. On the other hand, Kieran's eyes twitched when she saw her two new recruits among the people whom she had already concluded to have to be doomed to die. What are those two doing there? The Flame Elder didn't miss the moment as he captured her reaction in his e-brace while chuckling. It's not further enough. Someone commented. Indeed. The distance of the people from the field was still not further enough. They were hoping to see the people getting some sense and creating further distance, but instead, they all began charging forward. Fortunately, what force had pushed them back was not letting them back in. Reverse it. Axel. Boom. At this moment, the predicted explosion actually happened, which made the cameraman fall on his butt as the camera once again pointed at Axel and Akiko, who were making hand seals. Just when the flames were about to reach the camera, they were literally stopped by some force and sucked back in. What was that? They actually managed to do it. Wasn't it ninja arts? It was an impressive feat, even from the standards of the people present here. Especially from two young individuals. It's lightning arts. But I've rarely seen someone cast them as proficiently as those two, said the Thunder Elder. Since his septies mainly dealt with lightning arts, he knew just what the two had done, and how they had done. But that only made him appreciate it even more. So, that boy was still holding back when he attempted the trial. One of the military division heads remarked. As shown, Axel had not at all used lightning affinity in his trial at any point, meaning the terrifying talent was still holding back when attempting a trial of that difficulty. And the girl wasn't bad at all too. Furthermore, they had the presence of mind to predict the possibility of another bomb and the commitment to act on it. Now, everyone wanted to find out, what happened next. So, were they able to escape? Asked someone. It should be possible. The barrier is already down. They should be able to escape through a vehicle. The rescue must have arrived. It would truly be a pity if we lost these talents here. Yeah, I think I saw a glimpse of Asfer in the clip. They began to speculate on their own. No one mentioned anything about them staying back to protect the people further. There are limits to what an individual can do. The monster horde was too huge. Those who had already seen the video had a can't blame these ignorant souls look on their face. By now, the army had taken positions, so they fired their shots. But what this? The Kraken's enhancement is as crazy as always. Those dragons are better than our fighter aircrafts right now. It was only now that the actual threat of the creatures settled into the minds of the members. The dragons had shrugged off the concentrated fire of some of their very dangerous artillery and came out relatively unscathed. This. How the hell did we escape this catastrophe? Someone asked. No one was dumb here. By that one confrontation, they could tell that the situation was almost hopeless. It was already too late for even further support to arrive. Even Asfer wouldn't be able to do much. It made everyone wonder just what sort of miracle saved them. Did the general actually make a move this time? Meanwhile, Kieran was still gritting her teeth. What the hell? She gives them permission to go out for one day, and another attack happens. Not only that, the place and timing also coincided perfectly. How bad was this boy's luck? He's gotten Aki in trouble on her first day into the kingdom. Furthermore, recalling how casual the guy was acting would have you wonder whether any of this was real. Right now, she was frantically recalling if Aki had any kind of injury when she had returned. Kieran knows her ward all too well. There is a high chance she might have tried to help the people further. Well, they didn't have a speck of blood on them. Soon, she relaxed as she confirmed that Aki was unharmed and as she saw Axel taking out a Neptunite from his storage space. The brat must have had her run away at this point. She realized. Now it made sense why he looked tired. The little boy must have been too scared after the incident. While she was still thinking about that, Axel and Akiko had already set off. in the direction directly opposite to the exit. Go Chris! The cameraman cheered as Axel flew forward. This guy was a fan, so he focused the lens solely on Axel, following his every movement. Oh? He's a brave one, said a woman, licking her lips. Despite her young and charming appearance, she was one of the elders. This was her first time watching the clip, and she was impressed. Flying headfirst into a group of rampaging dragons is not something someone would do on a fly. You haven't seen even half of it, Lady Garmos, said the Lightning Elder, who had already seen the whole clip. On the other hand, there was someone who wasn't as excited to witness the scene. Motherfucking cursed under her breath. Her heart almost came into her throat when she saw Aki being brought into a dangerous situation. This brat! Even after reaching the horde, Axel did not stop at all, still flying full throttle. What the hell are those two doing? Some members couldn't help voicing their concern. Just as it seemed they would be devoured by flames, Axel pulled the Neptunite up just as dragons blew out flames. Then, a few moments later of vertical flying, he jumped. Those who had high hopes for Axel's future potential all were hit with a wave of anxiety while Kieran looked at Axel in a new light. One thing was clear, the kid had guts. And he was foolish. Everyone was expecting to see him pierced by the dragon spikes or get devoured, but Axel somehow managed to land right between the spikes, avoiding getting pierced by inches. There was a wave of exclamation on the wonderful landing. The camera, using the brilliant Atlantean technology, zoomed in on Axel, who could now be seen running on the dragon's back while his hands started to move at high speed. What's in his hands? Are those strings? Chapter 194, Chapter 187, Fighting for Axel. What's in his hands? Are those strings? The projection quality of the Atlantean royal meeting room couldn't be questioned. In the dimly lit room, the members could see everything in 3D structures as if the miniature versions of Axel and the dragons were actually present in front of them. They could see Axel's hands rapidly crisscrossing a bunch of threads. At first, they could still somewhat see what he was doing, but soon, his hand speed got so fast that they were having difficulty even following his movements. What's with that speed? What is he trying to do? By now, everyone was on the edge of their seats while watching the clip. It seemed that Axel knew what he was doing. He looked calm and composed, and his movements were quick and precise. Soon, Axel reached the neck of the dragon and cast forth the strings, wrapping the dragon's head with it. The dragon roared, shaking its head while deviating from its path while Axel seemed to hold on for dear life. The people in the meeting room could now somewhat see what Axel was trying to do. It seemed he had decided to go against one of the dragons alone, even when it was crystal clear that he wouldn't be able to even put a scratch on that dragon hide. In these moments, which were most likely going to be his last, his thoughts seemed to radiate from his stubborn face, even if I die, I'm taking down at least one of them with me. This kid. The watchers felt their blood boiling. At this point, every single person was impressed. The kind of will and daring you need to have to pull off something like this, no matter how foolish, had to be respected. The situation seemed like there will be a lot of casualties. And taking this step while clearly having the cowardly choice to run away, there was no way they could call him foolish or reckless now. Instead, they could only respect his choice to die a hero's death. At this point, they were simply hoping for this talent to somehow survive this catastrophe. Otherwise, it would truly be a pity. But soon though, something peculiar started happening. The dragon's resistance. Someone observed. Yeah, it's decreasing, right? Yep, no matter how you see, the dragon's struggles were decreasing, something which should be impossible, given the situation. Within a matter of a few seconds, the dragon's struggles had disappeared. Axel now pulled the strings to one side, and the dragon miraculously moved to that side. He then pulled the string to the other side, and the dragon actually moved to that side. Then they saw a blue electric charge travel through the strings, and the dragon blew out flames. The members weren't able to understand what transpired just now. Is he actually controlling the creature's movements right now? It seemed that way. Preposterous. How? How indeed? That was the biggest question. Everyone here knew that these creatures were under Kraken's control, meaning they won't be following anyone's orders right now, especially ones that interrupt them in their task. Then, how the hell is Axel doing this? No one seemed to know the answer. It seemed that Axel might actually survive while leading the dragon away from the gate. The diminution of even one dragon would significantly reduce the damage. But Axel seemed to have no plan of doing that. Instead, his dragon flew dangerously close to the dragon next to it. What the hell is he trying to do? Wait, don't tell me he's... Before they could even deny the possibility, Axel had already cast the strings. He's trying to control another dragon. Some had thought he would lead the dragon away, some had even thought that he might try fighting other creatures using the dragon. But no one had predicted that he would try to control another dragon at the same time. While they had yet to figure out how Axel was even controlling the first creature, he had already cast the strings onto the next dragon. No way he can actually do it. His fingers will snap off. There will be too many strings to keep track of. The strings Axel was already controlling must be difficult to handle. When the dragon turns its head, he has to loosen and tighten the strings appropriately. Also, the strain on his hands must be no joke. In such a case, it is already surprising enough that he's handling one. But two at the same time? That would be pushing it. Roar! The second dragon struggled, but that was only for a few moments. Its struggles were gone much quicker. This is really incredible. One of the elders acknowledged. What do you think, Rethon? Someone asked the shooting division chief. After all, his dexterity was one of the highest in the kingdom. The shooting division chief Rethon nodded his head seriously as he watched the clip with his arms folded. It's incredible indeed. He has achieved the peak of dexterity. It took me decades to reach where he is. Holy Attas! He can actually match you in terms of dexterity. Fervent discussions had ensued among the members when Axel was controlling two dragons at the same time. But they had no idea, in terms of dexterity, where their boundaries of comprehension ended, were just the starting point for Axel. Without wasting time, Axel had cast the third and fourth harnesses, capturing two more creatures. The shooting division's chief had his jaw dropped hanging open, all air of expertise gone. 4 dragons, at the same time. He's really pushing it. He's playing with fire. This guy can even handle polygamy. This has to be it. Right. Somehow, the tense atmosphere was receding the more they watched Axel. Instead, a funny feeling of absolute incredulity was rising, as a result of events that would have you question reality. He's going for another one. And another. But, even now, the surprises were just beginning. He's casting multiple harnesses at the same time now. Indeed. During this time, Axel had quickly gotten the hang of the new skill he had unlocked, puppeteering taming. His dexterity and mental ability, the two basics requirements of these skills, were already mastered to an extreme level. Thus, when the knowledge settled into his head, his proficiency rate skyrocketed by real-time application. So now, instead of losing control of the creatures, slowing down, or messing up so many threads, he was only getting faster. The glistening of the threads around him increased as he began taking control of multiple creatures at once from a distance using the distance casting technique he learned from puppeteering. Very soon, he had the whole brood of dragons under his control. I can't believe it. The whole dragon army. This clip can't be real. People had now arrived at the final stage, denial. Something so absurd that it must be fake. Right now, even the chances of the clip being fake and the princess jumping up and saying it's a prank seemed much higher than the possibility of this clip being real. At this moment, the general, who had been silently sitting behind the princess, cleared his throat, attracting everyone's attention. There are no doubts about the validity of this clip. Whatever you see is what happened not long ago. The general rarely speaks, unless it's a serious matter. So when H confirmed the legitimacy of the clip, everyone had to come to terms with the fact that this impossible thing actually happened. What? What is he doing now? They now saw the whole army of dragons flying into an arc, turning into their direction of the flying creatures. No way! The soldiers present on the field cheered as the dragons, which had almost reached the exit, turned away at the last moment, and the members in the meeting room felt the same. So many dragons, and he had gotten them all. Axel stood on the back of the gigantic dragon, leading an army of dragons towards the incoming monster horde. His bloody fingers, wrapped up in hundreds of thousands of strings, stopped moving for a while as he formed a single hand seal. Just as he reached the intersection with the rest of the horde, the camera zoomed in on his face, only to show it warping into a grin. Lightning affinity, lightning stream. Bzzzzz. Blue lightning ran through the thousands of strings connecting the dragons, and scorching flames painted the sky red, extracting dying screeches from thousands of creatures at once. Standing on the back of the dragon while panting slightly, Axel looked over the scene like an apostle executing divine retribution. Goosebumps prickled up on the skins of every member present as they watched the scene unfold in awe. "Oh my Lady," Garmos murmured, crossing her legs. The scene was so awe-inspiring that it was scorched into the minds of everyone present. Another member let out a breath. "So, this is why. This is why the emergency was cancelled all of a sudden. He's actually turning the tides single-handedly. At this rate, he might solve the whole problem on his own. But, the ground horde. Oh." When someone mentioned, it was only then did they realized. The ground horde should have already reached the weak line of defense, which would have a tough time blocking it. It was at this moment that the camera followed the bodies of thousands of falling creatures to show the situation on the ground. What? They saw that the ground creatures were all taking detours, obstructed by pitch-black flames that were spreading rapidly on the ground, courts of Akiko, who was flying over the ground while casting them. "Isn't that darkness flames?" Seeing those flames, at once, the attention was focused on one person present in the meeting room, Kiran Tenebris. But Kiran was too preoccupied at the moment to pay attention to them. She was looking at the clip with a somewhat lost/pissed look on her face. No one had the guts to bother her at this moment, so they just watched the clip too. So, this is how the catastrophe was avoided. Just two individuals managed to accomplish something that would be out of bounds for even a large military force. The creatures are currently in the cracked state, meaning they won't run out of fire even if he obliterates the whole army. Someone observed. Whenever the blue markings on the Kraken members start glowing, they are said to have entered the cracked state. Of course there are various downsides to this state like losing lifespan and such, but it still boosts the user's abilities by a huge factor while also giving them a huge amount of energy. This terrifying buff is one of the reasons why Kraken had managed to contend so long against the kingdom. That's why the members have always hated those blue markings. But right now, to use those damned markings to destroy their own plans. "I like this kid," said the Flame Elder, looking at the massacre with a grim satisfaction visible on his face. "Indeed. Who would have thought? That unreasonable power is now backfiring on those bastards, literally," said the Lightning Elder. "But, can he really keep this up?" asked the Wind Elder. The Wind Elder was the oldest and most knowledgeable member of the council. He is usually quiet and doesn't speak much. But whenever he does, his opinions are valued. It was only then did the members noticed, Axel indeed seemed to be struggling. Blood was dripping from his fingers, which were still moving at unbelievable, his face was going pale, and he was continuously supplying lightning current to keep the dragon to breathe fire. Magic exhaustion, mental exhaustion, or physical exhaustion, hands. Axel seemed to be approaching his limit in all three. "I don't think he'll be able to keep this up. He's only 16. Someone said, but that just made the situation seem even more absurd as everyone realized Axel was only 16. Everyone watched while on the edge of their seats Axel wiped out the complete horde of the sky. He did it. He actually did it. All on his own, he wiped out all the sky creatures. But, is he going to be all right? It does seem that he has crossed his limit several times over. As everyone looked at Axel now, they couldn't help worrying about his well-being. Every second, they could only feel their concern increasing as Axel's hands kept getting worse and his face paler. It seemed like he would fall any time. But what is he doing now? Atlas's trident. This boy is mad. He's going after the ground horde. It seemed that Axel didn't know the meaning of giving up, because he had now decided to even go for the ground horde. How is that possible? Even the princess, who had already seen the clip, still couldn't come to terms with the situation. "Aqua, analyze Chris Martin's possibility of continuing the hunt," she asked. Aqua was the main AI of Atlantis. Its use had restricted levels, but since this was the royal princess, she could naturally access the highest version. Analyzing, analysis completed. The possibility of continuation 0%. But contrary to what the AI generated, Axel did not stop at all. How? The AI seemed to recognize it as a question. The target is conserving his magic and only healing the necessary part of his damaged fingers. He has exceeded the maximum limit of pain tolerance and magical control. Still continuing even in this situation. As the members watched Axel burning down the struggling creatures even while he no longer seemed to have any strength level in him, a chill settled in their hearts. merciless on the enemy and himself. This guy would be a terrible enemy to have. Everyone watched with slight horror as Axel methodically flew the dragons over each and every corner and killed all the creatures as if exterminating pests. In the end, the beast invasion was finally over, but the dragons were starting to struggle now, and Axel really didn't seem to be able to handle it anymore. He seems to be in trouble now. Indeed. The dragons are slowly turning hostile towards him. It seemed that whatever method Axel was using to control the dragons was now running out as the dragons were now struggling against the bindings. Captain Demonis, I take it you had him rescued at this moment and exterminated the dragons? One of the high-ranking division chiefs asked. Demonis, the captain of the Maverick troop, swallowed his saliva. Actually, I was really about to. But before he could complete his sentence, the dragons in the clip suddenly went berserk, all attacking Axel. No. He's done for. This can't be happening. Is he really going to die? Everyone who hadn't already watched the clip stood up from their seats. It couldn't be helped at this point. While watching the clip, they had already integrated Axel as one of their people. Imagine their disappointment when this guy is killed by something like this after solving a problem that even they would have trouble handling alone. It was only then did Axel show his incredible agility and footwork. Within a few seconds, the dragons were lying on the ground in a heap as Axel indifferently landed in front. What just happened? Lady Garmos was the first to speak as she parted her lips. I am recruiting him, she declared, her breathing slightly uneven. Thus began the war for Axel. Chapter 195, Chapter 188, Reward. What just happened? Everything had happened so fast that they didn't even have the time to see exactly how the dragons ended up in a heap. When the dragons first attacked him, Axel had somehow managed to slip away in just a nick of time. The threads flashed as he appeared on the body of another dragon, and then he skipped over to the next. After that, he had just become a blur, flashing from one dragon to another while the dragons began fighting among themselves. It was only when he stopped loosening the strings and bound the rest to the last dragon did the members realize that the dragons had all become a tangled mess, unable to even fly in the sky. The dragons collectively fell to the ground in a heap, while Axel landed lightly and casually walked away without needing to look back. He managed to take them all down. While he was in that state, the dragons which could survive concentrated power of the whole emergency force. The dragons which would have definitely breached the defenses to deal an amount of considerable damage to the city. The dragons which had extremely tough and resistant hide which could defend against both physical and magical attacks. Those dragons were taken down in a matter of minutes by a 16-year-old guy, while he was in a state of physical and magical exhaustion. Said 16-year-old had already destroyed the rest of the horde using those dragons. I am recruiting him. The scene was just so cool that Lady Garmos had instantly declared her intentions. Lady Garmos had no idea that Axel was taken. Being a recluse, she was even seeing him for the first time. If she wants someone, there aren't a lot of people who can say no. So, when she saw him do all those panty-dropping things, she naturally declared her intentions of recruiting him, ready to compete with other contenders who wanted him. Well shit! Exclaimed Flame Elder. Lady Garmos snapped out of her daze as she felt the whole meeting room glaring at her like she had tried to kill their puppies. What? He has aptitude for our Septi's magic. Naturally, he should train under me. In your illusions, said the Lightning Elder. You think he would go to the Charm Septis when he has such high lightning talent? I think he would make a good commander. That line was said by the general of the Atlantean army, the highest authority equal or below the princess. Him too. The atmosphere suddenly tensed. General, he is only 16. He hasn't received formal training. He is an outsider. How can he be trusted? The general participating in the discussion would only make this more complicated and increase the competition. Thus, the elders first united to kick the Wind Elder out of the discussion. He managed to do what even the best trained elites couldn't do even when he's 16 and hasn't received formal training. He was able to accurately assess the situation and come up with the best solution. As for him being an outsider, I didn't see anyone else putting as much effort as him into saving people when he could have easily left it for other forces to handle the situation. That stumped the elders. The general's reasoning was sound and their arguments were completely invalidated. Suddenly, the situation had become tense, with none of the members willing to relent. This was a time of war. A time of opportunities. Taking advantage of the turbulence, the various septizes and factions have the chance to increase their forces indefinitely in order to deal with the external threat. In this time, those who gain the most will wield the real power over Atlantis. In such a time, Axel was definitely a strategic resource that they were not willing to give up on. That's why the situation had turned out like this, where all the powerhouses were fighting over one person. The princess cleared her throat at him moment, putting a stop to the statement. I think we are getting sidetracked here. The reason I've shown this clip is because this is another attack from the Kraken, one that was almost as successful as the last bombing, despite our best safety efforts. We had to rely on a young boy to solve it. What we need to do right now is to carefully analyze the attack, understand where we are going wrong, and understand why a 16-year-old managed to do what so many of our men couldn't. This instantly sobered up the members. Besides, the boy everything is trying to recruit is already taken. It has been confirmed that he already signed the contract. What? How is that possible? Princess, how can you believe everything Tenebris says? What about the probationary and judging period? Yet, even if there is indeed a contract, then she's clearly taking advantage of him. Indeed. Knowing he was new here, she managed to snatch him with poor terms just because he didn't know any better. In Atlantis, usually, when a trainee is recruited, they first need to work on a probationary period, so that both parties can judge the compatibility. The contract is only formed after the period ends, and terms offered are based on the quality of work the recruit did in this period. If Kiran indeed had already had the contract signed, she must have offered very low terms to such a talent. The princess sighed as she projected a contract on the projection. Well, here is the contract that Kiran's deputy sent me minutes after the start of the meeting. If anyone thinks it's unfair and provide better terms, they can step up. The terms caused a commotion in the meeting room. 4 star? Directly. Direct promotion upon meritorious actions. Flexible working hours. Full permission to act independently. Look at the salary. She's just abusing her huge inheritance at this point. It is unprecedented for anyone, let alone an outsider, to be directly recruited as a 4-star officer. Between each star, there are a number of posts, meaning one has to gain multiple promotions to increase their star ranking. At most, a new recruit will be offered 2 stars from the beginning. But after that, you have to rise on your own. Before each promotion, there is a huge time interval. Direct promotion upon meritorious service means that time period can be skipped. Full permission to act independently, meaning Axel could even go as far as killing someone in the name of Black Ops, and Kiran will be responsible for his actions. At last, the salary was definitely higher than even 5-star authority figures. Kiran was extremely wealthy, but to splurge so much on a new recruit is unheard of. Tenebris? What is the meaning of this? Are you mad? To offer such outrageous terms to an outsider. After reading the outrageous terms, everyone turned their incredulous expressions towards Kiran, the person who had offered them. But, Kiran didn't seem to hear them at all. What is going on? Currently, her mind was filled with other thoughts. She had yet to recover from the clip she had watched. That brat! He had come back yesterday, looking like he had thoroughly enjoyed touring Atlantis and casually went to bed. As if he had not at all been attacked by XXXXX level creatures underwater. As if he had not just saved hundreds of tourists from the bomb blast at the exit. As if he had not just controlled numerous dragons and annihilated an entire army of monsters. As if he had not just saved the city alone. As if this was just a daily occurrence to him. The bastard didn't even bother reporting to her. Neither did Aki. Tired already? We need to work on your stamina. Recalling her earlier words, she felt so frustrated. After what the boy had done, of course he was tired. Are you listening? Kiran turned her attention back to the situation around her. These people are questioning her on why she offered such generous terms. Well, they weren't meant to be. In the beginning, she was just planning to blackmail the boy into agreeing with mediocre terms. But she couldn't resist Aki's puppy dog eyes, so she ended up offering much more generous terms. But, even after that, the brat actually came and reverse blackmailed her in her own base into further adding some additional causes, resulting in this contract. Of course, she wasn't about to reveal that to these people. Kiran crossed her legs as she arrogantly swept her gaze around the room. I gave him those terms, because I have something that is called foresight. Now looking at the clip, can any of you seriously say that he doesn't deserve those terms? No one could object to that. I don't blame Kiran. That boy can't be judged based on ordinary standards, said Lady Garmos, surprisingly in favor of Kiran. Right, Kiran. Kiran was suspicious of the sudden change in the chameleon's colors, but she still nodded nonetheless. Disagreeing would mean accepting that she had been the one who had been duped in this deal. That's why, I would like to offer even better terms to him. I am also willing to pay the full severance fees of the contract, said Lady Garmos. Lady Garmos simply smiled, ignoring the appalled expression of everyone. I hope you won't mind. After all, we both want the best for the boy, she said, flicking her luscious pink hair back. Kiran's eye twitched at the blatant poaching of her employee, whose worth had suddenly skyrocketed. She was, of course, furious because no matter how annoying, Axel was already hers. And she didn't like it when someone covets what's hers. But, Kiran calmed her anger, taking a moment to think. She had some idea on what Lady Garmos was going to try. The terms were already as good as they get. If she can offer something, it would be the benefits that only charm septies can provide, honey trap. She would most likely try to seduce the boy over to her side by using some of the girls from her septies. No matter how much it annoyed her, if the boy actually got seduced and left, Akiko would at least recognize him for the pig he is and stop obsessing over him, while she would be paid handsomely for it. No matter what, the deal definitely had some merit, if it can get him away from Akiko. Thus, Kiran just shrugged. You guys can make the offer to him. If he agrees, I have no objection. That concluded the matter, as Lady Garmos smiled like she had already won ownership of Axel. Now, can we finally get to the point? Why did we have to be saved a 16-year-old in the first place? Asked the princess. The question made everyone ashamed. It was hard to accept, but it was a fact that they would have suffered major losses, if not for Axel. Most of our forces are also busy with the trench. The standby forces just weren't enough to deal with the threat. One of the division heads spoke up, trying to come up with an excuse. So, what you're saying is that the emergency forces couldn't do together what a 16-year-old did alone? Asked the princess. This time, no one could argue. In the end, the general was the one to break up the silence. It is not our forces that are weak. That's why the Kraken wasted so much power in their hidden card in order to catch us off guard. The abnormalities are those two individuals who managed to stop it on their own. That was the point. Their forces have been trained and composed using the centuries-old well-established system. They are, by no means, weak. Even the Kraken knows that, that's why they hadn't expected their attack to be stopped like this. Controlling the dragons, how did he even manage to do it? Asked Flame Elder. What do you think, Wind Elder? Wind Elder stroked his beard. Of course, the key factor was his ability to handle so many strings at once, he said, drawing several nods. I never thought such a level of dexterity was even possible. Everyone had to accept, Axel had monstrous dexterity. The way his fingers moved, handling all those threads was simply godly. But, that doesn't fully explain why the dragons didn't struggle to turn around. After all, they were under Kraken's control. Lady Garmos, do you have any conclusions? Lady Garmos, being from the Charm Septies, had several techniques to control targets that were similar. But, Lady Garmos simply shook her head. He did not use any type of skills related to our Septies. I think, what he did line more with the methods of that Septies. A hush fell over in the meeting room when that clan was mentioned. The princess's lips pressed into a hard line. The Septies in question was the Mind Septies. It is a taboo subject in Altantis. Has anyone investigated the kid's background? Kiran shrugged. I know him from the outside world. He's all right. Kept a terribly low profile though. The princess nodded. I also vouch for him. He doesn't have bad intentions towards the kingdom. Anyways, the fact remains, he has done a huge meritorious deed. By the time the other forces would have arrived, the creatures would have already spread throughout the city. By that time, even relic wielders wouldn't have been much help. He must be rewarded handsomely. No one had any objection to that. Also, let's not forget the contributions of the shinobi girl that was accompanying that Martin boy. I am really impressed by her lightning affinity, said the Lightning Elder. Not to mention she used darkness flames. What is your connection with her? Asked the Flame Elder. Once again, covetous gazes were cast in Kiran's direction. But this time, the atmosphere of the room darkened several degrees. She is Akiko Matsushima, daughter of Akihiro Yamazaki and Haruko Matsushima. Kirin just said one sentence. Those who had intentions of poaching Akiko suddenly felt a chill down their spines. Akihiro and Haruko, these were Kirin's two subordinates whose deaths she had avenged by killing 3 of Kraken's members' top members. If Akiko was their daughter, then God help whoever tries to covet that girl. The princess cleared her throat. Well, now that you mention it, I do see the resemblance. It seems she has also inherited her parents' bravery. She will also be rewarded. After that, the meeting went on as the members endlessly discussed countermeasures for preventing further attacks and miscellaneous points. Which, Kirin simply slept through. All she could think was, I wanna punch that brat for some reason. // The next morning, Axel woke up after a pleasant sleep on the watery mattress that he is quickly starting to identify as the best thing in his kingdom. He looked at his hands, which were still feeling a bit sore. The injuries from the previous day were almost all gone, leaving a similar feeling as having done too much dexterity training. Crack crack crack. As he clenched his hands in a fist, his fingers produced crisp cracking sounds, after which they started to function normally. Axel got up. Today is the day Karai Sensei would finally teach them what the task force really did. But first, he had to check out yesterday's harvest. Power stones. Next, training. Next, Axel vs Kirin, around 50% power revealed. Chapter 196, Chapter 189, Training. The harvest this time was quite good. Since the situation wasn't life-threatening but just extremely high difficulty, it stimulated him into pushing himself and trying out something new. Though it was really a pain, but it paid off in the end, as now he has gotten new skills thanks to that. First of all, puppeteering. He had gotten this when he tried to make the makeshift harness to bind and control the dragon. Of course, he had only made a basic one in the beginning using his existing knowledge of knots. Though it was by no means enough to control the dragon, it was still at least enough to unlock the puppeteering skill on account of his high dexterity and existence knowledge from trap setting. Upon reaching significant mastery in this skill, he can control not only puppets, but also living beings by transmitting magic through special magic conducting strings once they are bound. The power that manipulates strings, and by extension, things connected to those strings, that can be extremely overpowered. It just has a few downsides, like the strings needing to be made beforehand using complicated time-consuming processes, and, of course, they are still just strings. They can be cut down. Let's try it out. Axel took out some leftover string from last night. Puppeteering. At once, the strings rose up, as if having life of their own and started moving around. Axel tossed his knife into the air and moved the strings to stick the knife. But, that was all he could do for now. The strings couldn't hold onto the weight of the knife, and thus, the knife slowly sank to the ground. Axel frowned. That should not have happened. But, he instantly realized the problem. The strings. These were Akiko's strings, which, though were excellent conductors of electricity, but the same couldn't be said for their magical conductivity. Axel couldn't properly control them since his magic wasn't being properly transmitted through them. He will need special strings made from the methods given in the skill information to get some results. The more monoconduction, the more difficulty he will face at making those strings. Axel moved on to the next skill, Taming. When he tried making the dragons listen to his command, it didn't exactly work, but it did indeed make them enter a mindless state, in which even the Kraken couldn't control them. That was all he had needed to, since he was then able to control their movement through the strings. Doing even that much was an extremely difficult task, and it was, fortunately, enough to help him unlock the skill Taming. Ah, this is the stuff, said Side in satisfaction. This skill gives him all sorts of knowledge and techniques to make living beings submit to his will. The methods can range from simple psychological stuff to slow mind corruption to instant control. For Axel, who has been using the primitive and crude means like contracts to do exactly that, this is like heaven sent. Of course, for now he only had the basic stuff unlocked, so he'll have to train it to get to the real stuff, but still, this skill is going to be useful. And lastly, the special skill Mana Strings. As soon as Axel checked the skill information, all the sleepiness was gone as he sobered up. Since this is a special skill given by the system, its tier is much higher than the previous two skills he unlocked. Axel has noticed that, though the system doesn't show it, but there is a clear tier difference in most of the skills. Most of the skills he unlocks are simple in the beginning, providing little to no benefits, but they do start to become more and more powerful as he trains them. On the other hand, there are some skills that are clearly on a different level, right from the very beginning. Like most of the special skills given by the system. These skills are useful and powerful right from the start, and only get better as the proficiency increases. Axel has found that while it is really difficult to increase the proficiency of these skills, they need a lot of difficult training and resources, but the benefits they give are well worth it. And mana strings, Axel felt, was a skill that clearly belonged to this category. He can tell just by the quality of magical knowledge that is crammed in his right in the beginning stage of this skill. The requirements of this skill are crazy, needing a lot of dexterity and magic control. Axel felt that he would have had a lot of difficulty using it if he had gotten it before training Zen Focus. But, as difficult as it is, its uses far outweigh the difficulties. Here we go. Zen Focus. Mana strings. A string of blue-colored magic emerged from Axel's finger. This was a durable mana string. Its uses? Well, for one, it is extremely durable. He can bind anything using these and won't have to worry about them breaking as long as the magic lasts or as long as he can continue supplying magic. Other than that, true invisibility. Lightning affinity. The string turned invisible and crackling sounds of electricity could be heard. Yep, he can cast any magic through them. But, most importantly, puppeteering. This time, when Axel tossed the knife into the air, he easily caught it using the string and was able to easily wield it. This was what he found the best. Mana strings itself is not a skill that focus much on the movement of the strings. But, this synergizes perfectly with puppeteering. Also overcoming the string-related shortcomings of puppeteering. Right now, the skill proficiency was low, the string dispersed after a while. But Axel was not discouraged. In his mind he could already see the myriad of possibilities unlocking. While Axel found that while he was still geeking over his skills, it was almost reporting time for today's training. So, after taking a bath, he went out. One thing to be noticed about Kieran's bases is that both of them weren't too big from inside, and furnished with a high-end interior. He found everyone in the dining room, having breakfast. Kieran had dark circles under her eyes as she languidly sipped a cup of steaming hot beverage. Akiko seemed to be getting home treatment, having Japanese food with chopsticks and all while Estrise was daintily eating her breakfast with a mini trident, fork. The old gentleman who seemed to be the bolter was serving the food. Upon seeing him, the sleepiness seemed to vanish from Kieran's eyes as she glared daggers at him. Morning. You okay, boss? Kieran raised her eyebrows in incredulity. Morning blasted, lying mastered, and the sheer audacity of this bastard. Her nostrils flared. Am I still your boss? You didn't even bother mentioning what you did yesterday. What happened? We toured, had fun, and ended it early when a minor distraction occurred. I didn't know I had to report that, said Axel, sitting beside Akiko and picking up bowl and chopsticks. Bang! Kieran slammed her mug, spilling more than half of it. Minor distraction? You call that a minor distraction? Yeah? Don't worry. I handled it quickly. I did ask the dude who seemed in charge, and he said I was good to go. I don't think it was a big deal, replied Axel, as Akiko served him breakfast using her chopsticks. To be honest, compared to other times when he has either gotten seriously injured, or overdrew his limits, this time, when he didn't even have to use all of his cards, let alone limit break, and coming out of it only with minor injuries, it seems like a walk in a park. Oh, so it wasn't a big deal, hey? Kieran's eyes narrowed dangerously. Well, due to handling this minor distraction of yours, you've suddenly become the center of attention throughout the kingdom. Last night the higher-ups had a meeting in which they talked about you half the time. You tell me if that is not a big deal. Kieran seemed to want to tear her hair out. And you also didn't think to tell me? She asked, turning to Akiko. Akiko, who was happily eating her breakfast, suddenly blinked her eyes at Kieran as she stopped chewing. She then just turned her head to the side and continued chewing. Her message was clear, leave me out of this. Looking at her cuteness, Karen didn't know how to be angry at her. Thus, she turned her anger back on Axel. Fortunately, you got away with it this time. She shook her head. I am your superior. Would it have killed you to give me a heads up so that I at least know what to expect? Axel rolled his eyes. No, but it wouldn't have ended with just that, would it? You'd have had 100 more questions. Besides, if I have to report every time I get into trouble, trust me, there would be too many reports. Akiko also gave her assent while eating. That was indeed true, looking at Axel's past record. So, you're on his side now. Darkness began oozing out of Kiran. But before she exploded, Estrisse decided it was time to intervene before a world war started. I think, what the boss is trying to say is that this is not a small matter, Axel. She said, trying to mediate the situation. Estrisse projected a screen in the air that showed the video of what happened last night. She scrolled down to show the statistics and reactions of the public. Then she showed the top social and media platforms, and all of them had the same video on the top of the Rising Tides lists. Your previous trial was still a small matter. But that is no longer the case now. You've suddenly become the center of attention throughout the kingdom. And attention can often be a double-edged sword. Your actions were too arbitrary this time, you were not following any protocols, and you left without properly reporting your merits. In this kingdom, attention can be a double-edged sword. Fortunately, this time Axel somehow didn't ruffle many feathers with his actions, so the situation is easy to handle. But in case certain people had decided they didn't want him rising, things would have been different. Axel knew exactly what Estrisse was talking about, and he knew that even Kiran was annoyed half out the bad things that could have happened. In the end, he sighed. All right, I'll stop pretending to be dumb in front of you two, okay? To be honest, I did know something like this would happen. I do know what I did was a big deal. And I did in fact do it with ulterior motives while calculating the effects and not out of the kindness of my heart. Kiran's and Estrisse's mouths were left open upon hearing that. So, let's analyze my actions for a moment. Option 1, I could have run away, but you know that would have gotten me nothing, and I would have been mocked if the word got spread. Option 2, I could have followed the protocol and tried helping out in limited capacity while trying to get permission to act. There would have been a huge number of casualties, and since someone needs to take responsibility, I could have been among scapegoats. These two options are shit. So of course I had to go with option 3, doing everything on my own to save the day. Once I began exterminating creatures, I still had options. I could have let some escape into the city, gotten injured, or I could have just quit after it seemed that things were under control. But I chose to do everything by myself. Why? I have already broken protocol and gone this far. Might as well take all the credit so that no one can later belittle my achievements. So now, I have saved the day. What do I do? Go report my actions? It would annoy a lot of people if I cockily say I did everything on my own being a 16-year-old outsider while your people didn't do shit. So, I just pretended I didn't care about the credit, while stealing the bracelet of the guy who had been recording everything on my way back. After coming out, I uploaded the clip and dumped the bracelet. That's about it. Now. Axel titled his head. Is there anything I could have done better? If yes, I will report my actions to you in future. Axel had to let them know that he was not dumb, lest these two would keep trying to restrict his movements. Plus, these two were so stuck up to mind if he wasn't morally upright. As long as they're on the same side, it's all good. Kiran and Estrisse looked at Axel as if looking at him for the first time. What a lying, manipulative, sleazy bastard. Kiran blinked. Then she turned to Akiko. Aki, are you looking at this guy? Akiko nodded, smiling. Isn't he awesome? Kiran deeply regretted letting this girl go to Hogwarts. She has been corrupted. On the other hand, Estrisse's eyes were shining. You will go far, she said, giving him a nod. Kiran didn't want to admit that there was nothing Axel could have done better, so she got up. All right, it's time. Everyone to the training room. The training room turned out to be the most spacious of all places in the base. And Axel could tell there were a lot of features similar to the Royal Academy training room with various equipment, weapons, and machinery. So, what are we going to be doing? Asked Axel as the four of them stood in the open space in the center. Kiran now had a serious expression on her face, much more professional than when Axel saw her teach as a sensei in Hogwarts. What's the Black Ops Division's job? In fact, the answer also relates to what the rest of the relic wielders and a lot of other forces have been doing all this time. Kiran began stretching. I will answer. But first you have to prove your worthiness. This division has no place for weaklings. Furthermore, we'll be going through life and death situations. So it is important that we gauge each other's abilities, she said, cracking her knuckles while looking at Axel. Now, I've tested Akiko several times in the past. So it's your turn now. Axel clicked his tongue. He knew it was coming. But he still wanted to avoid it if possible. Did you not watch the trial and yesterday's video? Kiran rolled her eyes. That trial was for 2-star level soldiers. Tell me how many stars I offered you again? You have to show more than that to pass here. As for yesterday's video, I didn't see anything that can be used in direct combat. Axel couldn't deny that. Maybe he shouldn't have held back so much after all. He sighed. All right, but must we do this? There are other ways to find out, right? Nope. Kiran shook her head, grinning. From my abundant experience and high authority, I can confidently conclude that this is the best method. Chapter 197, Chapter 190, Axel vs Kiran, Serious Fight. Bullshit. Axel knew Kiran was full of crap. Just from the way she's looking at him, Axel can tell all she wants is to give him a good beating. What can he say? He has that effect on some people. Too many people. But Axel can't agree to fight. Though she might not look it, this woman is one of the most powerful people in this kingdom. Reaching 7-star authority despite that horrible personality, it only means that she's just that strong. In the past, she managed to kill 3 members of similar level to Theron and Nerio at one time. And Axel had a feeling that unlike him, she didn't use trickery. It was understandable why Axel didn't want to fight such a mad woman. Kiran smirked. All right, don't be scared. I promise I will properly hold back. Axel's lips twitched. What a familiar line. It's what he says when going against small fry. I will even hit gently and not seriously injure you. Did he even have a choice? Well, you said it. Axel didn't reject those conditions. But when will it end? Kiran shrugged. When I'm satisfied. Can we start already? You're still not specific enough, Sensei. You need to give me a baseline which, if done, will end the test. Otherwise you might just keep hitting me, Axel patiently explained. Oh? Then just land 3 hits on me. She said, giving him a seemingly easy and yet impossible task. All right. Better than nothing, thought Axel. Kiran seemed to be the kind to play to win, and in case of defeat, to continue playing until she wins. So, in case she doesn't get the satisfaction to properly beat the shit out of him, there's a chance she might just keep attacking him until she is satisfied. Knowing that more concessions won't get him anywhere, Axel stepped into the fighting space. Estrie stood between the two. So, this is a friendly spar to get familiar with each other's combat abilities. Boss will only be using at most half of her abilities. Serious injury will immediately result in cancellation of the spar. The spar will end when either boss is satisfied or when Axel lands 3 hits. Participants, get ready. Axel took a defensive stance. He was wearing the training suit that he found among the supplies in his room. They were comfortable, durable, and easy to move around. Kiran, on the other hand, stood in a relaxed posture. She was wearing a dark nightgown that appeared stark in contrast to her pale white skin. It reached only her thighs and also left a whole lot of shoulders and cleavage exposed. She wasn't even wearing shoes, and her feet were only covered in stocking. In Axel's opinion, it was extremely impractical for combat. This is going to be fun. Standing across him, Kiran gave him a sinister look. Start? Kiran didn't move. But, she didn't need to. Dark tentacles appeared out of thin air, attacking Axel. These were razor sharp, and made out of destructive darkness. One touch was enough to injure. Arcane eyes. Occlumency, maximum concentration. Evasion. The tentacles seemed to pass right through Axel, but he somehow managed to evade them. But it also has to be noted that Kiran wasn't serious yet, as she was thinking this is going to be one-sided beating. Kiran raised her eyebrows. So, it wasn't a fluke. You really do have monstrous reflexes, she muttered, suddenly increasing the intensity. Knowing that with her perverted tentacles, she would be an advantage in long range, Axel decided to close the distance. Arcane footwork. Kiran's attention went to Axel's feet as she once again saw those strange elusive movements. In the next second, Axel was already in front of her, trying to punch her face. Smack! A loud sound rang out as the attacks from both sides stopped for a moment. Kiran had caught Axel's punch cleanly, with no recoil whatsoever. Axel's brows furrowed. It felt like he had just punched a wall. Just what kind of physical strength? Kiran gave him a tight smile. You think I reached the top just like that? I have gone through 5 body enhancements, she said as she twisted his arm. As her shoulders creaked in protest, Axel realized that Kiran did have great physical strength. But too bad, you just had to grab my hand. Crack. In terms of pure grip strength of fingers, her numerous body enhancements don't mean shit. At once, Kiran's fingers were all bent at weird angles, making her yelp. Axel's punch was just about to reach her before he was flung away with a burst of pure darkness. What the fuck? Muttered Axel, staggering to the ground. Estrise quickly came to his side. Are you all rig? Wait, how are you fine? Estrise was puzzled. Boss had really made a powerful attack all of a sudden. When she had seen the burst of pure darkness, she had thought that Axel would have to be taken to the Royal Infirmary, since the attack was so sudden. But looking at Axel, even though his training gear seems to be damaged, the rest appears just fine. I almost got hit, Axel muttered. He was no longer barehanded, having had to make a lightning-fast draw in order to save his life. If not for the hastily cast shield, Axel would have already received some serious damage right now. He glared at Kiran. You said you'd hold back. He really wasn't expecting it. Even though he had managed to avoid getting injuries, his training suit had gotten singed, and was now melting away. Kiran was letting out a string of curses of her own as she shook her painfully throbbing hand. Hold back. But how the fuck do you expect me hold back when you absolutely crush my hand all of a sudden, you little shit? Hands have the most sensory nerves among all body parts, and it has been a while since she has gotten even a simple injury, let alone getting her hand absolutely mangled. So of course she ended up lashing out on instinct. Kiran looked down at her hand. The flesh and bones had been completely mangled, looking similar to a meat patty being crushed by a sledgehammer. She clenched her jaw. What the hell is up with that insane grip strength? Body enhancement is an extremely painful process through which Atlantean soldiers undergo a series of complicated treatments in order to increase their physical stats. Usually, one is enough to make a soldier have superhuman physical abilities. And that is their limit. Kiran has gone through 5. Her physical body can survive relic attacks. That's why, she had already gotten used to not feeling pain now. Then, in comes this 13-year-old brat and absolutely demolishes her hand like it was tofu. She couldn't understand how. One moment, she had his fist locked in her grip, twisting his arm, and the next moment, an unstoppable power suddenly burst out from his hand, and her hand got crushed instead. Axel scratched his head, looking at Kiran's hand. Sorry, Sensei. I thought it would be more powerful. Since it's just a spar, Axel really didn't want to hurt her this badly. But he didn't expect that even after so many enhancements, her grip strength would be so weak compared to his. Oh, so I'm just too weak, hey? Kiran finally turned to look at him. And gave him the widest smile he had ever seen. Her gown fluttered, and her hair rose up in the air like tendrils of darkness. Alarm bells rang out in Axel's head. It's good you aren't seriously injured, yet, she said, darkness wrapped around her hand, snapping her bones back into place. Her concern might have sounded sincere if not for that yet. Axel began to slowly back away. Sensei. I think we should st. Before he could complete his sentence, hundreds of tentacles attacked him from all angles. Don't even think about stopping now. You've only landed 1 hit. And I am far from satisfied. Axel had no choice but use another card to run for his life. Lightning Acceleration Jutsu. Suddenly, Axel became a blur. Shields erected around him, blocking the tentacles, while the rest, he managed to dodge with inhuman speed. Kiran's jaw dropped. Is that? Kiran looked at Akiko like looking at a traitor. You've taught him your clan's secret forbidden jutsus. Is something wrong with this girl's head? Teaching such dangerous and precious knowledge to this imbecile. If Haruko saw this, she'd be rolling in her grave, and if her grandfather found out, he would bury Axel into a grave. What was more surprising was the fact that this brat seemed to be using that dangerous and hellishly difficult jutsu casually and comfortably, as if casting basic magic. How did you even manage to learn that? She questioned, blasting him with attacks. I had a really good teacher, he replied in the midst of his rapid movements, making Akiko smile. No cap, it was a really difficult jutsu. Though he had learned it long ago, he was really sloppy at it, leading him to not use it much. He has only gotten proficient after mastering Zen focus. With the new speed, Axel was able to somehow make it throw alive, but Kiran wasn't going to let him off so easily. You're good. Really good. Your speed means nothing in front of absolute power. She muttered, raising her hand. Hundreds of thousands of tentacles simultaneously attacked Axel. This time, his shields were easily broken through, and the tentacles left nowhere for him to go. Fuck. Axel sighed. He'd have to get serious. Slash. Lines formed in the air as all the tentacles in his immediate surroundings were immediately slashed in pieces. Kiran paused her attack as she looked at Axel with a triumphant gaze. So, you finally show yourself, she muttered, looking at Axel who now held a knife glowing with residual magic power. In her eyes, his combat power right now was soaring like a tsunami. From then on, any number of tentacles were instantly cut down by Axel's blade as soon as they came near. This is so unfair. How the fuck did you become so strong at this age? Kiran felt that the world wasn't fair anymore. Having that kind of power at such a young age, shouldn't there be a limit of being talented? Well, I just pay attention in class and complete all my assignments, replied Axel. He was panting a bit at this point. Darkness has natural debuffing effects. By now, the training clothes had completely deteriorated on the places where they had made contact with the darkness. The upper part of his training suit started falling off, so Axel removed it completely, revealing his torso. For at least 2 seconds, Kiran and Estries could not take their eyes off Axel. Unexpectedly, Axel was totally jacked under the loose training suit. He was already 5'7", and his whole body was full of ultra-defined sculpted muscles whose ratios seemed to have measures on a scientific calculator. With each movement, the muscles contracted as if filled with explosive power. Furthermore, all kinds of scars were scattered over his body, ranging from scratches and abrasions to slashes and stab wounds. Kiran no longer felt it was unfair. The muscles were a clear indicator of just how hard he trained, and the scars spoke in lengths about the hardships he must have been through. At this moment, Akiko, who had been watching the spar with interest, walked up to Axel, blocking the other two women's view. Wear this, she said, offering him a t-shirt. Oh, thanks. Uncomfortable by the stares, Axel was just about to take out something to wear but Akiko did it before him. Akiko nodded. Win. She was also rooting for him. Even if Karai Sensei was stronger, that shouldn't be a problem for Axel. Though, Akiko didn't know that her action had only increased the aggro on Axel. Kiran glared at Axel. She is the one who got hurt, but Aki is still rooting for that guy. Also, why did it seem like Aki was used to looking at Axel's naked upper body? How far have these two gone? Shin. Out of nowhere, Kiran produced a blade that radiated darkness as she finally took a stance. Well, now that you're serious, shall we begin the real fight? Axel held up the knife which started to glow with magic. Fine. Let's end this. Chapter 198, Chapter 191, Third Hit. Axel and Kiran faced each other, both serious this time. Both were waiting for the right time to act. In his mind, Axel was formulating his moves while anticipating Kiran's responses. His advantage was, he still had a lot of cards left. But the disadvantage was, so did Kiran. She had the darkness affinity, and she was a relic wielder. A scary combination. What's scarier is the fact that she has only used mainly one skill, Tendrils of Darkness. She hasn't even used her relic yet. So, if they ended up in a drawn-out battle, he'd be fucked. He has to end this while she's still not using everything. Not wanting to waste much more time, Axel stepped forward, appearing directly in front of Kiran. Kiran already anticipated that. And Axel knew she knew. That's why he had considered all of her responses and their counters. But Kiran did something completely out of Axel's anticipation. She sank into the ground, as if sucked in, Axel's knife uselessly passing over her head. In the next instant, she suddenly emerged from the ground behind him, slashing at his ankles. WTF? What kind of ability was this? Thought Axel, thrown off balance literally and figuratively. Axel's whole mass was center forward due to attack and he wasn't in a condition to move his feet in time. Launching boom. Magic burst out from his feet, propelling him away, just as Kiran's sword slashed through his afterimage. It's shadows. He realized that Kieran was using his shadow as a medium for travel. This was a truly cheated ability, something she must be doing with the use of her relic. The ability to travel through darkness, how overpowered is that? Most likely that's why she is a perfect counter to that space ability guy. Because Kieran's can't be restricted unless you remove all darkness. He dodged. How? On the other hand, Kieran was also surprised that even going as far as using one of her core abilities didn't already end the fight. She had timed her move perfectly, so that Axel would have no leeway to dodge, but somehow, in the last moment, there was a burst of magic power that propelled him out of her range. Kieran wasn't given time to think about that, as 100 weapons came out of Axel's storage space and attacked her. While she blocked and deflected them with her darkness, Axel once again appeared in front of her. Kieran parried, countering by twisting her sword and slashing him in an arc. Faster! Axel dodged and attacked again. Within a few seconds, hundreds of blows were exchanged. Kieran's brows furrowed at the technique Axel was using. It was foreign, but there were familiar parts mixed in. It didn't seem like he was too proficient yet, but somehow, he was able to perfectly counter all her moves. You're only this much. Axel's eyes seemed to convey. This little blighter. Kieran was getting more and more annoyed, looking at the taunting look in Axel's eyes, as if knowing that she wouldn't be able to beat in a match of pure skill. She couldn't understand why Axel was able to counter her so perfectly. Kieran had decades worth of training and experience, and her sword technique was one of the best. Though Axel was strong, she could see that he clearly wasn't putting as much skill and finesse into fighting as her. And yet, without relying on her darkness, she is unable to land a single hit on him despite putting everything into every swing. My turn. Suddenly, Axel's technique changed as he went on the offensive, dramatically increasing the intensity of his attacks. This time, as their weapons clashed, Kieran's sword got deflected as Axel's knife continued to be thrust towards her chest. Kieran obstructed his hand with darkness, but the knife suddenly appeared in his other hand and slashed straight through. Kieran was caught off guard as she backed away, but Axel just followed, his knife flashing from one hand to another. The tides of the battle shifted dramatically as Axel brought his insane dexterity into play, leaving Kieran unable to even follow which hand his knife was in while he continued to somehow perfectly deal with all of her attacks. It was almost as if he already. Thanks for teaching everything to Akiko, said Axel with a smirk. Kieran gritted her teeth upon connecting the dots. Aki. She taught him all of my techniques too. Kieran taught everything to Akiko. That included her sword arts. Akiko, of course, taught it to Axel. Even though Kieran is a level above Akiko, but Axel is able to handle it easily since he's already very familiar with her style while Kieran has never seen the knife wielding he got from the system. Too bad, Kieran realized it too late. It's the end, said Axel, suddenly stomping his foot while Kieran was still completely focused on his upper body. Bam! Second hit. Ouch! Suddenly, Kieran's foot, which was still unprotected except for a silky stocking, was suddenly stepped on by Axel, catching her completely flat-footed. As Axel had expressed, it was really impractical for fighting. Where would you run now? Thought Axel in victory as he delivered the finishing third blow while Kieran was still discombobulated. But what the? The knife passed right through Kieran, as if she was intangible. Kieran had a really annoyed look on her face as she nursed her foot. First my hand, and now my foot. This is really getting embarrassing. Kieran was more ashamed than furious at this point. Though close quarters combat may not be her strongest suit, and she has gotten rusty after not practicing in much in the last decade, it was a 13-year-old she was fighting up against. To actually lose in a contest of pure skills. You've proven yourself with that much. I am impressed. She acknowledged. Oh? Why don't I believe that? Thought Axel, having an ominous feeling. That's why, Kieran continued. I will stop holding back now, and treat you like a real opponent. Fuck. The hair on the back of Axel's neck stood up as he began taking distance. But, it was already too late. Kieran spread her arms. Darkness. Domain, she whispered. The space around them began getting constricted as Axel felt himself getting sluggish. The whites from Kieran's eyes vanished completely as her eyes turned pitch black. A long dress made out of darkness covered her body as her feet rose up from the ground. Axel once again used all of his weapons to attack Kieran while also launching different types of spells, but it was all useless. The weapons seemed to pass right through her, and magical attacks were all blocked by her cloak. "This ends now," declared Kiran, raising her hand as she looked down at Axel like the goddess of death. Kiss of darkness. Endless, formless darkness attacked him from all sides, leaving him from escape. Darkness engulfed Axel, as if trying to crush him. "You fought well," Kiran muttered, grudging respect seeping into her voice. Kiran quickly dispelled the darkness, so as to not kill Axel. Akiko quickly rushed forward to check his condition. The darkness slowly dispersed, revealing what lay beyond. But it wasn't what they were expecting. Hey! Axel was nowhere to be found, leaving just a depression in the ground. Where the hell is he? Kiran had definitely controlled her power, so there is no chance the darkness would have completely vanished him from existence. In this instant, Kiran felt a searing sensation against her throat, which clearly cleaved through darkness surrounding her. "Third hit," said Axel, appearing behind her, holding the knife in a reverse grip. "Now, it's over," he declared. For a moment, Kiran just stood there, trying to fathom what in the devil's trench just happened here. She, actually lost. That much was pretty clear from the blood dripping from her neck. The question was, how? She had clearly used one of her most powerful moves just now. There was no way Axel could have escaped that. And well, even if he did, how the hell did he appear behind while escaping her notice in her domain? And, even if he did somehow escape, how the hell did he manage to actually injure her? She was currently in an invincible state. Her dress made out of darkness protects her from all magical attacks, and she's currently intangible, meaning physical attacks should pass right through her. Is that? Kiran noticed something unbelievable at this moment. Light element. She muttered in disbelief. Yep, that was definitely a light element that was burning through her skin right now. And one strong enough to actually cut through her darkness. Not to mention the stealth with which he creeped up on her in own domain. That level of stealth was simply impossible to understand. So, this guy, who is incredible at close quarters combat, has the ability to remotely attack using hundreds of weapons, insane dexterity, also had such a powerful light affinity all along, that is a perfect counter to her. Not only that, he also had a stealth that could escape her senses easily. But, he just did not use these abilities until the end of the fight. Why? Because he didn't think she was worthy enough until the last moment? Just because it seems she wasn't worthy enough to warrant it. That does seem to be the case. He had almost won even without them when he stomped her foot, if she hadn't used her relic to turn intangible. So, in the end, who was holding back more? Who was going easy on whom? She still hadn't quite figured out just how he was able to protect himself from the kiss of darkness. So, how much more was he still holding back? Kiran shivered. Aki, just where did you find this guy? As Axel retracted his blade, he felt that the look Kiran was giving him was much more scarier than when she used to glare at him with utter hatred. Congratulations, you pass with flying colors. Now you are a real member of the Black Ops, Kiran smiled. Don't even think about leaving. Axel felt cold sweat forming on the back of his neck. He did win, but... she's scary. That last attack. He had to bring out of his water affinity and light affinity in order to counter that. He is in Atlantis, and there is a special buff for water affinity here, and his wand is made of an extremely high light affinity wood, so he was able to protect himself by covering in water and light affinity barrier, otherwise he would have been in trouble. This is how dangerous Kiran Tenebris is. And now this woman is looking at him with scary eyes. What have I gotten myself into? Now, let's move on to what main job. What does the Black Ops do? Ignoring Axel's complicated feelings, Kiran continued the meeting. You guys might have wondered. What have been the forces of both sides doing all this while? Where are the relic wielders? Where is the war? Well, the answers are all linked with Altina Trench. It's that again, thought Axel. Altina Trench, or the Devil's Abyss. From the research he did when reading the minds of general populace, this is known as a taboo place in Atlantis. What is this place? He asked curiously. It's the place where the entity behind the organization is sealed. It's also the place where the organization is currently hiding. So, it was like that. He did always wonder just where the organization's base was. Axel's brows furrowed. Both are there? Isn't it just a trench? Why don't we blow it up? Kiran shook her head. You don't understand. That is not an ordinary place. It has existed even before the founding of the Empire. It's similar to the place called the Bermuda Triangle. Time and space work differently there. It might seem like just a trench from outside, but it's a whole different world inside. Axel nodded slowly. So, that is the place where the real war is taking place. Yet. Kieran nodded. That's also where most of our relic wielders and fighting forces are stationed. But the main target of both the sides is the seal itself. The seal is located in the innermost region of the place, and extremely difficult to reach. Both sides are currently in a race to reach the seal. The Kraken, in order to unlock it, while we are trying to fortify it since it has weakened. So, that's what we're going to do? Reach the seal? Asked Akiko. No. Fuck that. Kieran grinned. Our mission is to track and kill as many Kraken higher-ups as possible. Meanwhile, the general of Atlantean forces, one of the highest authority of Atlantis, was currently given an important task by the princess. He had to get her the background of a certain 16-year-old kid that is currently a hot topic in the kingdom. It was a trivial task, one that should not be handled personally by an individual of his capacity, but the princess is eccentric that way sometimes. For some reason, ever since seeing that clip, ever since seeing that boy for the first time, the princess has been acting strange. Anyways, the general himself was also curious who this guy was, so he decided he was going to just handle it personally. Chapter 199, Chapter 192, Identity Revealed. Axel slowly digested the information he had gotten just now. So, to sum things up with the intel he already had, there's a super powerful entity behind the Kraken whose purpose is destruction. The entity is sealed in the trench and there is currently a war for reaching the place. But, that doesn't really explain much. He still has so many questions. Axel shook his head. I don't understand. What is this entity? How did this entity end up sealed here? If this entity is strong enough to control an entire army of monsters on its own, then why the hell is it only doing that now? Why did it? All right, Kieran raised his hand tiredly. Estrise, explain everything in detail, she muttered as he went to rest at the side. Estrise looked at Kieran with some doubt. Everything? Yup, all that origin bullshit, Kieran agreed, wincing as she healed her injuries. Fuck you, Axel. Estrise shook her head, wondering why she was even surprised. The information is top secret and revealing it is against the law, but, seriously? Kieran following the law? That's like whales flying. Estrise, Akiko, and Axel also went to sit beside Kieran as Estrise launched into her explanation. The origin of Atlantis is actually not Earth at all. The starting line of Estrise was already a banger. Atlantis's origin was not Earth? I know this might be disorienting, but we're originally from a world which we called the Ether. Ether. Axel had to pretend to be shocked. But inwardly, his reaction was one of realization. Why am I not surprised? The mysterious Ether world. It finally comes. He knows a bit about the Netherworld, as it is the place where Voldemort currently is, but he knows next to nothing about Ether world. Estrise nodded. Yes. Ether. The true land of magic. I will keep things brief. Ether was a peaceful and prosperous place, where different races lived in harmony. People pursued the secrets of magic, many obtaining powers beyond our imagination. But it was threatened by an entity that even their magic could not destroy. They realized that as long as there was magic in the world, the entity was unstoppable. At this point, they already knew about the existence of the Netherworld, from where they could summon dark magic, and the barren planet called Earth, with negligible magic in its surroundings. Among them, Earth just happened to be the perfect place for their plan. So they decided to seal the monster on Earth. But, there was a problem. How are they going to power the seal? Since there was little magic on Earth, they couldn't supply it with power. And with the absence of magic in the surroundings, even the more powerful sorcerers couldn't really exert their powers. So, they came up with an idea. Why not give our people the ability to draw magic from ether, even when they are on Earth? Almost nothing is impossible with their deep knowledge of magic. After a lot of tries, they managed to connect several of their people's souls to the ether and nether, explained Estrise. And that is how the very first wizards came into existence, Kieran revealed. Fuck. Fuck indeed. These people were used as the mediums for powering the seal. They were called the Atlanteans, which in ether language means the guardians. Holy fuck! Axel's and Akiko's brains were bursting at this moment. So, the very first wizards turned out to be people from the ether world, modified to be able to use magic on Earth. This had so many implications. So, these wizards outside Atlantis are? Asked Akiko. Estris nodded. Yes, they are mostly the descendants of Atlanteans who deserted Atlantis. As it turns out, the wizarding population throughout the world has originated from Atlantis. This solved the most common question among the wizards: where did wizards come to have magic? Of course, you would also understand why leaving Atlantis is forbidden. The seal is no longer effective if you escape the range, and the less people there are, the weaker the seal, Estris explained. So, that moronic motto of destruction, now it makes sense. Murmured Axel in realization. Kraken's motto has always been quite nonsensical to Axel. If they really want destruction, why the hell are they trying to only destroy Atlantis? There is a whole fucking world out there above the sea, which happens to be much easier to destroy. Why go for only Atlanteans, who are protected by the fail-safe measures of the all-power magical means of ether itself? Indeed. The seal is connected to the people of Atlantis. Even their emotions can weaken the seal, let alone their deaths. That's why the lives of Atlanteans are valued immensely. We try to avoid any and all situations which might result in mass destruction. That's why even our usual weaponry is not too strong. In case someone under Kraken's influence goes rogue with them. Oh? And pretty well that's working out for you, muttered Axel sarcastically. Due to their weak weaponry, they couldn't even take out the animal horde. And avoiding deaths? From what he knows, there was bombing the very day he arrived. They're just letting Kraken walk all over them. Yep, Kiran didn't disagree with him at all. The kingdom is becoming more and more pathetic. It's about time we hit back. So, do you two have any more questions? Axel thought about it. Yeah. It's about the Altina Trench. What kind of place is it? Why is it that both parties can't reach it? That is a place too complicated to explain. But the reason why both the parties can't reach the seal is because that's the way it was designed by the Etherians. What? Why? Axel's brows furrowed in confusion. The entity is able to take over people's minds. That's why they have made the seal extremely difficult to reach, so that people under the creature's control can't reach it in order to free it. Well, that makes sense. Even if, say, they made it so that only those who aren't under the entity's influence can reach the seal. Well, now that you're so close, it would be that much easier for the entity to take control over you. So, the people designing the seal decided it would be best if no one approached the seal. But the disadvantage is that, now that it has weakened, the Atlanteans can't even reach it in order to fix it. Well, that will be it for the Q&A, said Kiran as she stood up. We've already told you almost everything. The rest, you'll learn by directly going into the trench. Let's go. What? Right now? I thought we were first going to go through the Black Ops training. Asked Axel. Kiran rolled her eyes. That, I only said for you. I've already trained Aki. And she had the foresight of teaching everything to you. So, what's the point of training now? She said, glaring at Akiko with eyes of betrayal. Besides, if a monster like you can still be called unprepared, then I don't know what to teach you, she said, swatting Axel's back with considerable force. Axel was even able to go toe-to-toe with Kiran, one of most monstrous existences in Atlantis. Even though Kiran was still holding back a lot, but so was Axel, and he beat her. It is clear who is the bigger freak among the two, considering Axel's age. Go get ready. We won't be going deep, since we have to come back soon for your rewarding ceremony. Rewarding ceremony? Asked Axel in surprise, rubbing his back where Kiran had slapped him. Kiran clicked her tongue. Don't pretend to be surprised. I bet you were aiming for this, you sleazy bastard. Axel smiled bitterly, already regretting revealing his true thought process about saving the day. In actuality, he had not thought the royal family would make such a big deal out of it, even enough to have an emergency meeting. But now, after knowing everything, it makes perfect sense. He had saved a lot of lives, and that was extremely important, not because those lives mattered, but because he prevented the seal from weakening further while Kraken wasted a lot of energy for nothing. Of course it was a big deal. Sighing, he got up and went to change. Within a few minutes, Axel, Akiko, Kiran, Estris, and the old butler boarded the jet to leave for the trench. It was Axel's first time flying in an Atlantean aircraft, so it was a unique experience. Due to space expansion magic, it was quite spacious from the inside, and the controls seemed a bit complicated. "When will be my reward ceremony?" asked Axel as he sat strapped to a seat, already unable to wait. Kieran shrugged. "No idea. It could be tomorrow, or it could take a few days. Really depends on the princess's mood really." "Tomorrow? Will we come back by then?" "Of course. Most likely." "Most likely? What does that mean?" "It means that the trench is an unpredictable place. There are factors which may delay our return," explained Estrisse. Kieran rolled her eyes. "Don't listen to her. Those things rarely happen. We'll be back in a few hours maximum." Meanwhile, deep in the main castle, the princess sat in her room, looking at the same video for the umpteenth time. There were dark circles under her eyes since she had not slept the whole night, but her eyes still sharply looked at the holographic projection of Axel riding the dragon. Just what is it? The princess was at her wit's end now. She didn't know why, but she just couldn't stop looking at the video. There were strange things, which were leading her to strange conclusions. And some things weren't adding up. "Princess." At this moment, the general knocked on her door, making her pause the video. "As you asked, I had the technomancy department do a background search on the boy." "What did you find?" asked the princess eagerly. The general pursed his lips. "We found no match for any boy named Chris Martin." The princess closed her eyes, letting out a small sigh of disappointment. So, he was lying. The princess just wanted to know more about Chris in order to find out why she felt such discrepancies with him. So, upon finding out that he had lied about his identity, she felt disappointed not only because he had broken her trust, but also because she couldn't find out the answer to the questions she had. Why? Why did he lie? He could have at least told her his real name. Looks like she'll have to ask him herself. But, the general wasn't done with his report yet. "Princess, have a look at this," he said, replacing the paused projection of Chris Martin riding dragons with another image. The princess was a bit perturbed, but when she saw the image, all thoughts vanished as she instantly recognized the person in the projection. "Tristan Hunt," she muttered, her voice containing venom. But soon, she frowned. "This isn't right. The person in the image looks much younger than the Tristan she knew. So, a childhood photo? That wasn't it either. This person's face was fairly different from Tristan's, and he had a scar of over one of his eyes and one over his cheek. Who is this person?" The princess was clearly lost now. The topic was about Chris Martin. Then, why the hell is the general showing her an edited image of Tristan? The general played a video next. In this video, the same person suddenly teleported into the frame. Since it was a 3D video, the person's complete surroundings were also visible. "This is Atlanopolis." The princess recognized the city built above the ocean. The general nodded. "Yes, but please watch what happens next carefully." Suddenly, the air seemed to ripple with magic as the person knelt down to the ground while wincing. Behind him, the sea churned, huge waves rising which even shook the island. "What?" Then, the person slowly opened his eyes. And at this moment, they were glowing a royal blue. The princess's eyes, whose color matched with the person in the video, widened to the highest degree. "No way." But the video wasn't finished yet. Shaking his head, the person closed his eyes once again. Within a few seconds, his face began morphing. Soon, the princess found herself looking at the very familiar face of Chris Martin. Chapter 200, Chapter 193, Nephew. "Most likely? What does that mean?" asked Axel. "It means that the trench is an unpredictable place. There are factors which delay our return," explained Estrisse. Kieran rolled her eyes. "Don't listen to her. Those things rarely happen. We'll be back in a few hours maximum." Axel frowned. "What kind of factors?" he asked, ignoring Kieran. "There are many. Just to name a few, first of all, the time flow is different in that place. The deeper we get, the lesser the time ratio compared to Atlantean Standard Time. There are space turbulences, due to which objects get pulled deeper into the trench. There are times we fall victim to one of the traps set by Kraken. We might also be attacked by high-ranking members. There are also obstacles set up by the Kraken. Furthermore, there are times when the entity takes control over people, making them voluntarily go deeper. The list seemed to go on and on. Can we wait until I get my rewards, or you could leave me behind? No way. Kieran looked at Estrise in annoyance, before turning to Axel and Akiko. Don't listen to her nonsense. Those things are probable only if we go deep to hunt Kraken High members. Right now, we're only going into the shallows just to get you some training. Akiko looked at Axel with some panic while Axel just nodded slowly, as if accepting his fate. Then, it seems we're in for a difficult trip. He muttered. What the hell are you talking about? Axel shook his head lamentably. You don't understand, he said, while Akiko also sighed, beginning to prepare her equipment, getting ready for what was to come. In his life of 13 years, Axel has learned one thing for sure. The world is hell-bent on screwing with him. He gets into trouble even actively not looking for it, and even when trying to actively avoid it. So, going to such a place and not getting into trouble? Well, that's like jumping into sewage hoping to not get dirty. Even Akiko, who has only known Axel for a short period of time, has begun to feel that things do never seem to go normally with Axel. But since it's Axel, he does manage to pull through every time. She just has to try and be less of a burden this time. Kieran, of course, thought that the kids were talking nonsense. Listen. This is just going to be a boring class in which we take to safe areas of the trench and train you in the basics. As much as I want to take you deeper, we can't since you haven't gotten your mental blocks yet. Mental blocks? Asked Akiko in confusion. Kieran waved her hand offhandedly. Estrise, go back to explanation mode. Estrice's emotionless look was still able to convey her annoyance to Kieran. But she still began to explain dutifully. The deeper you travel, the more influence the entity can have over your mind. Mental blocks are mind barriers to protect one's mind from the entity's influence. Every person going into the deeper parts usually has a few mental blocks as precaution. Otherwise, there is a chance they might succumb to the entity's influence. Then, why don't we have mental blocks yet? Asked Akiko. Because boss wants to naturally raise your resistance against the entity first. Also, metal barriers are unnecessary for the shallows. You can just use Psylocks. Said Estrise, giving glasses that could protect their minds. Looking at Akiko's worried face, Kieran shook her head. Aki, you, at least don't have to worry about this. Oh? And I do? Asked Axel. Even if it was an overpowered entity, Axel at least felt that he could have confidence in protecting his own mind. Kieran shrugged. You might already know this, but Aki is incredibly gifted in mind arts. She can make do even without the barriers. Kieran bragged. Axel was silent for a moment. Mind art? Occlumency? That's it? He was worried for nothing. Oh, I forget that the mind arts are obscure in the outer world. They're for protecting and strengthening our minds. Very useful skill. Kieran gloated. Though, it would take you decades to reach a sufficient level, so you should obediently get the blocks when we're ready to go deeper. Somehow, Kieran was feeling quite exhilarated upon this fact. You know, all that talent is a waste if you can't protect your mind. Axel's lips twitched. So petty. This is exactly why he doesn't want to reveal all of his cards to this bitch. She's unnaturally immature in some aspects. Axel shrugged. Well, as they say, you can't be good at everything. Imagine if mind arts was my strongest forte. He shook his head. Oh, how I wish it was true. Kieran glared at him. It's already too unfair. Of course, of course. I'll just obediently get those mental blocks as soon as possible. Something wrong, Akiko? Sitting in the front seat, Akiko's shoulders were shaking from laughing silently. We're here, announced the old man butler who had been flying the aircraft. This man seems to be the real master of stealth, always making people forget about his existence. Damn, where even are we? Asked Axel in astonishment, looking at the scene outside. Now this is how a place embroiled in war should look like. In front of them was a huge wall, extending quite far on both sides. Numerous aircrafts and Neptunites flew back and forth in the sky while was ground seemed to be crawling with soldiers. Not far beyond the wall was the ending of the barrier that marked the end of the kingdom. We're behind the royal castle, at the very edge of the kingdom. This is our final line of defense. Damn! How does Kraken even cross onto this side? Asked Axel in astonishment, looking at impressive defense of Atlantis. They usually can't. But there are always ways to let a small number trickle past, answered Estrese. That was indeed true. Even in Muggle world, there are ways people cross borders, let alone in a magical world like this. Axel looked at the hundreds of thousands of soldiers below. If they have so many, then it makes sense that the Kraken also will have a similar amount on their side. How does the Kraken hire its members? Asked Axel curiously. I mean, sure some soldiers might get corrupted, but since you have preventive measures in place, it shouldn't amount to much, right? Most of their members are acquired from the outer world. This is just one entrance to the trench. There's another at the Bermuda Triangle, the Devil's Sea, the Nevada Triangle and several more. Furthermore, they buy the slaves in bulk from the slave traders like the Mikhailovs from time to time. Fug. Axel whistled. The places Kieran had named were places on Earth which were famous for strange phenomena and disappearance of people. So, they actually have a numeric superiority against us. Of course. It would be no fun otherwise, said Kieran. They don't only have a numerical superiority, but their soldiers are also enhanced through inhumane procedures, given the entity's powers, and also used in sacrificial warfare. It's extremely disadvantageous against us, who can't afford to lose a single soldier. That's why we also started asking for outside help, said Estrese. Of course, the outer world soldiers aren't disposable either, said Kieran. At least to most of us. That is obvious, thought Axel. She not only took bloody revenge, but also left the kingdom to take care of Akiko for her comrades. Few people would go that far even for their own people. Their aircraft went through the security procedures and finally flew over the huge wall to show the scene on the other side. So, this is the infamous Altina Trench. Axel looked at the huge depression in the ground that had no end. Yep, that's it. So, how do we enter it? Well, we just go down. What's below? How long will it take? Don't we need climbing materials or something? It's not as you think, said Estrese. As you go down, you will be teleported to a separate dimension. Think of it as a portal. Ready? Asked the old man pilot. In we go, he muttered dryly, as if doing it for the millionth time. They began to descend at a high speed. Axel shifted in anticipation. He knew there was a high chance that things might go wrong yet again, but this time, he was feeling positive for some reason. That's right, I'm not that unlucky, he thought. Let's go in, enjoy, come out and get that reward. Who knows? I might even get a relic. Just when Axel was daydreaming about what kind of relic he'll get, something happened. His ring started vibrating. It was the storage ring that Martina had given him. What the? Axel checked its content, only to see his pendant glowing for some reason. What's up with this thing? Suddenly, the spaceship shook, as alarms began to sound. Is this normal? Asked Akiko. No fucking not, said Kieran. Estrese, what the fuck is happening? Estrese had a strange look on her face. It's a space turbulence. Fuck. Already? Axel only sighed lamentably. The trip ended up getting screwed up before they even began. The princess stood in her room, looking at the face of Chris Martin in absolute befuddlement. Bloodline invocation. Those striking blue eyes, and the huge disturbance in the sea, there was no doubt. It couldn't be anything else. That was definitely the invocation of none other the royal bloodline. And this was not a dormant or weak bloodline usually found in distant relatives. Who? How? The princess's mouth opened, but she seemed to have completely lost the ability to articulate meaningful sentences. Who is he? How can he have the royal bloodline? Why does he look like that? Why did he hide his real appearance? Where has he been until now? Her mind was completely overloaded right now, thousands of thoughts, emotions, and contradictions going through all at once. It is indeed a lot of take in, princess. The general had an extremely solemn air around him. He had also received a similar shock when he seen this clip. Such is the magnitude of this wave. That's why he gave her a few seconds to process the information before beginning to explain. The tech department searched far and wide, but they found no information about Chris Martin. They had already reported their failure to me. But in the last-ditch effort, when running a search through our own system, they unexpectedly happened upon this footage, where it was revealed that Chris Martin was actually just a disguise. And when they ran a search on this new face, they were instantly flooded with a lot of matches. The princess raised a trembling hand towards Axel's hologram. Who is he? His name is Axel. Axel Hunt. The general took a pause. And it would seem that he is your nephew.
Thanks for listening.